Provided the Kenyan government has green-lighted a drug and the medical centres are comfortable with using it, we are just acting as the intermediary, you see. That's pretty much where our responsibility ends. We take advice about storage, naturally, and make sure we are providing the right temperatures and humidity and so forth. But basically the buck stops with the manufacturer and the Kenyan government. Officer, what about clinical trials? Aren't you supposed to be conducting trials? BBB Crick. No trials. I'm afraid you haven't done your homework on that one, Rob. Not if you're talking your structured, fully-fledged type. Double-blind, put it that way. Officer, so what are we talking? BBB Crick. Not once a drug is out there in a given country like Kenya being distributed. That wouldn't be policy. A drug, once you're distributing it in a country and you've got the local health boys behind you 100%, is what I call a done thing. Officer, so what trials, tests, experiments are you conducting, if any? BBB Crick. Look, don't do the words with me, all right. If you're talking about adding to a drug's track record, a real good drug like this one, if you're gearing up for distribution in another very major country, right outside the African market, the US of A, for instance, yes, all right, I grant you. In an indirect way, we can call what we are doing here trials, in that sense only. The preparatory sense for the situation ahead of us, which is the day when 3Bs and KVH jointly enter the new exciting market I'm alluding to. With me? Officer. Not yet. I'm waiting for the word guinea pig. BBB Crick. All I'm saying is that in the very best way for all parties, every patient is in some degree a test case for the benefit of the greater good. Nobody's talking guinea pigs. Back off. Officer. The greater good being the American market, you mean? BBB Crick. For fuck's sake. All I'm saying is, every result, every time we record a thing, a patient is recorded. Those results are carefully stored and monitored at all times in Seattle and Vancouver and Basel for future reference, for the future validation of the product, when we're looking to register it elsewhere, so that we're totally fail-safe at all times. Plus we've got the Kenyan health boys behind us at all times. Officer. Doing what? Mopping up the bodies? PROK, QC. You didn't say that, Rob, I'm sure, and we didn't hear it. Doug has been extremely forthright and generous with his information. Perhaps too generous. Yes, Leslie? Officer. So what do you do with complaints, meanwhile? Bin them? BBB Crick. Mainly, Les, what we do, we shoot them straight back at the manufacturer, Messrs. Carroll, Vita, Hudson. Then we either reply to the complaining party under KVH's guidance, or KVH may prefer to reply direct. Horses for courses. But that's the shape and size of it, Rob. Anything else we can do for you? Maybe we should pencil in another meeting for when you've got your documentation to hand. Officer. Just a minute, do you mind? According to our information, Tessa Quayle and Dr. Arnold Bloom came here in person last November at your invitation, 3B's invitation, to discuss the effects, positive or negative, of your product, Dipraxa. They also presented members of your staff with copies of the case notes they had sent to Sir Kenneth Curtis personally. Are you saying you have no record of that meeting? Not even who attended it from 3B's? BBB Crick. Got a date for it, Rob? Officer. We have a diary entry confirming that a meeting was set at 3B's suggestion for 11 a.m. on November the 18th. The appointment was made through the office of Muzrampuri, your marketing manager, who we now hear is not available. BBB Crick. News to me, I must say. How about you, Viv? BBB Aber. Me too, Doug. BBB Crick. Listen, why don't I look in Yvonne's diary for you? Officer. Good idea. We'll help you. BBB Crick. Hang on. I'll have to get her okay on it first, obviously. Yvonne's a lot of girl. I wouldn't be going through her diary without her say-so, any more than I would yours, Leslie. Officer. Ring her up. We'll pay. BBB Crick. No way, Rob. Officer. Why not? BBB Crick. You see, Rob, Yvonne and her boyfriend have gone to this mega wedding in Mombasa. When we said attending to family affairs, that was the affair, right? A pretty bloody red-hot one, believe you me. So I would guess Monday would be the absolute earliest we could contact her. I don't know whether you've ever been to a wedding in Mombasa, but believe you me, officer, let's not worry about the diary. What about the notes they left with her? BBB Crick. You mean these so-called case histories you're talking about? Officer, among other things. BBB Crick. Well, if it's your actual case histories and that, obviously, Rob. Technical discussion of symptoms, indications, dosage, side effects, Rob. Then it's like we said. It's down to your manufacturer every time. We're talking Basel, we're talking Seattle, and we're talking Vancouver. I mean, fuck. We would be behaving with criminal irresponsibility, wouldn't we, Viv, if we didn't immediately turn to the experts for evaluation? That's not just company policy. I'd say that was holy writ here at 3Bs, wouldn't you? BBB, Aber. Absolutely. No question, Doug. The chief insists. The moment there's a problem, it's get KVH on the helpline. Officer, what are you telling us? This is ridiculous. What happens to paper in this place, for Christ's sake? BBB Crick, I'm telling you that we're hearing you and we'll mount a search and see what we come up with. This isn't the civil service, Rob, or Scotland Yard. This is Africa. We don't all march on our fucking files, right? We got better ways of spending our fucking time than... PR Okie, QC. I think there are 2 points here, perhaps 3. Can I take them separately? The first is, how certain are you officers that the meeting between Mrs. Quayle, Dr. Bloom, and representatives of 3Bs that you're referring to actually took place? Officer, as we already told you, we have documentary evidence in Bloom's handwriting from Bloom's diary that a meeting was arranged for November the 18th through Musrampuri's office. PR Okie QC. Arranged is one thing, Leslie. Consummated is quite another. Let's hope Musrampuri has a good memory. She conducts an awful lot of meetings, you may be sure. My second point is tone. Insofar as you are able to say, would the alleged representations have been adversarial in tone? Might there, for instance, have been a whiff of litigation in the air? De mortuis, and so on. But from all one hears about Mrs. Quayle, she wasn't exactly one to pull her punches, was she? She was also a lawyer, as you say. And Dr. Bloom is by way of being a professional watchdog in the pharmaceutical field, I understand. We're not dealing with nobodies. Officer, what if they were adversarial? If somebody's died of a drug, people have got a right to be adversarial. PR Okie, QC. Well, obviously, Rob, if Musrampuri smelled a claim in the air, or worse, or the chief did, assuming he did indeed receive the written materials, which is clearly open to question, then their very first instinct would be to send them on to the firm's legal department, which would be another place to look, wouldn't it, Doug? Officer, I thought you were their legal department. PR Okie, QC. Humour. I'm a last resort, Rob, not a first resort. I'm far too expensive. BBB Crick. We'll get back to you, Rob. It's been our pleasure. Next time, let's make it lunch. But don't expect the moon, is my advice. It's like I say, we don't spend all day filing paper here. We have a lot of irons in the fire, and as the chief likes to say, 3Bs does business from the hip. That's how our company became what it is today. Officer, we'd like one more moment of your time, please, Mr. Crick. We're interested in speaking to a gentleman named Lawbeer, probably Dr. Lawbeer, of German, Swiss, or perhaps Dutch origin. I'm afraid we don't have a first name for him, but we understand he's been closely involved with the career of Dipraxa here in Africa. BBB, Crick. On which side, Leslie? Officer. Does that matter? BBB, Crick. Well, it does rather. If Lawbeer's a doctor, which you seem to think he is, he's more likely to be with the manufacturers than with us. 3Bs don't run to medics, you see. We're laymen in the marketplace. Salesmen. So it's try KVH again, I'm afraid, Les. Officer. Look, do you know Lawbeer or not? We're not in Vancouver or Basel or Seattle. We're in Africa. It's your drug, your territory. You import the stuff, you advertise it, distribute it, and sell it. We're telling you a Lawbeer has been involved with your drug here in Africa. Have you heard of Lawbeer or not? PR Okie, QC. I think you've had your answer, haven't you, Rob? Try the manufacturers. Officer, how about a woman called Kovac? Could be Hungarian. BBB Aber. A doctor, too. Officer. Do you know the name? Never mind her title. Has any of you heard the name Kovac, female, in the context of marketing this drug? BBB Crick. Try the phone book, I should, Rob. Officer. There's also a Dr. Emmerich we'd like to talk to. PR Okie, QC. Looks as though you've drawn a blank, officers. I'm awfully sorry we can't be more use to you. We've pulled out all the stops for you, but it just doesn't seem to be our day. Note added 1 week after this meeting took place. Despite assurances from 3Bs that searches were underway, we are informed that no papers, letters, case histories, emails or faxes from Tessa Abbott or Quayle or Arnold Bloom have so far come to light. KVH deny all knowledge of them. So does the 3B's legal department in Nairobi. Our attempts to recontact Aber and Crick have also proved unsuccessful. Crick is attending a retraining course in South Africa. Aber has been moved to another department. Replacements have not yet been appointed. Muzrampuri remains unavailable, pending the restructuring of the company. Recommended that Scotland Yard make direct representations to Sir Kenneth Curtis, with a request for a full statement of his company's dealings with the deceased and Dr. Bloom, that he instruct his staff to mount a strenuous search for Muzrampuri's diary and the missing documents, and that Muzrampuri be produced immediately for interview. Initialed by Superintendent Gridley, but no action ordered or recorded. Appendix. Crick, Douglas, Doug, James, born Gibraltar 10th of October, 1970. Ex-Criminal Records Office, MOD, and Judge Advocate General's Department. Subject is the illegitimate son of Crick, David Angus, Royal Navy. Dishonourable discharge. Crick Sr. served 11 years in UK jails for multiple offences, including 2 of manslaughter. He now lives lavishly in Marbella, Spain. Crick Douglas James, subject, himself arrived in UK from Gibraltar at age 9 in the care of his father, see above, who was arrested on landing. Subject was given into care. While in care, subject came to notice in a succession of juvenile courts for varied offences, including drug peddling, grievous bodily harm, procuring and affray. He was also suspected of complicity in the gang murder of 2 black youths in Nottingham, 1984, but not charged. In 1989, subject claimed to be a reformed character and volunteered for police service. He was rejected, but appears to have been retained as a part-time informant. In 1990, subject successfully volunteered for service with the British Army, received Special Forces training, and was attached to British Army Intelligence Northern Ireland, on plainclothes assignment with the rank and entitlements of sergeant. Subject served 3 years in Ireland before being reduced to the rank of private and dishonourably discharged. No other record of his service is available. Although DJ Crick, subject, was presented to us as a public relations officer for House of 3Bs, he was until recently better known as a leading light in their protection and security branch. He reportedly enjoys the personal confidence of Sir Kenneth K. Curtis, for whom he has on many occasions acted as personal bodyguard, e.g. on Curtis's visits to the Gulf, Latin America, Nigeria and Angola in the last 12 months alone. Bearding him at his farm, poor fellow, Tim Donahue is saying across the Monopoly board in Gloria's garden. Phone calls at unsociable hours, rude letters left at the club. Sweep it under the carpet, our advice. They kill, Leslie is saying in the darkness of the van in Chelsea. But you've noticed that. With these memories still echoing in his head, Justin must have fallen asleep at the counting table, because he woke to hear a dawn air battle of land birds versus seagulls that turned out on closer inspection to be not dawn, but dusk, and at some point not long after that he was bereft. He had read everything there was to read, and he knew, if he had ever doubted it, that without her laptop he was looking at only a corner of the canvas. Chapter 13. Guido was waiting on the cottage doorstep, sporting a black coat that was too long for him, and a school satchel that couldn't find anywhere on his shoulders to hang. In one spidery hand he clutched a tin box for his medicines and his sandwiches. It was 6 in the morning. The first rays of spring sun were gilding the cobwebs on the grass slope. Jayston drove the jeep as close to the cottage as he could, and Guido's mother watched from a window as Guido, rejecting Jayston's hand, swung himself into the passenger seat, arms, knees, satchel, tin box, and coat-tails, to crash at his side like a young bird at the end of his first flight. "How long were you waiting there?" Jayston asked, but Guido's only answer was a frown. "Guido is a master of self-diagnosis," Tessa reminds him, much impressed by her recent visit to the sick kids' hospital in Milan. "If Guido's ill, he asks for the nurse. If he's very ill, he asks for the sister. And if he thinks he may be dying, he asks for the doctor. And there's not one of them who doesn't come running." "I must be at the school gates at 5 to 9, Guido told Jayston, stiffly. "No problem." They were speaking English for Guido's pride. "Too late, I arrive in class out of breath. Too early, I hang around and make myself conspicuous." "Understood," said Jayston, and glancing in the mirror, saw that Guido's complexion was waxy white, the way it looked when he needed a blood transfusion. "And in case you were wondering, we'll be working in the oil room, not the villa," Jayston added, reassuringly. Guido said nothing, but by the time they reached the coast road, the colour had returned to his face. "Sometimes I can't stand her proximity either," thought Jayston. The chair was too low for Guido, and the stool was too high, so Jayston went alone to the villa and fetched 2 cushions. But when he came back, Guido was already standing at the pine desk, nonchalantly fingering the components of her laptop, the telephone connections for her modem, transformers for her computer and printer, the adapter and printer cables, and finally her computer itself, which he handled with reckless disrespect, first flipping open the lid, then jamming the power socket into the laptop, but not, thank God, or not yet, connecting it to the mains. With the same cavalier confidence, Guido shoved aside the modem, the printer, and whatever else he didn't need, and plonked himself onto the cushions on the chair. "Okay," he announced. "Okay what?" "Switch on," said Guido in English, nodding at the wall socket at his feet. "Let's go." And he handed Jayston the cable to plug in. His voice, to Jayston's oversensitive ear, had acquired an unpleasant mid-Atlantic twang. "Can anything go wrong?" Jayston asked nervously. "Like what, for instance? Can we wipe it clean or something by mistake? By switching it on? No way." "Why not?" Guido grandly circumnavigated the screen with his scarecrow hand. "Everything that's in there she saved. If she don't save it, she don't want it. So it's not in there. Is that reasonable, or is that reasonable?" Jayston felt a bar of hostility form at the front of his head, which was what happened to him when people talked computer gobbledygook at him. "Then, all right. If you say so, I'll switch on," and crouching, gingerly poked the plug into the wall socket. "Yes?" "Oh, man." Reluctantly, Jayston dropped the switch and stood up in time to see absolutely nothing happen on the screen. His mouth went dry and he felt sick. "I'm trespassing. I'm a clumsy idiot. I should have got an expert, not a child. I should have learned to work the bloody thing myself." Then the screen lit up and gave him a procession of smiling, waving African children lined up outside a tin-roofed health clinic, followed by an aerial view of coloured rectangles and ovals scattered over a blue-grey field. "What's that?" "The desktop." Jayston peered over Guido's shoulder and read, "My briefcase, network neighbourhood, shortcut to connect." "Now what?" "You want to see files? I show you files. We go to files, you read. I want to see what Tessa saw, whatever she was working on. I want to follow her footsteps and read whatever's in there. I thought I made that clear." In his anxiety, he was resenting Guido's presence here. He wanted Tessa for himself again, at the counting table. He wanted her laptop not to exist. Guido directed an arrow to a panel on the lower left side of Tessa's screen. "What's that thing you're tapping?" "The mouse pad. These are the last 9 files she worked on. You want I show you the others? I show you the others, no problem." A panel appeared, headed, "Open File, Tessa's Documents." He tapped again. She's got like 25 files in this category, he said. Do they have titles? Guido leaned to one side, inviting Jayston to look for himself. Farmer. Farmer General, Farmer Pollution, Farmer in Third World, Farmer Watchdogs, Farmer Bribes, Farmer Litigation, Farmer Cash, Farmer Protest, Farmer Hypocrisy, Farmer Trials, Farmer Fakes, Farmer Cover-Ups. Plague. Plague History, Plague Kenya, Plague Cures, Plague New, Plague Old, Plague Charlatans. Trials. Russia, Poland, Kenya, Mexico, Germany. Known mortalities. Wanza. Guido was moving the arrow and tapping again. Arnold, who's this Arnold suddenly? He demanded. A friend of hers. He's got documents too. Jesus, has he got documents? How many? 20, more. Another tap. Bits and bobs. That's some kind of British idiom? Yes, it's English. Not American, perhaps, but certainly English. Jayston replied huffily. What's that? What are you doing now? You're going too fast. No, I'm not. I'm going slow for you. I'm looking in her briefcase. How many folders she got? Wow! She got a lot of folders. Folder 1, folder 2, then more folders. He pressed again. His phony American was driving Jayston mad. Where did he pick it up? He's been seeing too many American films. I shall speak to the headmaster. See this? This is a recycle bin. Here's where she puts whatever she's thinking of throwing out. But she didn't, presumably. Throw them out. What's there she don't throw out? What's not she did. Another tap. What's AOL? Jayston asked. America Online. ISP, Internet Service Provider. Whatever she got from AOL and kept, she stored it in this program. Same as her old emails. New messages, you've got to go online to get them. You want to send messages, you've got to go online to send them. No online, no new messages in or out. I know that, it's obvious. You want I go online? Not yet. I want to see what's in there already. All of it? Yes. Then you've got like days of reading. Weeks, maybe. All you do, you point the mouse and you click. You want to sit where I'm sitting? You're absolutely sure nothing can go wrong? Jayston insisted, lowering himself into the chair while Guido stood himself behind him. What she saved is saved. It's like I said. Why else would she save it for? And I can't lose it. Holy smoke, man. Not unless you click on delete. Even if you click on delete, it's going to ask you, Jayston, are you sure you want to delete? If you're not sure, you say no. You press no. Press no means, no, I'm not sure. Click. That's all there is. Go for it. Jayston is cautiously tapping his way through Tessa's labyrinth, while Guido the tutor stands patronizingly at his side, incanting commands in his mid-Atlantic cyber voice. When a procedure is new to Jayston or confuses him, he calls a break, takes a sheet of paper, and writes out the moves to Guido's imperious dictation. New landscapes of information are unfolding before his eyes. Go here, go there, now go back to here. It's all too vast. You ranged too wide. I'll never catch you up, he tells her. If I read for a year, how will I ever know I found what you were looking for? Handouts from the World Health Organization. Records of obscure medical conferences held in Geneva, Amsterdam, and Heidelberg, under the aegis of yet another unheard-of outpost of the United Nations' sprawling medical empire. Company prospectuses extolling unpronounceable pharmaceutical products and their life-enhancing virtues. Notes to herself, memos. A shocking quotation from Time magazine, framed with exclamation marks, raised in bold capitals, and visible across the room to those who have eyes and do not avert them. A terrifying generality to galvanize her search for the particular. In 93 clinical trials, researchers encountered 691 adverse reactions, but reported only 39 to the National Institutes of Health. A whole folder devoted to PW. Who in God's name is PW when she's at home? Despair. Take me back to the paper I understand. But when he clicks on bits and bobs, there is PW again, staring him in the face. And after one more click, all is clear. PW is short for Farmer Watch, a self-styled cyber underground, notionally based in Kansas, with a mission to expose the excesses and malpractices of the pharmaceutical industry. Not to mention the inhumanity of self-styled humanitarians who are ripping off the poorest nations. Reports of so-called off-Broadway conferences among demonstrators planning to converge on Seattle or Washington, D.C., to make their feelings known to the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. High talk of the great American corporate hydra and the monster capital. A frivolous article from heaven knows where, entitled, "Anarchism is Back in Style." He clicks again to find the word humanity under attack. Humanity is Tessa's H word, he discovers. Whenever she hears it, she confides to Bloom in a chatty email. She reaches for her revolver. Every time I hear a farmer justifying its actions on the grounds of humanity, altruism, duty to mankind, I want to vomit. And that's not because I'm pregnant. It's because I'm reading at the same time how the U.S. farmer giants are trying to extend the life of their patients, so that they can preserve their monopoly and charge what they damn well like, and use the State Department to frighten the Third World out of manufacturing their own generic products at a fraction of the price of the branded version. All right, they've made a cosmetic gesture on AIDS drugs, but what about... I know all that, he thinks, and clicks back to the desktop, thence to Arnold's documents. What's this? He asks sharply, lifting his hand from the keyboard as if to disclaim responsibility. For the first time in their relationship, Tessa is demanding a password of him before she will let him in. Her command is finite. Password, password, like a brothel sign winking on and off. Shit, says Guido. Did she have a password when she taught you how to work this thing? Jayston demands, ignoring the scatological outburst. Guido puts one hand across his mouth, leans forward, and with his other hand types 5 characters. Me, he says proudly. 5 asterisks appear, otherwise nothing. What are you doing? Jayston demands. Typing my name, Guido. Why? That was the password, he says, dropping into voluble Italian in his nervousness. The I isn't an I, it's a 1. The O's a naught. Tessa was crazy about that stuff. In a password, you had to have at least 1 numeral. She insisted. Why am I looking at stars? Because they don't want you to see Guido. Otherwise, you could look over my shoulder and read the password. It didn't work. Guido is not her password. He buries his face in his hands. So, what we can do is guess, Jayston suggests, trying to calm him. Guess how? Guess what? How many guesses do they give you? Like 3? You mean if we guess wrong, we don't get there? Jayston says, valiantly trying to make light of the problem. Hey, you, come out of there. Damn right we don't. All right then, let's think. What other numerals are made from letters? 3 could be E back to front. 5 could be S. There's half a dozen of them. More. It's awful. Still from inside his hands. And what happens exactly when we run out of chances? It locks up and won't try anymore. What do you think? Ever? Ever. Jayston hears the lie in his voice and smiles. And you think 3 shots is all we get? Look, I'm not a lexicon, okay? I'm not a handbook. What I don't know, I don't say. It could be 3. It could be 10. I've got to go to school. Maybe you should call the helpline. Think. After Guido, what's her favourite thing? Guido's face at last emerges from his hands. You. Who do you think? Jayston. She wouldn't do that. Why not? Because it's her kingdom, not mine. You're just guessing. You're ridiculous. Try Jayston. I'm right. I know I am. Look, after Jayston, what's her next favourite thing? I wasn't married to her. Okay, you were. Jayston thinks Arnold, then Wanza. He tries Gita, entering the I as a 1. Nothing happens. He emits a nervous scoffing sound that says this childish game is beneath him, but this is because his mind is stretching in all directions, and he doesn't know which to follow. He thinks of Garth, her dead father, and Garth, her dead son, and rules them both out on aesthetic and emotional grounds. He thinks of Tessa, but she is not an egomaniac. He thinks ARN01D, and ARN0LD, and ARN01D. But Tessa would not be so crass as to block Arnold's file with a password saying Arnold. He flirts with Maria, which was her mother's name, then with Mustafa, then Hammond, but none presses itself upon him as a code name or password. He looks down into her grave and watches the yellow freesias on the lid of her coffin disappear under the red soil. He sees Mustafa standing in the Woodrow's kitchen, clutching his basket. He sees himself in his straw hat, tending them in the garden in Nairobi, and again here in Elba. He enters the word Frisia, typing the I as 1. 7 asterisks appear, but nothing happens. He enters the same word again, typing the S as 5. "Will it still have me?" he asks softly. "I'm 12 years old, Jayston. 12. He relents a little. "You've got maybe one more try, then it's curtains. I resign, okay? It's her laptop, yours. Leave me out of this." He enters Frisia a third time, leaving the S as 5, but turning the 1 back to an I, and finds himself staring at an unfinished polemical essay. With the aid of his yellow freesias, he has invaded the file called Arnold, and met a tract on human rights. Guido is dancing round the room. "We got it! I told you, we're fantastic! She's fantastic!" Why are Africa's gays forced to stay in the closet? Hear the comfortable words of that great arbiter of public decency, President Daniel Arap Moi. Words like lesbianism and homosexuality do not exist in African languages. Moi, 1995. Homosexuality is against African norms and religions, and even in religion it is considered a great sin. Moi, 1998. Unsurprisingly, Kenya's criminal code obediently agrees with Moi 100%. Sections 162 to 165 lay down a term of 5 to 14 years imprisonment for carnal knowledge against the order of nature. The law goes further. Kenyan law defines any sexual relations between men as a criminal act. It hasn't even heard of sexual relations between women. What is the social consequence of this antediluvian attitude? Gay men marry or carry on affairs with women in order to conceal their sexuality. They live in misery, and so do their wives. No sex education is offered to gay men, even in the midst of Kenya's long-denied AIDS epidemic. Sections of Kenyan society are forced to live in a state of deceit. Doctors, lawyers, businessmen, priests, and even politicians go in terror of blackmail and arrest. A self-perpetuating cycle of corruption and oppression is created, dragging our society still deeper into the mire. Here the article stops. Why? And why in heaven's name do you file an incomplete polemical piece about gay rights under Arnold and lock it away with a password? Jayston wakes to Guido's presence at his shoulder. He has returned from his peregrinations and is leaning forward, peering at the screen in puzzlement. "It's time I drove you to school," Jayston says. "We don't need to go yet. We got another 10 minutes. Who's Arnold? Is he gay? What do gay guys do? My mum goes crazy if I ask her." "We're leaving now. We could get stuck behind a tractor." "Look, let me open her mailbox, okay? Somebody could have written to her. Maybe Arnold did. Don't you want to see in her mailbox? Maybe she sent you a message you haven't read. So I opened the mailbox, yes?" Jayston gently puts his hand on Guido's shoulder. "You'll be fine. Nobody's going to laugh at you. Everybody stays away from school now and then. That doesn't make you an invalid. It makes you normal. We'll look in her mailbox when you come back." The drive to Guido's school and back took Jayston a long hour, and in that time he permitted himself no flights of fancy or premature speculation. When he regained the oil room, he headed not for the laptop, but for the pile of papers given him by Leslie in the van outside the cinema. Moving with greater confidence than he had brought to the laptop, he sorted his way to a photocopy of a clumsily handwritten letter on lined paper that had caught his eye during one of his first skirmishing raids. It was undated. It had come to notice, according to the attached minute initialed by Rob, between the pages of a medical encyclopedia that the two officers had found lying on the kitchen floor of Bloom's apartment, slung there by frustrated burglars. The writing paper faded and old. The envelope addressed to the P.O. box of Bloom's NGO. Postmark, the old Arab slaving island of Lamu. My own dear darling Arnie, I don't never forget our love or your embraces and goodness to me, your dear friend. What a luck and bliss for me that you honor our beautiful island for your holiday. I got to say thank you, but it is to God I thank for your generous love and gifts, and now the knowledge that will come to me in my studies thanks to you, plus motorbike. For you, my darling man, I work day and night, always glad in my heart to know that my darling is with me every step, holding and loving me. And the signature? Jayston, like Rob before him, struggled to decipher it. The style of the letter, as Rob's minute pointed out, suggested an Arabic hand, the writing being long and low, with well-completed roundels. The signature, done with a flourish, appeared to possess a consonant at either end and a vowel between. Pip, pet, pat, dot. It was useless to guess. For all anyone could tell, it was actually an Arabic signature. But was the writer a woman or a man? Would an uneducated Arab woman from Lamu really write so boldly? Would she ride a motorbike? Crossing the room to the pine desk, Jayston placed himself in front of the laptop, but instead of calling up Arnold again, sat staring at the blank screen. So who does Arnold love, actually? He is asking her, with feigned casualness, as they lie side by side on the bed one hot Sunday evening in Nairobi. Arnold and Tessa have returned the same morning from their first field trip together. Tessa has declared it one of the experiences of her life. Arnold loves the whole human race, she replies languidly, bar none. Does he sleep with the whole human race? He may. I haven't asked him. Do you want me to? No, I don't think so. I thought I might ask him myself. That won't be necessary. Sure? Certain sure. And kisses him again, till she kisses him back to life. And don't ever ask me that question again, she tells him, as an afterthought, as she lies with her face in the angle of his shoulder, and her limbs sprawled across his. Let's just say Arnold lost his heart in Mombasa. And she draws herself into him, head down and shoulders rigid. In Mombasa, or in Lamu, 150 miles up the coast. Returning to the counting table, Jayston selected this time Leslie's background report on Bloom. Arnold Moisher, M.D., missing victim or suspect. No scandal, no marriage, no known companion, no common-law wife recorded. In Algiers, subject had lived in a hostel for young doctors of both sexes, occupying single accommodation. No significant other recorded with his NGO. Subject's next of kin given as his adoptive Belgian half-sister, resident in Bruges. Arnold had never claimed travel or living expenses for a companion, and never required anything other than bachelor accommodation. Subject's trashed apartment in Nairobi was described by Leslie as monkish with a strong air of abstinence. Subject lived there alone and had no servant. In his private life, Subject appears to do without creature comforts, including hot water. The entire Matega Club has convinced itself that our baby was put there by Arnold, Jayston is informing Tessa, perfectly amiably, as they eat their fish in an Indian restaurant on the edge of town. She is 4 months pregnant, and though their conversation might not suggest it, Jayston is more besotted with her than ever. Who's the entire Matega Club? She demands. Elena, the Greek, I suspect. Conveyed to Gloria, conveyed to Woodrow. He goes on cheerfully. What I'm supposed to do about it I don't quite know. Drive you up there and make love to you on the billiards table might be a solution, if you're game. Then it's double jeopardy, isn't it? She says thoughtfully. And double prejudice. Double? Why? She breaks off, lowers her eyes, and gently shakes her head. They're a prejudiced bunch of bastards. Leave it at that. And at the time he had done as she commanded, but no longer. Why double? He asked himself, still staring at the screen. Single jeopardy means Arnold's adultery, but double is for what? For his race? Arnold is discriminated against for his supposed adultery and his race, ergo a double discrimination. Maybe. Unless the cold-eyed lawyer in her is speaking again, the same lawyer who decided to ignore a death threat rather than imperil her quest for justice. Unless the first perceived prejudice was not directed against a black man who was supposedly sleeping with a married white woman, but against homosexuals at large, of whom Bloom, though his detractors didn't know it, was one. In such a case, the cold-eyed, hot-hearted lawyer's reasoning would work this way. Jeopardy the first. Arnold is homosexual, but local prejudice does not allow him to admit it. If he admitted it, he would be unable to continue his relief work, since Moy detests NGOs as much as he hates homosexuals. And at the very least, he would have Arnold flung out of the country. Jeopardy the second. Arnold is forced to live in a state of deceit. See unfinished press article by ? Instead of declaring his sexuality, he is driven to adopt the pose of playboy, thus attracting the criticism reserved for transracial adulterers. Ergo, a double jeopardy. And why, finally, does Tessa once more not confide this secret to her beloved husband, instead of leaving him with dishonourable suspicions that he will not, must not, cannot admit to, even to himself? He demanded of the screen. He remembered the name of the Indian restaurant she was so fond of. Handi. The tides of jealousy that Jayston had for so long held at bay suddenly broke banks and engulfed him. But it was jealousy of a new kind. Jealousy that Tessa and Arnold had kept even this secret from him, together with all the others that they shared, that they had deliberately excluded him from their precious circle of two, leaving him to peer after them like a distraught voyeur, never knowing, for all her assurances, that there was nothing to see, and never would be. That, as Geeta had wanted to explain to Rob and Leslie before she shied away, no spark would ever fly. That the only relationship between them was precisely the brother and sister friendship of the sort Jayston had described to Ham, without, in his deepest heart, totally believing himself. A perfect man, Tessa had called Bloom once. Even Jayston the skeptic had never thought of him in any other way. A man to touch the homoerotic nerve in all of us, he had once remarked to her in his innocence. Beautiful and soft-spoken, courteous to friends and strangers. Beautiful from his husky voice to his rounded iron-grey beard, to his long-lidded, plump African eyes that never strayed from you while he spoke or listened. Beautiful in the rare but timely gestures that punctuated his lucid, beautifully delivered, intelligent opinions. Beautiful from his sculpted knuckles to his feather-light, graceful body, trim and lithe as a dancer's, and as disciplined in its withholding. Never brash, never unknowing, never cruel, although at every party and conference he encountered Western people so ignorant that Jayston felt embarrassed for him. Even the old ones at the Matega said it. That fellow Bloom, my God, it didn't make blacks like him in our day. No wonder Jayston's child bride has fallen for him. So why in the name of all that's holy didn't you put me out of my misery? He demanded furiously of her. Or the screen. Because I trusted you, and expected the same trust in return. If you trusted me, why didn't you tell me? Because I do not betray the confidence of friends, and I require you to respect that fact and admire me for it, enormously and all the time. Because I am a lawyer, and where secrets are concerned, as she used to say, compared with me, the grave is a chatterbox. Chapter 14. And tuberculosis is megabucks. Ask Carol Vita Hudson. Any day now the richest nations will be facing a tubercular pandemic, and Dipraxa will become the multi-billion-dollar earner that all good shareholders dream of. The white plague, the great stalker, the great imitator. The captain of death is no longer confining himself to the wretched of the earth. He is doing what he did 100 years ago. He is hovering like a filthy cloud of pollution over the West's own horizon, even if it is still their poor who are his victims. 1/3 of the world's population infected with the bacillus, Tessa is telling her computer, highlighting and underlining as she goes. In the United States, incidence has increased by 20% in 7 years. One untreated sufferer transmits the disease on average to between 10 and 15 people a year. Health authorities in New York City have given themselves powers to incarcerate TB victims who do not willingly submit to isolation. 30% of all known TB cases are now drug-resistant. The white plague is not born in us, Justin reads. It is forced upon us by foul breath, foul living conditions, foul hygiene, foul water, and foul administrative neglect. Rich countries hate it because it is a slur on their good housekeeping. Poor countries because in many of them it is synonymous with AIDS. Some countries refuse to admit they have it at all, preferring to live in denial, rather than confess the mark of shame. And in Kenya, as in other African countries, the incidence of tuberculosis has increased fourfold since the onset of the HIV virus. A chatty email from Arnold lists the practical difficulties of treating the disease in the field. Diagnosis demanding and prolonged. Patients must bring sputum samples on consecutive days. Lab work essential, but microscopes often bust or stolen. No dye available to detect bacilli. Dye sold, drunk, run out, not replaced. Treatment takes 8 months. Patients who feel better after a month abandon treatment or sell pills. Disease then returns in drug-resistant form. TB pills are traded on African black markets as cures for STD, sexually transmitted diseases. The World Health Organization insists that a patient taking a tablet should be watched while he or she swallows it. Result: a black market pill is sold wet or dry, according to whether it's been in someone's mouth. A bald postscript continues. TB kills more mothers than any other disease. In Africa, women always pay the price. Wanza was a guinea pig and became a victim, as whole villages of Wanzas were guinea pigs. Extracts from a page 4 article in the International Herald Tribune. West warned it too is vulnerable to drug-resistant strains of TB by Donald G. McNeil, Jr., New York Times Service. Some passages highlighted by Tessa. Amsterdam. Deadly strains of drug-resistant tuberculosis are increasing not just in poor countries, but in wealthy Western ones, according to a report from the World Health Organization and other anti-TB groups. It's a message. Watch out, guys. This is serious, said Dr. Marcus Espinal, the lead author of the report. It's a potential major crisis in the future. But the most powerful weapon that the international medical community has for raising money is the spectre that the unchecked explosion of cases in the Third World will let divergent strains merge into something incurable and highly contagious that will attack the West. Footnote by Tessa, written in a mysteriously restrained hand, as if she is deliberately holding herself back from sensation. Arnold says Russian immigrants to U.S., particularly those coming straight from the camps, carry all sorts of multi-resistant strains of TB, actually in a higher proportion to Kenya, where multi-resistant is not synonymous with HIV positive. A friend of his is treating very bad cases in Brooklyn's Bay Ridge area, and numbers are already frightening, he says. Incidents throughout U.S., amid crowded urban minority groups, said to be constantly increasing. Or put into the language that stock exchanges the world over understand, if the TB market performs as forecast, billions and billions of dollars are waiting to be earned, and the boy to earn them is Dipraxa, always provided, of course, that the preliminary canter over the course in Africa has not thrown up any disturbing side effects. It is this thought that prompts Jayston to return, as a matter of urgency, to the Uhuru Hospital in Nairobi. Hastening to the counting table, he again rummages in the police files and unearths 6 photocopied pages, covered in Tessa's fever-driven scrawl, as she struggles to record Wansa's case history in the language of a child. Wansa is a single mother. She can't read or write. I met her in her village, and again in Kibera slum. She got pregnant by her uncle who raped her, and then claimed she had seduced him. This is her first pregnancy. Wansa left the village in order not to be raped again by her uncle, and also by another man who was molesting her. Wansa says many people in her village were sick with bad coughs. Many of the men had AIDS. Women, too. 2 pregnant women had recently died. Like Wansa, they had been visiting a medical center 5 miles away. Wansa did not want to use the same medical center anymore. She was afraid their pills were bad. This shows that Wansa is intelligent, since most native women have a blind faith in doctors, though they respect injections above pills. In Kibera, a white man and a white woman came to see her. They wore white coats, so she assumed they were doctors. They knew which village she had come from. They gave her some pills, the same pills she is taking in hospital. Wansa says the man's name was Law Bear. I get her to say it many times. Law Bear. Law Beer? Law Bear. The white woman who came with him did not speak her name, but examined Wansa and took samples of her blood, urine, and sputum. They came to see her in Kibera twice more. They were not interested in other people in her hut. They told her she would be having her baby in the hospital because she was sick. Wansa was uneasy about this. Many pregnant women in Kibera are sick, but they did not have their babies in hospital. Law Bear said there would be no charges. All of the charges would be paid on her behalf. She did not ask who by. She says the man and woman were very worried. She did not like them to be so worried. She made a joke of this, but they did not laugh. Next day, a car came for her. She was close to full term. It was the first time she had ridden in a car. 2 days later, Kyoko, her brother, arrived at the hospital to be with her. He had heard she was in the hospital. Kyoko can read and write and is very intelligent. Brother and sister love each other very much. Wansa is 15 years old. Kyoko says that when another pregnant woman in the village was dying, the same white couple came to see her and took samples from her just as they had done with Wansa. While they were visiting the village, they heard that Wansa had run away to Kibera. Kyoko says they were very curious about her and asked him how to find her and wrote his instructions in a notebook. That is how the white couple found Wansa in Kibera slum and had her confined in the Uhuru for observation. Wansa is an African guinea pig, one of many who have not survived Dipraxa. Tessa is talking to him across the breakfast table. She is 7 months pregnant. Mustafa is standing where he always insists on standing, just inside the kitchen, but listening at the partly open door so that he knows exactly when to make more toast, pour more tea. Mornings are a happy time, so are evenings, but it is in the morning that conversation flows most easily. Jayston, Tessa. Ready? All attention. If I yelled Law Beer at you, pow, just like that, what would you say to me? Laurel. More. Laurel, crown, Caesar, emperor, athlete, victor. More. Crowned with bay leaves, laurelberry, rests on one's laurels, bloody laurels, victory won by violent war. Why aren't you laughing? So, German, she insists. German, noun, masculine. Spell it. He did. Could it be Dutch? I should think so, nearly. Not the same, but close, probably. Have you taken up crosswords or something? Not any more, she replies thoughtfully. And that, as quite often with Tessa the lawyer, is that. Compared with me, the grave is a chatterbox. No J, no G, no A, her notes continue. She means Jayston, Gita, and Arnold are none of them present. She is alone in the ward with Wansa. 1523. Enter beef-faced white man and tall Slav-looking woman in white coats. Slavs open at the neck. 3 other males in attendance. All wear white coats. Stolen Napoleonic bees on pockets. They go to Wansa's bedside, gawp at her. Self. Who are you? What are you doing to her? Are you doctors? They ignore me. Stare at Wansa. Listen to her breathing. Check heart, pulse, temp, eyes. Call Wansa. No response. Self. Are you Lorbeer? Who are you all? What are your names? Slav woman. It is no concern of yours. Exeunt. Slav woman, one tough bitch. Dyed black hair, long legs. Wiggles hips. Can't help it. Like a guilty man caught in a felonious act, Jayston swiftly slides Tessa's notes beneath the nearest pile of paper, springs to his feet, and turns in horrified disbelief towards the oil-room door. Somebody is beating on it very hard. He can see it trembling to the rhythm of the blows, and hear above the din the hectoring, horribly familiar 10-acre voice of an Englishman of the imperious class. "Jayston, come out, dear boy, don't hide. We know you're there. 2 dear friends bring gifts and comfort." Frozen, Jayston remains incapable of response. "You're skulking, dear boy. You're doing a garbo. There's no need. It's us. Beth and Adrian, your friends." Jayston grabs the keys from the sideboard and, like a man facing execution, steps blindly into the sunlight, to be faced by Beth and Adrian Tupper, the greatest writing duo of their age, the world-famous Tuppers of Tuscany. "Beth, Adrian, how lovely," he declares, slamming the door behind him. Adrian seizes him by the shoulders and drops his voice dramatically. "My dear boy, Jayston, whom the gods love, manliness, only thing," he intones, all on one confiding note of commiseration. "You're alone. Don't tell me, terribly alone." Submitting to his embraces, Jayston sees his 2 tiny, deep-set eyes searching greedily past his shoulder. "Oh, Jayston, we really did love her so," Beth mused, stretching her tiny mouth into a pitiful downward curve, then straightening it up again to kiss him. "Where's your man, Luigi?" Adrian demands. "In Naples with his fiancée. They're getting married. In June," Jayston adds uselessly. "Should be here supporting you. World today, dear boy. No loyalty, no servant classes." "The big one is for darling Tessa in memory, and the little one's for poor Garth, to be beside her," Beth explains in a tinny little voice that has somehow lost its echo. "I thought we'd plant them in remembrance, didn't I, Adrian?" In the courtyard stands their pickup, its back ostentatiously laden with rustic logs for the benefit of Adrian's readers, who are invited to believe he cuts them for himself. Tied across them lie 2 young peach trees, with plastic bags round their roots. "Beth has these marvellous vibes," Tupper booms confidingly. "Wavelength, dear boy. Tuned in all the time, aren't you, darling?" "We must take him trees," she said. "Knows, you see, knows." "We could plant them now. Then they'd be done, wouldn't they?" says Beth. "After lunch," said Adrian firmly. And one simple peasant's picnic. Beth's care package, as she calls it, consisting of a loaf of bread, olives, and a trout each from our smokery, darling. Just the 3 of us, over a bottle of your nice Mancini wine. Courteous unto death, Jayston leads them to the villa. "Can't mourn forever, dear boy. Jews don't. 7 days is all they get. After that, they're back on their feet, raring to go. Their law, you see, darling," Adrian explains, addressing his wife as if she were an imbecile. They are sitting in the salon, under the cherubs, eating trout off their laps, in order to satisfy Beth's vision of a picnic. "All written down for them. What to do, who does it, how long for. After that, get on with the job. Jayston should do the same. No good mooching, Jayston. You must never mooch in life. Too negative." "Oh, I'm not mooching," Jayston objects, cursing himself for opening a second bottle of wine. "What are you doing, then?" Tupper demands, as his small round eyes drill into Jayston. "Well, Tessa left a lot of unfinished business, you see, Jayston explains, lamely. Well, there's her estate, obviously, and the charitable trust she had set up, plus odds and ends. Got a computer? You saw it, thought Jayston, secretly aghast. You can't have done. I was too quick for you. I know I was. Most important invention since the printing press, dear boy. Isn't it, Beth? No secretary, no wife, nothing. What do you use? We resisted it to begin with, didn't you, Beth? Mistake. We didn't realize, Beth explains, taking a very big pull of wine for such a small woman. Oh, I just grabbed whatever they have here, Jayston replies, recovering his balance. Tessa's lawyers shoved a bunch of discs at me. I commandeered the estate machine and ploughed through them as best I could. So you finished. Time to go home. Don't dither, go. Your country needs you. Well, not quite finished, actually, Adrian. I've still got a few days to go. Foreign Office know you're here? Probably, said Jayston. How does Adrian do this to me? Rob me of my defences. Pry into the private places of my life where he has absolutely no business, and I stand by and let him. A moratorium, during which, to his immense relief, Jayston is subjected to an extraordinarily boring account of how the greatest writing couple in the world was converted against all natural inclination to the net. A dress rehearsal, no doubt, for another riveting chapter of Tuscan Tales, and another free machine from the manufacturers. You're running away, dear boy, Adrian warns severely, as the two men untie the peach trees from the truck and cart them to the cantina for Jayston to plant later. Something called duty. Old-fashioned word these days. The longer you put it off, harder it'll be. Go home. They'll welcome you with open arms. Why can't we plant them now? Beth asks. Too emotional, darling. Let him do it on his own. God bless you, dear boy. Wavelength. Most important thing in the world. So what were you? Jayston demanded of Tupper, as he stared after their departing pickup. A fluke or a conspiracy? Did you jump or were you pushed? Did the smell of blood bring you, or did Pellegrin? At various stages of Tupper's over-publicized life, he had graced the BBC and a vile British newspaper, but he had also worked in the large back rooms of secret Whitehall. Jayston remembered Tessa at her naughtiest. What do you think Adrian does with all the intelligence he doesn't put into his books? He returned to Wandsworth, only to discover that Tessa's 6-page diary of her ward companion's illness petered to an unsatisfying end. Lawbeer and his team visit the ward 3 more times. Arnold twice challenges them, but Tessa does not hear what is said. It is not Lawbeer, but the sexy Slav woman who physically examines Wandsworth, while Lawbeer and his acolytes look uselessly on. What happens after that happens at night, while Tessa is asleep. Tessa wakes, screams and yells, but no nurses come. They are too frightened. Only with the greatest difficulty does Tessa find them and force them to admit that Wandsworth is dead, and her baby has gone back to her village. Replacing the pages among the police papers, Jayston once more addressed the computer. He felt bilious. He had drunk too much wine. His trout, which must have escaped the smoker at half-time, sat like rubber in his belly. He dabbed at a few keys, thought of going back to the villa and drinking a litre of mineral water. Suddenly he was staring at the screen in horrified disbelief. He stared away, shook his head to clear it, resumed his staring. He buried his face in his hands to wipe away the fuzziness, but when he looked again, the message was still there. This program has performed an illegal operation. You may lose any unsaved data in all windows that are running. And below the death sentence, a row of boxes set out like coffins for a mass funeral. Click the one you would most like to be buried in. He hung his hands at his sides, rolled his head around, then with his heels cautiously backed his chair away from the computer. "Damn you, Tupper!" he whispered. "Damn you, damn you, damn you!" But he meant, damn me. It's something I did, or didn't. I should have put the wretched brute to sleep. Guido, get me Guido. He looked at his watch. School ends in 20 minutes, but Guido has refused to be picked up. He prefers to take the school bus, like all other normal boys, thank you, and he'll ask the driver to hoot when he drops him at the gates, at which point Jayston is graciously permitted to fetch him in the jeep. There was nothing for it but to wait. If he made a dash to beat the bus, chances were he would reach the school too late and have to dash back. Leaving the computer to sulk, he returned to the counting table in an attempt to restore his spirits with the hard paper he so vastly preferred to the screen. Pana Wire Service, 9/24/97. In 1995, Sub-Saharan Africa had the highest number of new tuberculosis cases of any global region, as well as a high rate of TB and HIV co-infection, according to the World Health Organization. I knew that already, thank you. Tropical megacities will be hells on Earth. As illegal logging, water and land pollution, and unbridled oil extraction destroy the Third World's ecosystem, more and more Third World rural communities are forced to migrate to cities in search of work and survival. Experts predict the rise of tens and perhaps hundreds of tropical megacities, attracting vast new slum populations of lowest-paid labor, and producing unprecedented rates of killer diseases such as tuberculosis. He heard the honking of a distant bus. "So you screwed up," Guido said with satisfaction when Jayston led him to the scene of the disaster. "Did you go into a mailbox?" He was already tapping the keys. "Of course not, I wouldn't know how to. What are you doing?" "Did you add any material and forget to save it?" "Absolutely no. Neither. Nor. I wouldn't." "Then it's nothing. You didn't lose any," said Guido serenely in his computer interglot, and with a few more gentle taps, nursed the machine back to health. "Can we go online now, please?" he begged. "Why should we?" "To get our mail, for Christ's sakes. There's hundreds of people out there send her emails every day, and you won't read them. What about the people who want to send you their love and sympathy? Don't you want to know what they said? There's emails from me in there she never answered. Maybe she never read them." Guido was on the verge of tears. Taking him gently by the shoulders, Jayston sat him on the stool before the keyboard. "Tell me what the risk is," he suggested. "Give me the worst case." "We risk nothing. Everything's saved. There isn't the worst case. We're doing the absolutely simplest things with this computer. If we crash, it's like before. I'll save any new emails. Tessa saved everything else. Trust me." Guido attaches the laptop to its modem and offers Jayston one end of a length of flex. "Pull out the telephone line and plug this in. Then we're all hooked up." Jayston does as he is told. Guido taps and waits. Jayston is looking over his shoulder. Hieroglyphics. A window. More hieroglyphics. A pause for prayer and contemplation, followed by a full-screen message switching off and on like an illuminated sign, and an exclamation of disgust from Guido. "Hazardous zone. This is a health warning. Do not proceed beyond this point. Clinical trials have already indicated that further research can attract fatal side effects. For your safety and comfort, your hard disk has been cleansed of toxic matter." For a deluded few seconds, Jayston has no serious concerns. He would have liked, in better circumstances, to sit down at the counting table and pen an angry letter to the manufacturers, objecting to their hyperbolic style. On the other hand, Guido has just demonstrated that their bark is worse than their bite. So he is about to exclaim something like, "Oh, it's them again. They really are the limit," when he sees that Guido's head has sunk into his neck, as if he has been hit by a bully, and his upturned fingers are bunched like dead spiders either side of the laptop, and his face, what Jayston can see of it, has returned to its pre-transfusion pallor. "Is it bad?" Jayston asks softly. Flinging himself eagerly forward like an air pilot in crisis, Guido clicks through his emergency procedures. In vain, apparently, for he flings himself upright again, slaps a palm to his forehead, closes his eyes, and lets out a frightful groan. "Just tell me what's happening," Jayston pleads. Nothing is this serious, Guido. Tell me. And when Guido still does not reply, you've switched off, right? Transfixed. Guido nods. And now you're unplugging the modem. Another nod. The same transfixion. Why do you do this? I'm rebooting. What does that mean? We wait 1 minute. Why? Maybe 2. What will that do? Give it time to forget. Settle it down. This is not natural, Jayston. This is real bad. He has reverted to computer American. This isn't a bunch of socially inadequate young males having some fun. Very sick people have done this to you, believe me. To me, or to Tessa? Guido shakes his head. It's like somebody hates you. He switches the computer on again, lifts himself on his stool, draws a long breath like a sigh in reverse, and Jayston, to his delight, sees the familiar line of happy black kids waving at him from the screen. You've done it, he exclaims. You're a genius, Guido. But even as he says this, the kids are replaced by a jaunty little hourglass impaled by a white diagonal arrow. Then they too disappear, leaving only a blue-black infinity. They killed it, Guido whispers. How? They put a bug on you. They told the bug to wipe the hard disk clean, and they left you a message telling you what they'd done. Then it's not your fault, says Jayston earnestly. Did she download? Whatever she printed out, I've read. I'm not talking printing. Did she make disks? We can't find them. We think she may have taken them up north. What's up north? Why didn't she email them up north? Why does she have to carry disks up north? I don't read it. I don't get it. Jayston is remembering Ham and thinking of Guido. Ham's computer had a virus too. You said she emailed you a lot, he says. Like once a week, twice. If she forgot 1 week, twice the next. He is speaking Italian. He is a child again, as lost as the day when Tessa found him. Have you looked at your email since she was killed? Guido shakes his head in vigorous denial. It was too much for him. He couldn't. So maybe we could go back to your house and you could see what's there. Would you mind? I'm not interfering. Driving up the hill and into the darkening trees, Jayston thought of nothing and nobody but Guido. Guido was a wounded friend, and Jayston's one aim was to take him safely home to his mother and restore his calm, and make sure that from here on Guido was going to stop moping and get on with being a healthy, arrogant little genius of 12, instead of a cripple whose life had ended with Tessa's death. And if, as he suspected, they, whoever they were, had done to Guido's computer what they had done to Ham's and Tessa's, then Guido must be consoled, and so far as it was possible have his mind set at rest. That was Jayston's sole priority, excluding all other aims and emotions, because to entertain them meant anarchy. It meant deflecting himself from the path of rational inquiry, and confusing the quest for vengeance with the quest for Tessa. He parked, and with a sense of last things, put his hand under Guido's arm, and Guido, somewhat to Jayston's surprise, did not shake himself free. His mother had made a stew with fresh-baked bread that she was proud of, so, on Jayston's insistence, they ate it first, the two of them, and praised it, while she kept guard over them. Then Guido fetched his computer from his bedroom, and for a while they didn't go online, but sat shoulder to shoulder, the two of them, reading Tessa's bulletins about the sleepy lions she had seen on her travels, and the terribly playful elephants that would have sat on her jeep and squashed it if she had given them half a chance, and the really disdainful giraffes who are never happy unless somebody is admiring their elegant necks. You want a disk of all her emails? Guido asked, sensing correctly that Jayston had seen as much of this as he could take. That would be very kind, said Jayston, very politely. Then I want you to make copies of your work so that I can read it at my leisure and write to you. Essays, your homework, and all the things you would have wanted Tessa to see. The discs duly made, Guido replaced the telephone flex with the flex attached to the modem, and they watched a fine herd of Thompson's gazelles in full gallop before the screen went dark. But when Guido tried to click back to the desktop, he was forced to declare in a husky voice that the hard disk had been wiped clean, just like Tessa's, but without that crazy message about clinical trials and toxicity. "And she didn't send you anything to keep for her?" Jayston asked, sounding to himself like a customs officer. Guido shook his head. "Nothing that you were to pass on to anyone? She didn't use you as a post office or anything like that?" More shakes of the head. "So what material have you lost that is important to you?" "Only her last messages," Guido whispered. "Well, that makes two of us. Or three if you include Ham," he was thinking. "So, if I can handle it, you can. Because I was married to her, okay? Perhaps there was some bug in her machine that infected your machine. Is that possible? She picked something up and passed it on to you by mistake? Yes? I don't know what I'm talking about, do I? I'm guessing. What I'm really telling you is, we'll never know. So we might just as well say, tough luck, and get on with our lives. Both of us. Yes? And you'll order whatever you need to get yourself set up again. Yes? I'll tell the office in Milan that's what you're going to do." Reasonably confident that Guido was restored, Jayston took his leave, which was to say he drove down the hill again to the villa, and parked the jeep in the courtyard where he had found it, and from the oil room carried her laptop to the seashore. He had been told on various training courses, and he was willing to believe, that there were clever people who could retrieve the text from computers supposedly wiped clean. But such people were on the official side of life, to which he no longer belonged. It crossed his mind to contact Rob and Leslie somehow, and prevail on them to assist him, but he was reluctant to embarrass them. And besides, if he was honest, there was something contaminated about Tessa's computer, something obscene that he would like to be rid of in a physical sense. By the light of a half-hidden moon, therefore, he walked the length of a rickety jetty, passing on his way an ancient and rather hysterical notice declaring that whoever ventured further did so at their peril. Having reached the jetty's end, he then consigned her raped laptop to the deep, before returning to the oil room to write his heart out until dawn. "Dear Ham, here's the first of what I hope will be a long line of letters to your kind aunt. I don't want to appear maudlin, but if I go under a bus, I would like you please to hand all the documents personally to the most bloody-minded, unclubbable member of your profession. Pay him the earth and start the ball rolling. That way we'll both be doing Tessa a good turn. As ever, Jayston." Chapter 15. Until late into the evening, when the whiskey finally got the better of him, Sandy Woodrow had remained loyally at his post in the High Commission, shaping, redrafting, and honing his forthcoming performance at tomorrow's Chancery meeting, passing it upwards into the hierarchy of his official mind, then downwards into that other mind, that like an erratic counterweight dragged him without warning through a bedlam of accusing ghosts, forcing him to shout louder than they did, "You do not exist. You are a series of random episodes. You are not related in any way to Porter Coleridge's abrupt departure for London with wife and child, on the questionable grounds that they had decided on the spur of the moment to take some home leave and find Rosie a special school." And sometimes his thoughts had gone off on their own entirely, to be discovered addressing such subversive matters as divorce by mutual consent, and whether Gita Pearson or that new girl called Tara something in commercial section would make an appropriate life partner, and if so, which of them the boys would prefer. Or whether, after all, he was better off living this lone wolf existence, dreaming of connection, finding none, watching the dream slip further and further from his reach. Driving home with locked doors and closed windows, however, he was able once more to see himself as the loyal family breadwinner and husband. All right, still discreetly open to suggestions, and what man wasn't? but ultimately the same decent, stalwart, level-headed soldier's son that Gloria had fallen head over heels in love with all those years ago. As he entered his house, he was therefore surprised, not to say hurt, to discover that Gloria had not by some act of telepathy divined his good intentions and waited up for him, but left him instead to forage for food in the refrigerator. After all, damn it, I am acting High Commissioner. I'm entitled to a little respect, even in my own house. "Anything on the news?" he called up to her, pathetically, eating his cold beef in unstately solitude. The dining-room ceiling, which was one plank of concrete thin, was also the floor to their bedroom. "Don't you get news at the shop?" Gloria bawled back. "We don't sit there listening to the radio all day, if that's what you mean," Woodrow replied, rather suggesting that Gloria did, and again waited, his fork poised halfway to his lips. "They've killed 2 more white farmers in Zimbabwe, if that's news," Gloria announced, after an apparent breakdown in transmission. "Don't I know it? We've had the Pellegrin on our backs the whole damn day. Why can't we persuade Moy to put the brakes on Mugabe, if you please?" "For the same reason we can't persuade Moy to put the brakes on Moy, is the answer to that one." He waited for a "poor you, darling," but all he got was cryptic silence. "Nothing else?" he asked. "On the news? Nothing else? What should there be?" "Hell's come over the bloody woman," he marvelled sulkily, pouring himself another glass of claret. "Never used to be like this. Ever since her widowed lover-boy took himself back to England, she's been moping round the house like a sick cow. Won't drink with me, won't eat with me, won't look me in the eye, won't do the other thing either. Not that that was ever high on her list. Hardly bothers with her make-up, amazingly." All the same, he was pleased she had heard no news. At least he knew something she didn't, for once. Not often London manages to sit on a red-hot story without some idiot in information department bubbling it to the media ahead of the agreed deadline. If they could just hold their water till tomorrow morning, he'd get a clear run, which was what he'd asked Pellegrin for. "It's a morale issue, Bernard," he'd warned him, in his best military tone. "Couple of people here are going to take it rather badly. I'd like to be the one to break it to them, particularly with Porter away." Always good to remind them who was in charge, too. Circumspect, but unflappable. That's what they look for in their high-flyers. Not to make an issue of it, naturally. Much better to let London notice for themselves how smoothly things are handled when Porter isn't around to agonize over every comma. Very trying, this will-they-won't-they standoff, if he was honest. Probably what's getting her down. There's the High Commissioner's residence 100 yards up the road, staffed and ready to go. Daimler in the garage, but no flag flying. There's Porter Coleridge, our absentee High Commissioner, and there's little me here, doing Coleridge's job for him, rather better than Coleridge has been doing it, waiting night and day to hear whether, having stepped into his shoes, I can wear them, not as his stand-in, but as his official, formal, fully accredited successor, with trappings to match. To wit, the residence, the Daimler, the private office, Mildren, another £35,000 worth of allowances, and several notches nearer to a knighthood. But there was a major snag. The office was traditionally reluctant to promote a man en poste. They preferred to bring him home, pack him off somewhere new. There'd been exceptions, of course, but not many. His thoughts drifted back to Gloria. Lady Woodrow. That'll sort her out. Restless, that's what she is. Not to say idle. I should have given her a couple more kids to keep her busy. Well, she won't be idle if she's installed in the residence, that's for sure. 1 free night a week, if she's lucky. Quarrelsome, too. Flaming row with Juma last week about some totally trivial thing like tarting up the lower ground. And on Monday, though he never dreamed he'd live to see the day, she'd engineered some kind of bust-up with the Archbishop Elena. Casus belli unknown. "Isn't it about time we had the L's to dinner, darling?" he'd suggested, chivalrously. "We haven't pushed the boat out for the L's for months." "If you want them, ask them," Gloria had advised icily. So he hadn't. But he felt the loss. Gloria without a woman friend was an engine without cogs. The extraordinary fact, that she'd formed some kind of armed truce with doe-eyed Gita Pearson consoled him not at all. Only a couple of months ago, Gloria was dismissing Gita as neither one thing nor the other. "I can't be doing with English-educated Brahmins' daughters who talk like us and dress like dervishes," she told Elena in Woodrow's hearing. "And that Quayle girl is exerting a bad influence on her." Well, now the Quayle girl was dead, and Elena had been sent to Coventry. And Gita, who dressed like a dervish, had been signed up to take Gloria on a conducted tour of Kibera slum, with the advertised intention of finding her voluntary work with one of the aid agencies. And this, moreover, at the very time when Gita's own behaviour was causing Woodrow serious concern. First there had been her display at the funeral. Well, there was no rule book on how to behave at funerals, it was true. Nevertheless, Woodrow considered her performance self-indulgent. Then there was what he would call a period of aggressive mourning, during which she wandered round Chancery like a zombie, refusing point-blank to make eye contact with him, whereas in the past he had regarded her as, well, a candidate, let's say. Then, last Friday, without giving the smallest explanation, she'd asked for the day off, although as a brand-new member of Chancery, and the most junior, she had not yet technically earned her entitlement. Yet, out of the goodness of his heart, he had said, "Well, fine, Gita, all right, I suppose so. But don't wear him out." Nothing abusive, just an innocent joke, between an older married man and a pretty young girl. But if looks could kill, he'd have been dead at her feet. And what had she done with the time he'd given her, without so much as a by-your-leave? Flown up to Lake Bloody Turkana in a chartered plane, with a dozen other female members of the self-constituted Tessa Quayle Supporters Club, and laid a wreath, and banged drums and sung hymns, at the spot where Tessa and Noah had been murdered. The first that Woodrow knew of this was breakfast on the Monday, when he opened his Nairobi Standard and saw her photograph, posed centre stage between two enormous African women he vaguely remembered from the funeral. "Well, Gita Pearson, get you, I must say," he had snorted, shoving the paper across the table at Gloria. "I mean, for God's sake, it's time to bury the dead, not dig them up every 10 minutes. I always thought she was carrying a torch for Jayston." "If we hadn't had the Italian ambassador, I'd have flown up there with them," Gloria replied, in a voice dripping with reproach. The bedroom light was out. Gloria was pretending to be asleep. "So, shall we all sit down, please, ladies and gents?" A power drill was whining from the floor above. Woodrow dispatched Mildred to silence it, while he ostentatiously busied himself with papers on his desk. The whining stopped. Taking his time, Woodrow looked up again to find everybody gathered before him, including a breathless Mildred. Exceptionally, Tim Donahue and his assistant Sheila had been asked to put in an appearance. With no High Commissioners' meetings to rally the full complement of diplomatic staff, Woodrow was insisting on a full turnout. Hence also the Defence and Service Attachés, and Barney Long from Commercial Section, and poor Sally Aitken, complete with stammer and blushes, on secondment from the Min of Ag and Fish. Gita, he noticed, was in her usual corner, where, since Tessa's death, she had done her best to make herself invisible. To his irritation, she still sported the black silk scarf round her neck that recalled the soiled bandage around Tessa's. Were her oblique glances flirtatious or disdainful? With Eurasian beauties, how did you tell? "Bit of a sad story, I'm afraid, guys," he began breezily. "Barney, would you mind getting the door, as we say in America? Don't bring it to me, just locking it will do." Laughter, but of the apprehensive sort. He went straight into it, exactly as he had planned. Bull by the horn stuff. We're all professionals. Necessary surgery. But also something tacitly courageous in your acting High Commissioner's bearing, as he first scans his notes, then taps the blunt end of his pencil on them, and braces his shoulders before addressing the parade. "There are two things I have to tell you this morning. The first is embargoed till you hear it on the news, British or Kenyan, whoever breaks it first. At 1200 hours today, the Kenyan police will issue a warrant for the arrest of Dr. Arnold Bloom for the willful murder of Tessa Quayle and the driver Noah. The Kenyans have been in touch with the Belgian government, and Bloom's employers will be informed in advance. We're ahead of the game because of the involvement of Scotland Yard, who will be passing their file to Interpol." Scarcely a chair creaks after the explosion. No protest, no gasp of astonishment. Just Gita's enigmatic eyes fixed on him at last, admiring or hating him. I know this'll be a hell of a shock to you all, particularly those of you who knew Arnold and liked him. If you want to tip off your partners, you have my permission to do so at your discretion. Quick flash of Gloria, who until Tessa's death had dismissed Bloom as a jumped-up gigolo, but was now mysteriously concerned for his well-being. "I can't pretend I'm delighted myself," Woodrow confessed, becoming the tight-lipped master of understatement. "There'll be the usual facile press explanations of motive, of course. The Tessa-Bloom relationship will be raked over ad infinitum. And if they ever catch him, there'll be a noisy trial. So, from the point of view of this mission, the news could hardly be worse. I've no information at this stage regarding the strength of the evidence. I'm told it's cast iron, but they would say that, wouldn't they?" The same hint of grit inside the humour. "Questions?" None, apparently. The news seemed to have taken the wind out of everybody's sails. Even Mildred, who had had it since last night, could find nothing better to do than scratch an itch on the tip of his nose. "My second piece of news is not unrelated to the first, but it's a damn sight more delicate. Partners will not be informed without my prior consent. Junior staff will be selectively informed, where necessary, on a strictly controlled basis, by myself or by the High Commissioner, as and when he returns. Not by you, please. Am I clear so far?" He was. There were nods of expectation this time, not just cow-like stares. All eyes were on him, and Gita's had never left him. My God, suppose she's fallen for me. How will I ever get out of it? He followed the thought through. Of course, that's why she's making up to Gloria. First it was Jayston she was after, now it's me. She's a couple cruiser, never safe unless she's got the wife aboard as well. He squared himself and resumed his manly newscast. "I am extremely sorry to have to tell you that our erstwhile colleague, Jayston Quayle, has gone walkabout. You probably know he refused all reception facilities when he arrived in London, saying he'd prefer to paddle his own canoe, etc. He did manage a meeting with personnel on his arrival. He did manage a luncheon appointment with the Pellegrin the same day. Both describe him as overwrought, sullen, and hostile, poor chap. He was offered sanctuary and counselling, and declined them. Meanwhile, he's jumped ship." Now it was Donahue that Woodrow was discreetly favouring, no longer Gita. Woodrow's gaze, by careful design, was fixed on neither one of them, of course. Ostensibly it oscillated between the middle air and the notes on his desk. But in reality he was focusing on Donahue, and persuading himself with increasing conviction that once again Donahue and his scrawny Sheila had received prior warning of Justin's defection. On the same day that he arrived in Britain, the same night, more accurately, Jayston sent a somewhat disingenuous letter to the head of personnel, advising her that he was taking leave to sort out his wife's affairs. He used the ordinary mail, which in effect gave him 3 days to get clear. By the time personnel moved to put a restraining hand on him, for his own good, I may add, he disappeared from everybody's screens. Signs are he went to considerable lengths to conceal his movements. He's been traced to Elba, where Tessa had estates, but by the time the office got on the scent, he'd moved on. Where to, God knows. But there are suspicions. He'd made no formal leave application, of course, and the office, for its part, was in the throes of deciding how it could best help him back on his feet. Find him a slot where he could nurse his wounds for a year or two. A shrug to suggest there wasn't a lot of gratitude in the world. Well, whatever he's doing it alone, and he's certainly not doing it for us. He glanced grimly at his audience, then went back to his notes. There's a security aspect of this that I obviously can't share with you, so the office is doubly exercised about where he's going to pop up next and how. They're also decently worried for him, as I'm sure we all are. Having shown a lot of bearing and self-control while he was here, he seems to have gone to pieces from the strain. He was coming to the hard part, but they were steeled for it. We have various readings from the experts, none of them, from our point of view, pleasant. The general's son soldiers gallantly on. One likelihood, according to the clever people who read entrails in these cases, is that Jayston is in denial. That's to say, he refuses to accept that his wife is dead, and he's gone looking for her. It's very painful, but we're talking of the logic of a temporarily deranged mind. Or we hope it's temporary. Another theory, equally likely or unlikely, says he's on a vengeance trip, looking for Bloom. It seems that the Pellegrin, with the best of intentions, let slip that Bloom was under suspicion for Tessa's murder. Maybe Jayston took the ball and ran. Sad, very sad indeed. For a moment, in his ever-fluctuating vision of himself, Woodrow became the embodiment of this sadness. He was the decent face of a caring British civil service. He was the Roman adjudicator, slow to judge, slower to condemn. He was your man of the world, not afraid of hard decisions, but determined to let his best instincts rule. Emboldened by the excellence of his performance, he felt free to improvise. It seems that people in Jayston's condition very often have agendas they themselves may not be aware of. They're on automatic pilots, waiting for an excuse to do what they're unconsciously planning to do anyway. A bit like suicides. Somebody says something in jest, and bang, they've triggered it. Was he talking too much? Too little? Was he straying from the point? Gita was scowling at him like an angry sibyl, and there was something at the back of Donohue's shaggy yellowed eyes that Woodrow couldn't read. Contempt? Anger? Or just that permanent air of having a different purpose, of coming from a different place and going back to it? But the most likely theory of what's in Jayston's head at the moment, I'm afraid, the one that best fits the known facts, and is favoured, I must tell you, by the office shrinks, is that Jayston has hit the conspiracy trail, which could be very serious indeed. If you can't deal with the reality, then dream up a conspiracy. If you can't accept that your mother died of cancer, then blame the doctor who was attending her, and the surgeons, and the anaesthetists, and the nurses, who were all in league with each other, of course, and collectively conspired to do away with her. And that seems to be exactly what Jayston's saying to himself about Tessa. Tessa wasn't just raped and murdered. Tessa was the victim of an international intrigue. She didn't die because she was young and attractive and desperately unlucky, but because they wanted her dead. Who they are, I'm afraid that one's up to you. It can be your neighbourhood greengrocer, or the Salvation Army lady who rang your doorbell and flogged you a copy of their magazine. They're all in it. They all conspired to kill Tessa. A patter of embarrassed laughter. Had he overspoken, or were they coming to him? Harden up, you're getting too broad. Or, in Jayston's case, it can be Moy's boys, and big business, and the Foreign Office, and us here in this room. We're all enemies, all conspirators, and Jayston's the only person who knows it, which is another element of his paranoia. The victim, in Jayston's eyes, is not Tessa, but himself. Who your enemies are, if you're in Jayston's shoes, depends who you last listened to, what books and newspapers you've read recently, the movies you've seen, and where you are in your bio day. Incidentally, we're told Jayston's drinking a lot, which I don't think was the case when he was here. The Pellegrin says lunch for two at his club cost him a month's pay. Another trickle of nervous laughter, shared by pretty well everyone, except Gita. He skated on, admiring his own footwork, cutting figures in the ice, spinning, gliding. This is the part of me you hated most, he is telling Tessa breathlessly, as he pirouettes and comes back to her. "This is the voice that ruined England," you told me playfully as we danced. "This is the voice that sank 1,000 ships, and they were all ours." Very funny. Well, listen to the voice now, girl. Listen to the artful dismantling of your late husband's reputation, courtesy of the Pellegrin, and my 5 mind-warping years in the Foreign Office's ever-truthful Information Department. A wave of nausea seized him, as for a moment he hated every unfeeling surface of his own paradoxical nature. It was the nausea that could have had him scurrying out of the room on the pretext of an urgent phone call, or a natural need, just to get away from himself, or send him stumbling to this very desk, to pull open the drawer and grab a page of Her Majesty's Stationery Office blue, and fill the void in himself with declarations of adoration and promises of recklessness. Who did this to me? He wondered while he talked. Who made me what I am? England? My father? My schools? My pathetic, terrified mother? Or 17 years of lying for my country? We reach an age, Sandy, you were kind enough to inform me, where our childhood is no longer an excuse. The problem in your case is, that age is going to be about 95. He rode on. He was being brilliant again. What precise conspiracy Jayston has dreamed up, and where we come into it, we in the High Commission, whether we're in league with the Freemasons, or the Jesuits, or the Ku Klux Klan, or the World Bank, I'm afraid I can't enlighten you. What I can tell you is, he's out there. He's already made some serious insinuations. He's still very plausible, very personable. When wasn't he? And it's perfectly possible that tomorrow or in 3 months' time he'll head this way. He hardened again. In which case you all, collectively and individually, are under instruction, please. This is not a request, I'm afraid, Gita. It's a straight order. Whatever your personal feelings towards Jayston may be, and believe me, I'm no different. He's a sweet, kind, generous chap, we all know that. Whatever time of night or day it is, to inform me, or Porter when he's back, or, a glance at him, Mike Mildren. He had nearly said Mildred. Or if it's night time, the High Commission's duty officer, immediately. Before the press or the police or anybody else gets to him, tell us. Gita's eyes, covertly observed, seemed darker and more languorous than ever. Donohue's sicklier. Scruffy Sheila's were as hard as diamonds and as unblinking. For ease of reference, and for security reasons, London has given Jayston the code name of Dutchman, as in Flying Dutchman. If by any chance, it's a long shot, but we're speaking of a deeply disturbed man with unlimited money at his disposal. If by any chance he crosses your path, directly, indirectly, hearsay, whatever, or has done so already, then for his sake as well as ours, pick up the phone, wherever you are, and say, it's about the Dutchman. The Dutchman is doing this or that. I've got a letter from the Dutchman. He's just phoned or faxed or emailed me. He's sitting here in front of me in my armchair. Are we all completely clear on that one? Questions? Yes, Barney. You said serious insinuations. Who to? Insinuating what? It was a dangerous area. Woodrow had discussed it at length with Pellegrin on Porter Coleridge's encrypted telephone. There seems to be very little patent to it. He's obsessed with pharmaceutical stuff. As far as we can fathom, he's convinced himself that the manufacturers of a particular drug and the inventors were responsible for Tessa's murder. He thinks she didn't get her throat cut. He saw her body. Barney again, disgusted. I'm afraid the drug dates back to her unhappy spell in the hospital here. It killed her child. That was the first shot fired by the conspirators. Tessa complained to the manufacturers, so the manufacturers killed her too. Is he dangerous? Donahue Sheila is asking the question, presumably to demonstrate to all present that she possesses no superior knowledge. He could be dangerous. That's the wisdom from London. His primary target is the pharmaceutical company that manufactured the poison. After that, It's the scientists who designed it. Then there'll be the people who administered it, which means in this case the company here in Nairobi that imports it, which in turn means House of 3 Bs, so we may have to warn them. From Donahue, not a flicker. And do let me repeat that we are dealing with a seemingly rational and composed British diplomat. Don't expect some loony with ash in his hair and yellow cross garters frothing at the mouth. Outwardly, he's the chap we all remember and love. Smooth, well-dressed, good-looking, and frightfully polite. Until he starts screaming at you about the world-class conspiracy that killed his child and his wife. A break, a personal note. God, what wells the man has. It's tragic. It's worse than tragic. I think all of us who are close to him must feel that. But that's precisely why I have to beat the drum. No sentiment, please. If the Dutchman comes your way, we have to know immediately. Right, guys? Thanks. Other business while we're all here. Yes, Geeta. If Woodrow was having a hard time deciphering Geeta's emotions, he was, for once, closer than he imagined to her state of mind. She was getting to her feet, while everyone else, including Woodrow, was sitting. That much she knew, and she was getting up in order to be seen. But mostly she was getting up because she had never in her life listened to such a pack of wicked lies, and because her impulse was quite literally not to take them sitting down. So here she was standing, in protest, in outrage, in preparation for branding Woodrow a liar to his face, and because, in her short, bewildering life till now, she had never met better people than Tessa, Arnold, and Jayston. That much Geeta was aware of, but when she peered across the room, over the stern heads of the defense attaché and the commercial attaché, and Mildrum, the High Commissioner's private secretary, all turned towards her, straight into the truthless, insinuating eyes of Sandy Woodrow, she knew she must find a different way. Tessa's way, not out of cowardice, but out of tactic. To call Woodrow a liar to his face was to win 1 minute of doubtful glory, followed by certain dismissal. And what could she prove? Nothing. His lies were not fabrications. They were a brilliantly devised distorting lens that turned facts into monsters, yet left them looking like facts. Yes, Geeta, dear. He had his head back, and his eyebrows up, and his mouth half open like a choirmaster's, as if he were about to sing along with her. She looked quickly away from him. That old man Donahue's face is all downward lines, she thought. Sister Mary at the convent had a dog like him. A bloodhound's cheeks are called flues, Jayston told me. I played badminton with Sheila last night, and she's watching me too. To her astonishment, Geeta heard herself addressing the meeting. Well, it may not be a good time for me to be suggesting this, Sandy. Perhaps I should leave it over for a few days, she began, with so much going on. Leave what over? Don't tease us, Geeta. Only we've had this inquiry through the World Food Program, Sandy. They are agitating most vigorously for us to send a representative from EDEC to attend the next focus group on customer self-sustainment. It was a lie, a working, effective, acceptable lie. By some miracle of deceit, she had dug a standing request from her memory and revamped it to sound like a pressing invitation. If Woodrow should ask to see the file, she would not have the least idea what to do. But he didn't. Customer what? Geeta? Woodrow inquired, amid mild, cathartic laughter. It is what is called aid parturition, Sandy, Geeta replied severely, dreading another piece of jargon from the circular. How does a community that has received substantial food aid and Medicare learn to sustain itself once the agencies withdraw? That is the issue here. What precautions must be taken by the donors to make sure that adequate logistical provisions remain in place, and no undue deprivation results? Great store is set by these discussions. Well, that sounds reasonable enough. How long does the jamboree last? 3 full days, Sandy. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, with a possible overrun. But our problem is, Sandy, we don't have an EDEC representative, now that Jayston's gone. So you wondered whether you might go in his place, Woodrow cried, with a knowing laugh for the wiles of pretty women. "Where's it being held, Gita? Up in Sin City?" His pet name for the United Nations complex. "Logichogio, actually, Sandy," said Gita. Dear Gita, I had no chance to tell you how much Tessa loved you and valued the times the two of you spent together, but you know that anyway. Thank you for all the things you gave her. I have a request of you, but it is only a request, and you should please not let it trouble you unless the spirit takes you. If ever, in the course of your travels, you happen to be in Lokichogio, please get in touch with a Sudanese woman called Sarah, who was Tessa's friend. She speaks English, and was some kind of house servant to an English family during the British Mandate. Perhaps she may shed some light on what really took Tessa and Arnold up to Loki. It's only a feeling, but it seems to me in retrospect that they went up there with a greater sense of excitement than was justified by the prospect of a gender awareness course for Sudanese women. If so, Sarah may know of it. Tessa hardly slept the night before she left, and she was, even for Tessa, exceptionally demonstrative when we said goodbye to each other. What Ovid calls goodbye for the last time, though I assume neither of us knew it. Here's an address in Italy for you to write to if you should have occasion. But please don't put yourself out. Thank you again. Fondly, Jayston. Not Dutchman. Jayston. Chapter 16. Jayston arrived in the little town of Bielefeld near Hanover after 2 unsettling days of trains. As Atkinson, he checked into a modest hotel opposite the railway station, made a reconnaissance of the town, and ate an undistinguished meal. Come darkness, he delivered his letter. This is what spies do all the time, he thought, as he advanced on the unlit corner house. This is the watchfulness they learn from their cradles. This is how they cross a dark street, scan doorways, turn a corner. Are you waiting for me? Have I seen you somewhere before? But no sooner had he posted the letter than his common sense was taking him to task. Forget the spies, idiot. You could have sent the damn thing round by taxi. And now, by daylight, as he advanced on the corner house a second time, he was punishing himself with different fears. Are they watching it? Did they see me last night? Do they plan to arrest me as I arrive? Has someone phoned the telegraph and discovered that I don't exist? On the train journey he had slept little, and last night in the hotel not at all. He travelled with no bulky papers anymore, no canvas suitcases, laptops or attachments. Whatever needed to be preserved had gone to Ham's draconian aunt in Milan. What didn't lay 2 fathoms deep on a Mediterranean seabed. Freed of his burden, he moved with a symbolic lightness. Sharper lines defined his features. A stronger light burned behind his eyes. And Jayston felt this of himself. He was gratified that Tessa's mission was henceforth his own. The corner house was a turreted German castle on 5 floors. The ground floor was daubed in jungle stripes, which by daylight revealed themselves as parrot green and orange. Last night, under the sodium lighting, they had resembled flames of sickly black and white. From an upper floor, a mural of brave children of all races grinned at him, recalling the waving children of Tessa's laptop. They were replicated live in a window on the ground floor, seated in a ring round a harassed woman teacher. A handmade display in the window next to them asked how chocolate grew, and offered curling photographs of cocoa beans. Feigning disinterest, Jayston first walked past the building, then turned abruptly left and sauntered up the pavement, pausing to study the nameplates of fringe medics and psychologists. In a civilized country, you can never tell. A police car rolled by, tires crackling in the rain. Its occupants, one a woman, eyed him without expression. Across the street, 2 old men in black raincoats and black Homburg hats seemed to be waiting for a funeral. The window behind them was curtained. 3 women on push-bikes glided towards him down the hill. Graffiti on the walls proclaimed the Palestinian cause. He returned to the painted castle and stood before the front door. A green hippo was painted on it. A smaller green hippo marked the doorbell. An ornate bay window like a ship's prow peered down on him. He had stood here last night to post his letter. Who peered down on me then? The harassed teacher in the window gestured to him to use the other door, but it was closed and barred. He gestured his contrition in return. "They should have left it open," she hissed at him, unappeased, when she had slid the bolts and hauled back the door. Jayston again apologized and trod delicately between the children, wishing them "Grüß dich" and "Guten Tag," but his alertness put limits on his once infinite courtesy. He climbed a staircase past bicycles and a perambulator, and entered a hall that to his wary eye seemed to have been reduced to life's necessities. A water fountain, a photocopier, bare shelves, piles of reference books, and cardboard boxes stacked in piles on the floor. Through an open doorway, he saw a young woman in horn-rimmed spectacles and a roll neck sitting before a screen. "I'm Atkinson," he told her in English. "Peter Atkinson. I have an appointment with Birgit from Hippo." "Why didn't you telephone?" "I got into town late last night. I thought a note was best. Can she see me?" "I don't know. Ask her." He followed her down a short corridor to a pair of double doors. She pushed one open. "Your journalists here," she announced in German, as if journalist were synonymous with illicit lover, and strode back to her quarters. Birgit was small and springy, with pink cheeks and blonde hair, and the stance of a cheerful pugilist. Her smile was quick and compelling. Her room was as sparse as the hall, with the same vague air of self-deprival. "We have our conference at 10, she explained, a little breathlessly, as she grasped his hand. She was speaking the English of her emails. He let her. Mr. Atkinson did not need to make himself conspicuous by speaking German. "You like tea?" "Thanks, I'm fine." She pulled 2 chairs to a low table and sat in one. "If it's about the burglary, we have really nothing to say," she warned him. "What burglary?" "It is not important. A few things were taken. Maybe we have too many possessions. Now we don't." "When was this?" She shrugged. "Long ago, last week." Jayston pulled a notebook from his pocket and, Leslie-style, opened it on his knee. "It's about the work you do here," he said. "My paper is planning a series of articles on drug companies and the Third World. We're calling it Merchants of Medicine. How the Third World countries have no consumer power. How big diseases are in one place, big profits in another." He had prepared himself to sound like a journalist, but wasn't sure he was succeeding. "The poor can't pay, so they die. How much longer can this go on? We seem to have the means, but not the will, that kind of thing." To his surprise, she was smiling broadly. "You want me to give you the answer to these simple questions before 10 o'clock? If you could just tell me what Hippo does exactly, who finances you, what your remit is, as it were," he said severely. She was talking, and he was writing in the notebook on his knee. She was giving him what he supposed was her party piece, and he was pretending his hardest to listen while he wrote. He was thinking that this woman had been Tessa's friend and ally, without meeting her, and that if they had met, both would have congratulated themselves on their choice. He was thinking that there can be a lot of reasons for a burglary, and one of them is to provide cover to anyone installing the devices that produce what the Foreign Office is pleased to call special product, for mature eyes only. He was remembering his security training again, and the group visit to a macabre laboratory in a basement behind Carlton Towers, where students could admire for themselves the newest cute places for planting sub-miniature listening devices. Gone the flower pots, lampstands, ceiling roses, mouldings and picture frames. Enter pretty well anything you could think of, from the stapler on Birgit's desk to her Sherpa jacket hanging from the door. He had written what he wanted to write, and she had apparently said what she wanted to say, because she was standing up and peering into a stack of pamphlets on a bookshelf, looking for some background reading she could give him as a prelude to getting him out of her office in time for her 10 o'clock conference. While she hunted, she talked distractedly about the German Federal Drug Agency, and declared it to be a paper tiger. And the World Health Organization gets its money from America, she added with disdain, which means it favors big corporations, reveres profit, and doesn't like radical decisions. Go to any WHO assembly. What do you see? She asked rhetorically, handing him a bunch of pamphlets. Lobbyists, PR people from the big pharmas, dozens of them. From one big pharma, maybe 3 or 4. Come to lunch. Come to our weekend get-together. Have you read this wonderful paper by Professor so-and-so? And the third world is not sophisticated. They have no money. They are not experienced. With diplomatic language and maneuvering, the lobbyists can get behind them easy. She had stopped speaking and was frowning at him. Jayston was holding up his open notebook for her to read. He was holding it close to his face so that she could see his expression while she read his message. And his expression, he hoped, was quelling and reassuring at the same time. In support of it, he had extended the forefinger of his free left hand by way of warning. I am Tessa Quayle's husband, and I do not trust these walls. Can you meet me this evening at 5:30 in front of the old fort? She read the message. She looked past his raised finger at his eyes, and kept looking at them while he filled the silence with the first thing that came into his head. So are you saying that what we need is some kind of independent world body that has the power to override these companies? He demanded, with unintentional aggression. Cut down their influence? Yes, she replied, perfectly calmly. I think that would be an excellent idea. He walked past the woman in the roll neck, and gave her the kind of cheery wave he thought appropriate to a journalist. All done, he assured her. Just off. Thank you for your cooperation. So there's no need to telephone the police and tell them you have an imposter on the premises. He tiptoed through the classroom and tried once more to woo a smile from the harassed teacher. For the last time, he promised her. But the only people who smiled were the kids. In the street, the 2 old men in raincoats and black hats were still waiting for the funeral. At the curbside, 2 stern young women sat in an Audi saloon, studying a map. He returned to his hotel, and on a whim inquired at the desk whether he had mail. No mail. Reaching his room, he tore the offending page from his notebook, then the page beneath it, because the imprint had come through. He burned them in the hand basin and put on the extractor to get rid of the smoke. He lay on his bed, wondering what spies did to kill time. He dozed and was woken by his phone. He lifted the receiver and remembered to say, Atkinson. It was the housekeeper. Checking, she said. Excuse her, please. Checking what, for God's sake? But spies don't ask those questions aloud. They don't make themselves conspicuous. Spies lie on white beds in grey towns and wait. Bielefeld's old fort stood on a high green mound overlooking cloud-laden hills. Car parks, picnic benches, and municipal gardens were laid out among the ivy-covered ramparts. In warmer months, it was a favoured spot for the townspeople to perambulate down tree-lined avenues, admire the regiments of flowers, and eat beery lunches in the huntsman's restaurant. But in the grey months, the place had the air of a deserted playground in the clouds, which was how it looked to Jayston this evening, as he paid off his taxi, and, early by 20 minutes, made what he hoped was a casual reconnaissance of his chosen rendezvous. The empty car parks, sculpted into the battlements, were pitted with rainwater. From sodden lawns, rusted signs warned him to control his dog. On a bench beneath the battlements, 2 veterans in scarves and overcoats sat bolt upright, observing him. Were they the same 2 old men who had worn black Homburg hats this morning, while they waited for the funeral? Why do they stare at me like this? Am I Jewish? Am I a Pole? How long before your Germany becomes just another boring European country? One road only led to the fort, and he strolled along it, keeping at the crown in order to avoid the trenches of fallen leaves. When she arrives, I'll wait till she parks before I speak to her, he decided. Cars, too, have ears. But Birgit's car had no ears, because it was a bicycle. At first sight she resembled some kind of ghostly horsewoman, urging her reluctant steed over the brow of the hill, while her plastic cape filled behind her. Her fluorescent harness resembled a crusader's cross. Slowly the apparition became flesh, and she was neither a winged seraph nor a breathless messenger from the battle, but a young mother in a cape riding a bicycle. And from the cape protruded not one head, but two, the second belonging to her jolly blonde son, strapped into a child's pillion seat behind her, and measuring, to Justin's inexpert eye, about 18 months on the Richter scale. And the sight of them both was so entirely pleasant to him, and so incongruous and appealing, that for the first time since Tessa's death, he broke out in real, rich, unrestrained laughter. "But at such short notice, how should I get a babysitter?" Birgit demanded, offended by his mirth. "You shouldn't. It doesn't matter. It's wonderful." "What's his name?" "Carl. What's yours?" Carl senses love. The elephant mobile you sent Carl drives him completely crazy. I hope very much your baby will be as beautiful as Carl. He showed her his Quayle passport. She examined it. Name, age, photograph. Shooting frank looks at him between. "You told her she was vaghalsig," he said, and watched her frown become a smile as she hauled off her cape and wound it up, and gave him the bike to hold, so that she could unbuckle Carl from his seat. And, having released Carl and set him on the road, she unstrapped a saddlebag and turned her back to Justin, so that he could load up the backpack she was wearing. Carl's bottle, a packet of knekkerbrot, spare nappies, and 2 ham and cheese baguettes wrapped in greaseproof paper. "You have eaten today, Justin?" "Not much." "So, we can eat. Then we shall not be so nervous. Karlchen, du machst das bitte nicht." "We can walk." "Carl will walk forever." "Nervous? Who's nervous?" Affecting to undertake a study of the menacing rain clouds, Justin swung himself slowly round on his heel, head in air. They were still there, 2 old sentries sitting to attention. "I don't know how much stuff actually went missing," Justin complained, when he had told her the story of Tessa's laptop. "I had the impression there was a lot more correspondence between the two of you that she hadn't printed out." "You did not read about Emmerich?" "That she had emigrated to Canada, but she was still working for KVH." "You do not know what her position is now, her problem?" "She quarreled with Kovac." "Kovac is nothing. Emmerich has quarreled with KVH." "What on earth about?" "Dipraxa. She believes she has identified certain very negative side effects. KVH believes she has not." "What have they done about it?" asked Justin. "So far they have only destroyed her reputation and her career." "That's all. That's all." They walked without speaking for a while, with Carl stalking out ahead of them, diving for decaying horse chestnuts, and having to be restrained before he put them in his mouth. Evening fog had formed a sea across the rolling hills, making islands of their rounded tops. "When did this happen?" "It is happening still. She has been dismissed by KVH, and dismissed again by the regents of Dawes University in Saskatchewan, and the governing body of the Dawes University Hospital. She tried to publish an article in a medical journal concerning her conclusions regarding Dipraxa, but her contract with KVH had a confidentiality clause. Therefore they suited her, and suited the magazine, and no copies were allowed." "Sued, not suited. Sued. It's the same." "And you told Tessa about this? She must have been thrilled." "Sure, I told her." "When?" Birgit shrugged. "Maybe 3 weeks ago, maybe 2. Our correspondence has also disappeared." "You mean they crashed your computer?" "It was stolen in our burglary. I had not downloaded her letters, and I had not printed them, so..." "So," Justin agreed silently. "Any idea who took it?" "Nobody took it. With corporations, it is always nobody. The big boss calls in the sub-boss. The sub-boss calls in his lieutenant. The lieutenant speaks to the chef of corporate security, who speaks to the sub-chef, who speaks to his friends, who speak to their friends. And so it is done. Not by the boss or the sub-boss or the lieutenant or the sub-chef. Not by the corporation. Not by anybody at all, actually. But still it is done. There are no papers, no checks, no contracts. Nobody knows anything. Nobody was there. But it is done. What about the police? Oh, our police are most industrious. If we have lost a computer, tell the insurance company and buy a new one. Don't come bothering the police. Did you meet Wanza? Only in hospital. She was already very ill. Did Tessa write to you about Wanza? That she was poisoned? That Lorbia and Kovac had come to visit her in the hospital, and that Wanza's baby survived, but Wanza did not. That the drug killed her. Maybe a combination killed her. Maybe she was too thin, not enough body fat to handle the drug. Maybe if they had given her less, she would have lived. Maybe KVH will fix the pharmacokinetics before they sell it in America. She said that. Tessa did. Sure. Wanza was just another guinea pig. I loved her. They killed her. Tessa. Jayston was already protesting. For heaven's sake, Birgit, what about Emmerich? If Emmerich, as one of the discoverers of the drug, has declared it unsafe, then surely... Birgit cut him short. Emmerich exaggerates. Ask Kovac. Ask KVH. The contribution of Lara Emmerich to the discovery of the dipraxa molecule was completely minimal. Kovac was a genius. Emmerich was her laboratory assistant. Lorbert was their Svengali. Naturally, because Emmerich was also the lover of Lorbia, her importance has been made bigger than the reality. Where's Lorbia now? It is not known. Emmerich doesn't know. KVH doesn't know. Says it doesn't. For the last 5 months he has been completely invisible. Maybe they killed him also. Where's Kovac? She is traveling. She is traveling so much that KVH can never tell us where she is or where she will be. Last week she was in Haiti. Maybe 3 weeks ago she was in Buenos Aires or Timbuktu. But where she will be tomorrow or next week is a mystery. Her home address is naturally confidential. Her telephone also. Carl was hungry. 1 minute he was placidly trailing a piece of twig through a puddle. The next he was yelling blue murder for food. They sat on a bench while Birgit fed him from the bottle. If you were not here, he would feed himself, she said proudly. He would walk along like a little drunkard with a bottle in his mouth. But now he has an uncle to watch him, so he requires your attention. Something in what she said reminded her of Jayston's grief. I'm so sorry, Jayston, she murmured. How can I say it? But so swiftly and softly that for once it was not necessary for him to say, thank you, or yes, it's terrible, or you're very kind, or any of the other meaningless phrases he had learned to mouth when people felt obliged to say the unsayable. They were walking again, and Birgit was reliving the burglary. I arrived at the office in the morning. My colleague Roland is at a conference in Rio. It is otherwise a normal day. The doors are locked. I must unlock them as usual. At first I notice nothing. That is the point. What burglar locks doors behind him when he leaves? The police asked us this question also, but our doors were locked without question. The place is not tidy, but that is normal. In Hippo we clean our own rooms. We cannot afford to pay a cleaner, and sometimes we are too busy or too lazy to clean for ourselves. 3 women on push-bikes rode solemnly by, circled the car park, and returned, passing them on their way down the hill. Jayston remembered the 3 women cyclists of this morning. I go to check the telephone. We have an answering machine at Hippo. A normal 100-mark affair, but 100 marks nevertheless, and nobody has taken it. We have correspondents all over the world, so we must have an answering machine. The tape is missing. Oh, shit, I think. Who took the stupid tape? I go to the other office to look for a new tape. The computer is missing. Oh, shit, I think. Who is the idiot who has moved the computer, and where did it put it? It's a big computer on 2 stories, but to move it is not impossible. It has wheels. We have a new girl, a trainee lawyer, a great girl, actually, but new. Beate, darling, I say, where the hell is our computer? Then we start to look. Computer, tapes, disks, papers, files. Missing. And the door's locked. They take nothing else of value. Not the money in the money box, not the coffee machine, or the radio, or the television, or the empty tape recorder. They are not drug addicts. They are not professional thieves. And to the police they are not criminals. Why should criminals lock doors? Maybe you know why. To tell us, Jayston replied, after a long pause. Please? To tell us what? I don't understand. They locked the doors on Tessa, too. Explain, please, what doors? Of the jeep, when they killed her. They locked the jeep doors, so that the hyenas wouldn't take away the bodies. Why? They were telling us to be afraid. That's the message they put on Tessa's laptop, to her or to me. Be warned, don't go on with what you're doing. They sent her a death threat, too. I only found out about it a few days ago. She never told me. Then she was brave, said Birgit. She remembered the baguettes. They sat on another bench and ate them, while Carl munched a rusk and sang, and the 2 old sentries marched sightlessly past them down the hill. Was there a pattern to what they took, or was it wholesale? It was wholesale, but there was also a pattern. Roland says there was no pattern, but Roland is relaxed. He is always relaxed. He is like an athlete whose heart beats at half the normal speed, so he can run faster than anyone else. But only when he wishes. When it is useful to go fast, he goes fast. When nothing can be done, he stays in bed. What was the pattern? He asked. She has Tessa's frown, he noticed. It is the frown of professional discretion. As with Tessa, he made no effort to break through her silence. How did you translate waghalsig? She demanded at length. Reckless, I think. Daredevilish, perhaps. Why? Then I too was waghalsig, said Birgit. Carl wanted to be carried, which she said was unheard of. Jayston could safely insist on shouldering the burden. There was business while she unbuckled her backpack and extended the straps for him, and, only when she was satisfied with the fit, lifted Carl into it and exhorted him to be well behaved with his new uncle. I was worse than waghalsig. I was a full idiot. She bit her lip, hating herself for what she had to tell. We had a letter brought to us last week, Thursday. It came by courier from Nairobi. Not a letter, a document. 70 pages about dipraxa, its history and its aspects and its side effects. Positive and negative, but mostly negative in view of the fatalities and side effects. It was not signed. It was, in all scientific respects, objective, but in other respects a little bit crazy. Addressed to Hippo, not to anyone by name, just Hippo, to the lords and ladies of Hippo. In English? English, but not written by an Englishman, I think. Typed, so we do not know the handwriting. It contained many references to God. You are religious? No. But Lord Pierre is religious. The drizzle had turned to occasional fat spots of rain. Birgit was sitting on a bench. They had come upon a scaffold of children's swings, fitted with crossbars across the seats to keep them safe. Carl needed to be lifted into one and pushed. He was fighting sleep. A cat-like softness had descended over him. His eyes were half closed, and he was smiling, while Jayston pushed him with obsessive caution. A white Mercedes with Hamburg registration plates came slowly up the hill, passed them, made a circle in the flooded car park, and came slowly back. One male driver, one male passenger beside him. Jayston remembered the two women in the parked Audi this morning as he stepped into the street. The Mercedes drove back down the hill. "Tessa said you speak all languages," Birgit said. "That doesn't mean I have anything to say in them. Why were you waghalsig? You will please call it stupid. Why were you stupid?" "I was stupid because when the courier delivered the document from Nairobi, I was excited, and I telephoned to Lara Emmerich in Saskatchewan, and I told her, 'Lara, darling, listen. We have received a long, anonymous, very mystical, very crazy, very authentic history of Dipraxa. No address, no date, from somebody who I think is Marcus Lorbier. It tells about the fatalities of the drug combination, and it will greatly help your case.' I was so happy because the document is actually called after her name. It is titled, 'Dr. Lara Emmerich is Right.' It is crazy, I told her, but it is fierce like a political statement. Also very polemical, very religious, and very destructive of Lorbier. 'Then it is by Lorbier,' she says. 'Marcus is whipping himself. It is normal.' Have you met Emmerich? Do you know her?" "As I knew Tessa, by email. So we are friends. In the paper it said Lorbier was 6 years in Russia, 2 years under old communism, 4 years under the new chaos. I tell this to Lara, who knows it already. According to the paper, Lorbier was the agent for certain Western farmers, lobbying Russian health officials, selling them Western drugs, I tell her. According to the paper, in 6 years he had dealings with 8 different health ministers. The paper provides a saying regarding this period, and I am about to tell it to Lara when she interrupts me, and tells me what the saying is, exactly as it stands in the document. The Russian health ministers arrived in a Lada and left in a Mercedes. It is a favorite joke of Lorbier's, she tells me. This confirms for both of us that Lorbier is the writer of the document. It is his masochistic confession. Also from Lara, I learn that Lorbier's father was a German Lutheran, very Calvinistic, very strict, which accounts for his son's morbid religious conceptions and his desire to confess. Do you know medicine, chemistry, a little biology perhaps? My education was a little too expensive for that, I'm afraid. Lorbier claims in his confession that while acting for KVH, he obtained the validation of Dipraxa by means of flattery and bribery. He describes buying health officials, fast-tracking clinical trials, purchasing drug registrations and import licenses, and feeding every bureaucratic hand in the food chain. In Moscow, a validation by top medical opinion leaders could be bought for $25,000. So he writes, "The problem is that when you bribe one, you must also bribe those you do not select. Otherwise they will denigrate the molecule out of envy or resentment. In Poland, it was not so different, but less expensive. In Germany, influence was more subtle, but not very subtle." Lorbier writes of a famous occasion when he chartered a jumbo jet for KVH and flew 80 eminent German physicians to Thailand for an educational trip. She was smiling as she related this. Their education was provided on the journey out in the form of films and lectures, also beluga caviar and extremely ancient brandies and whiskies. "Everything must be of the finest quality," he writes, "because the good doctors of Germany have been spoiled early. Champagne is no longer interesting to them." In Thailand, the physicians were free to do as they wished, but recreation was provided for those who wanted it, also attractive partners. Lorbier personally organized a helicopter to drop orchids on a certain beach where the physicians and their partners were relaxing. On the flight home, no further education was needed. The physicians were educated out. All they had to remember was how to write their prescriptions and learned articles. But although she was laughing, she was uneasy with this story, and needed to correct its impact. This does not signify that Dipraxa is a bad drug, Jayston. Dipraxa is a very good drug that has not completed its trials. Not all doctors can be seduced. Not all pharmaceutical companies are careless and greedy. She paused, aware that she was speaking too much, but Jayston made no attempt to deflect her. The modern pharmaceutical industry is only 65 years old. It has good men and women. It has achieved human and social miracles, but its collective conscience is not developed. Lorbeer writes that the farmers turned their backs on God. He has many biblical references I do not understand. Perhaps that is because I do not understand God. Carl had gone to sleep on the swing, so Jayston lifted him out, and with his hand on his hot back, walked him softly up and down the tarmac. "You were telling me how you telephoned Lara Emmerich," Jayston reminded her. "Yes, but I distracted myself deliberately because I am embarrassed that I was stupid. Are you comfortable, or shall I take him?" "I'm fine." The white Mercedes had stopped at the bottom of the hill. The two men were still sitting inside it. "In Hippo, we have assumed for years that our telephones are listened to. We have a certain pride about this. From time to time, our mail is censored. We send ourselves letters and watch them come to us late and in a different condition. We have often fantasized about planting misleading information on the organy." "The what?" "It is Lara's word. It is a Russian word from Soviet times. It means the organs of state." "I shall adopt it immediately." "So maybe the organy listened to us laughing and rejoicing on the telephone when I promised Lara I would send her a copy of the document to Canada immediately. Lara said, unfortunately, she does not possess a fax machine because she has spent her money on lawyers and is not permitted to enter the hospital precincts. If she had possessed a fax machine, maybe there would be no problem today. She would have a copy of Lorbeer's confession. Even if we did not, everything would be saved. Maybe. Everything is maybe. Nothing has a proof." "What about email?" "She has no email anymore. Her computer had a cardiac arrest on the day after she attempted to publish her article, and it has not recovered." She sat pink and stoical in her vexation. "And therefore," Jayston prompted her, "therefore we have no document. They stole it when they stole the computer and the files and the tapes. I telephoned to Lara in the evening, 5 o'clock German time. Our conversation finished at maybe 5:40. She was emotional, very happy. I also. 'Wait till Kovac hears about this,' she kept saying. So we talked a long time and laughed, and I did not think to make a copy of Lorbeer's confession until tomorrow. I put the document in our safe and locked it. It's not an enormous safe, but it is considerable. The burglars had a key. As they locked our doors when they left, so they locked our safe after they had stolen our document. When one considers these things, they are obvious. Until then, they do not exist. What does a giant do when he wants a key? He tells his little people to find out what safe we have. Then he phones the giant who made the safe and asks him to have his little people make a key. In the world of giants, this is normal." The white Mercedes hadn't moved. Perhaps that, too, was normal. They have found a tin shelter. Rows of folded deck chairs stand chained like prisoners to either side of them. The rain rattles and pings on the tin roof and runs in rivulets at their feet. Carl has returned to his mother. He lies sleeping on her breast with his head tucked into her shoulder. She has unfolded a parasol and is holding it over him. Jayston sits apart from them on the bench, hands linked between his knees in prayer, and his head bowed over his hands. "This is what I resented about Garth's death," he remembers. "Garth deprived me of my further education." "Lorbeer was writing a roman," she says. "Novel. Roman is a novel?" "Yes." "Then this novel has the happy end at the beginning. Once upon a time, there are two beautiful young women doctors called Emmerich and Kovac. They are interns at Leipzig University in East Germany. The university has a big hospital. They are researching under the guidance of wise professors, and they dream one day they will make a great discovery that will save the world. Nobody speaks of the god, profit, unless it is profit to mankind. At Leipzig Hospital, there are arriving many returning Russian Germans from Siberia, and they have TB. In the Soviet prison camps, the prevalence of TB was very high. All the patients are poor. All are sick and without defenses. Most have multi-resistant strains. Many are dying. They will sign anything. They will try anything. They will not make trouble. So it is natural that the two young doctors have been isolating bacteria and experimenting with embryonic remedies for TB. They have tested with animals. Maybe they tested also with medical students and other interns. Medical students have no money. They will be doctors one day. They are interested in the process. And in charge of their researches we have an Oberarzt, senior doctor. This team is led by an Oberarzt, who is enthusiastic for the experiments. All the team wants his admiration, so all take part in the experiments. Nobody is evil, nobody is criminal. They are young dreamers. They have a sexy subject to analyze, and the patients are desperate. Why not? Why not? Justin murmurs. And Kovac has a boyfriend. Kovac has always a boyfriend. Many boyfriends. This boyfriend is a Pole, a good fellow. Married, but never mind. And he has a laboratory. A small, efficient, intelligent laboratory in Gdansk. For love of Kovac, the Pole tells her she can come and play in his laboratory whenever she has free time. She can bring whom she wants, so she brings her beautiful friend and colleague, Emmerich. Kovac and Emmerich research. Kovac and the Pole make love. Everyone is happy. Nobody talks about the god prophet. These young people are looking only for honor and glory, and maybe a bit promotion. And their studies produce positive results. Patients still die, but they were dying anyway. And some live who would have died. Kovac and Emmerich are proud. They write articles for medical magazines. Their professor writes articles supporting them. Other professors support the professor. Everyone is happy. Everyone congratulates his neighbor. There are no enemies, or not yet. Carl shuffles on her shoulder. She pats his back and blows softly on his ear. He smiles and goes back to sleep. Emmerich also has a lover. She has a husband whose name is Emmerich, but he is not satisfactory. This is Eastern Europe. Everyone has been married to everyone. Her lover's name is Marcus Lorbeer. He has a South African birth certificate, a German father and a Dutch mother. And he is living in Moscow as a farmer agent, self-employed, but also as an entrepreneur who identifies interesting possibilities in the field of biotechnology and exploits them. Talent spotter. He is older than Lara by maybe 15 years. He has swum in all the oceans, as we say. He is a dreamer, as she is. He loves science, but never became a scientist. He loves medicine, but is not a doctor. He loves God and the whole world, but he also loves hard currency and the god prophet. So he writes, the young Lorbeer is a believer. He worships the Christian God. He worships women, but he worships also very much the god prophet. That is his downfall. He believes in God, but ignores him. Personally, I reject this attitude, but never mind. For a humanist, God is an excuse for not being humanistic. We shall be humanistic in the afterlife. Meanwhile, we make profit. Never mind. Lorbeer took God's gift of wisdom, I guess he means by this the molecule, and sold it to the devil. I guess he means KVH. Then he writes that when Tessa came to see him in the desert, he told her the full extent of his sin. Justin sits up sharply. He says that? He told Tessa, when? In the hospital. Where did you come to see him? What desert? What on earth is he saying? Like I told you, the document is a little crazy. He calls her the abbot. When the abbot came to visit Lorbeer in the desert, Lorbeer wept. Maybe it is a dream, a fable. Lorbeer has become a penitent in the desert now. He is Elijah or Christ, I don't know. It's disgusting, actually. The abbot called Lorbeer to account before God. Therefore, at this meeting in the desert, Lorbeer explained to the abbot the inmost nature of his sins. This is what he writes. His sins were evidently many. I don't remember them all. There was the sin of self-delusion and the sin of false argument. Then comes the sin of pride, I think, followed by the sin of cowardice. For this he does not excuse himself at all, which makes me happy, actually. But probably he is happy, too. Lara says he is only happy when he is confessing or making love. He wrote all this in English. She nodded. One paragraph he wrote like the English Bible. The next paragraph he was giving extremely technical data about the deliberately specious design of the clinical trials, the disputes between Kovac and Emmerich, and the problems of dipraxa when combined with other drugs. Only a very informed person could know such details. This law beer I greatly prefer to the law beer of heaven and hell, I will admit to you. Abbot with a small, eh? Large. The abbot recorded everything I told her. But there was another sin. He killed her. Waiting, Jayston fixed his gaze on the recumbent Carle. Maybe not directly. He is ambiguous. Lord Beer killed her with his treachery. He committed the sin of Judas. Therefore he cut her throat with his bare hands and nailed Bloom to the tree. When I was reading out these words to Lara, I asked her, "Lara, is Marcus saying that he killed Tessa Quayle?" How did she reply? "Marcus could not kill his worst enemy. That is his agony," she says. "To be a bad man with a good conscience." She is Russian, very depressed. But if he killed Tessa, he's not a good man, is he? Lara swears it would be impossible. Lara has many letters from him. She can only love helplessly. She has heard many confessions from him, but not this one, naturally. Marcus is very proud of his sins, she says, but he is vain and exaggerates them. He is complicated, maybe a bit psychotic, which is why she loves him. But she doesn't know where he is. No. Jayston's straight, unseeing stare had fixed on the deceptive twilight. "Judas didn't kill anyone," he objected. "Judas betrayed. But the effect was the same. Judas killed with his treachery." Another long contemplation of the twilight. There's a missing character. If Lawbeer betrayed Tessa, who did he betray her to? It was not clear. Maybe the forces of darkness. I have only what is in my memory. The forces of darkness. In the letter he talked of the forces of darkness. I hate this terminology. Does he mean KVH? Maybe he knows other forces. Did the document mention Arnold? The abbot had a guide. In the document he is the saint. The saint had called out to Lawbeer in the hospital and told him the drug dipraxa was an instrument of death. The saint was more cautious than the abbot, because he is a doctor, and more tolerant, because he has experience of human wickedness. But the greatest truth is with Emmerich. Of this Lawbeer is certain. Emmerich knows everything, therefore she is not allowed to speak. The forces of darkness are determined to repress the truth. That is why the abbot had to be killed, and the saint crucified. Crucified? Arnold? In Lawbeer's fable, the forces of darkness dragged Bloom away and nailed him to a tree. They fell silent, both in some way ashamed. Lara says also that Lawbeer drinks like a Russian, she added, in some kind of mitigation. But Jayston was not to be deflected. He writes from the desert, but he uses a courier service out of Nairobi, he objected. The address was typed. The waybill was written by hand. The package was dispatched from the Norfolk Hotel, Nairobi. The sender's name was difficult to read, but I think it was Mackenzie. Is that Scottish? If the package could not be delivered, it should not be returned to Kenya. It should be destroyed. The waybill had a number, presumably. The waybill was attached to the envelope. When I put the document in the safe for the night, I first put it back in the envelope. Naturally, the envelope has also disappeared. Get back to the courier service. They'll have a copy. The courier service has no record of the package. Not in Nairobi, not in Hanover. How do I find her? Lara. The rain clattered on the tin roof, and the orange lights of the city swelled and dwindled in the mist, while Birgit tore a sheet of paper from her diary and wrote out a long telephone number. She has a house, but not for much longer. Otherwise we must inquire at the university. But you must take care, because they hate her. Was Lawbeer sleeping with Kovac as well as Emmerich? For Lawbeer it would not be unusual. But I believe the quarrel between the women was not about sex, but about the molecule. She paused, following his gaze. He was staring into the distance, but there was nothing to see but the far hilltops poking through the mist. Tessa wrote often that she loved you, she said quietly to his averted face. Not directly, that was not necessary. She said you were a man of honor, and when it was necessary, you would be honorable. She was preparing to leave. He passed her the backpack, and between them they strapped Carl into his baby pillion and fixed the plastic cape so that his sleepy head popped through the hole. She stood squat before him. So then, she said, you walk? I walk. She pulled an envelope from inside her jacket. This is all I remember of Lord Beer's novel. I wrote it down for you. My handwriting is very bad, but you will decipher it. You're very kind. He stuffed the envelope inside his raincoat. So, have good walking then, she said. She was going to shake his hand, but changed her mind, and kissed him on the mouth. One stern, deliberate, necessarily clumsy kiss of affection and farewell, while she held the bicycle steady. Then Jayston held the bicycle, while she buckled her shell helmet under her chin, before swinging into the saddle and pedalling away down the hill. I walk. He walked, keeping to the centre of the road, one eye for the darkening rhododendron bushes either side of him. Sodium lights burned every 50 metres. He scanned the black patches between. The night air smelled of apples. He reached the bottom of the hill and approached the parked Mercedes, passing 10 yards from its bonnet. No light inside the car. 2 men were sitting in the front, but to judge by their motionless silhouettes, they were not the same 2 who had driven up the hill and down again. He kept walking, and the car overtook him. He ignored it, but in his imagination the men were not ignoring him. The Mercedes reached a crossroad and turned left. Jayston turned right, heading for the glow of the town. A taxi passed, and the driver called out to him. Thank you, he called back expansively, but I prefer to walk. There was no answering call. He was on a pavement now, keeping to the outer edge. He made another crossing and entered a brightly lit side street. Dead-eyed young men and women crouched in doorways. Men in leather jackets stood on corners, elbows lifted, talking into cell phones. He made 2 more crossings and saw his hotel ahead of him. The lobby was in the usual inescapable evening turmoil. A Japanese delegation was checking in, cameras were flashing, porters piling costly luggage into the only lift. Taking his place in the queue, he pulled off his raincoat and slung it over his arm, favouring Birgit's envelope in the inside pocket. The lift descended. He stood back to let the women get in first. He rode to the 3rd floor and was the only one to get out. The vile corridor, with its sallow strip lighting, reminded him of the Uhuru Hospital. Television sets blared from every room. His own room was 311, and the door key was a piece of flat plastic with a black arrow printed on it. The din of competing television sets was infuriating him, and he had a good mind to complain to somebody. How can I write to Ham with this din going on? He stepped into his room, laid his raincoat over a chair, and saw that his own television set was the culprit. The chambermaids must have turned it on while they made up the room, and not bothered to turn it off when they left. He advanced on the set. It was showing the kind of program he particularly detested. A half-dressed singer was howling at full volume into a microphone, to the delight of an ecstatic juvenile audience, while illuminated snow wandered down the screen. And that was the last thing Jayston saw as the lights went out. Snowflakes of light falling down his screen. A blackness descended over him, and he felt himself being punched and suffocated at the same time. Human arms clamped his own arms to his sides. A ball of coarse cloth was stuffed into his mouth. His legs were seized in a rugger tackle and crumpled under him, and he decided he was having a heart attack. His theory was confirmed when a second blow crushed his stomach and knocked the last of the wind out of him, because when he tried to yell, nothing happened. He had no voice or breath, and the ball of cloth was gagging him. He felt knees on his chest. Something was being tightened round his neck. He thought a noose, and he assumed he was going to be hanged. He had a clear vision of Bloom nailed to a tree. He smelled male body lotion and had a memory of Woodrow's body odour, and he remembered sniffing Woodrow's love letter to see if it smelled of the same stuff. For a rare moment there was no Tessa in his memory. He was lying on the floor on his left side, and whatever had crushed his stomach crushed his groin with another awful blow. He was hooded, but nobody had hanged him yet, and he was still lying on his side. The gag was making him vomit, but he couldn't get the vomit out of his mouth, so it was going down his throat. Hands rolled him onto his back, and his arms were stretched out, knuckles in the carpet, palms upwards. They're going to crucify me like Arnold. But they weren't crucifying him, or not yet. They were holding his hands down and twisting them at the same time, and the pain was worse than he thought pain could be, in his arms, his chest, and all over his legs and groin. Please, he thought, not my right hand, or how will I ever write to Ham? And they must have heard his prayer, because the pain ceased, and he heard a male voice, North German, maybe Berlin, and quite cultured. It was giving an order to turn the swine back on his side and tie his hands behind him, and the order was being obeyed. "Mr. Quayle, do you hear me?" The same voice, but now in English. Justin didn't answer. But this was not a lack of civility. It was because he had managed to spew out his cloth gag at last, and was vomiting again, and the vomit was creeping round his neck inside the hood. The sound of the television set faded. "That's enough, Mr. Quayle. You stop now, okay? Or you get what your wife got. You hear me? You want some more punishment, Mr. Quayle?" With the second Quayle came another horrendous kick in the groin. "Maybe you gone deaf a bit. We leave you a little note, okay? On your bed. When you wake up, you read this little note and you remember. Then you go back to England, hear me? You don't ask no more bad questions. You go home. You be a good boy. Next time we kill you like Bloom. That's a very long process. You hear me?" Another kick to the groin rammed the lesson home. He heard the door close. He lay alone, in his own darkness and his own vomit, on his left side, with his knees drawn to his chin, and his hands tied back to back behind him, and the inside of his skull on fire from the electric pains that were tearing through his body. He lay in a black agony, taking a roll call of his shattered troops. Feet, shins, knees, groin, belly, heart, hands, and confirmed that they were all present, if not correct. He stirred in his bonds and had a sensation of rolling into burning charcoal. He lay still again, and a terrible pleasure began to wake in him, spreading in a victorious glow of self-knowledge. They did this to me, but I have remained who I am. I am tempered. I am able. Inside myself there's an untouched man. If they came back now and did everything to me again, they would never reach the untouched man. I've passed the exam I've been shirking all my life. I'm a graduate of pain. Then either the pain eased, or nature came to his aid, because he dozed, keeping his mouth tight shut, and breathing through his nose, through the stinking, sodden black night of his hood. The television set was still on. He could hear it. And if his sense of orientation hadn't gone astray, he was looking at it. But the hood must be double-lined, because he couldn't see so much as a flicker of it, and when, at huge cost to his hands, he rolled onto his back, he saw no hint of ceiling lights above him, although they had been lit as he wandered into the room, and he had no memory of hearing them switched off as his torturers departed. He rolled onto his side and panicked for a while, waiting for the strong part of himself to fight its way back to the top again. "Work it out, man. Use your stupid head. It's the only thing they left intact. Why did they leave it intact? Because they wanted no scandal, which is to say, whoever sent them wanted no scandal. Next time we kill you like Bloom, but not this time, however much they might have wished it. So I scream, is that what I do? I roll round on the floor, kick furniture about, kick the party walls, kick the television set, and generally go on behaving like a maniac, until somebody decides that we are not two passionate lovers lost in the outer reaches of sadomasochism, but one bound and beaten Englishman with his head in a bag. The trained diplomat painstakingly sketched out the consequences of such a discovery. The hotel calls the police. The police take a statement from me and call the local British consulate, in this case Hanover, if we still have one there. Enter the duty consul, furious to be called away from his dinner to inspect yet another bloody, distressed British subject, and his knee-jerk response is to check my passport. Which passport scarcely matters. If it's Atkinson's, we have a problem, because it's forged. One phone call to London establishes. If it's Quayle's, we have a different problem, but the likely upshot will be much the same. The first plane back to London, without the option. An unwholesome welcome home committee waiting to receive me at the airport. His legs were not bound. Until now he had been reluctant to separate them. He did so, and his groin and belly caught fire, and his thighs and shins followed quickly afterwards. But he could definitely separate his legs, and he could tap his feet together again, and hear his heels click. Emboldened by this discovery, he took the extreme step, rolled onto his stomach, and let out an involuntary scream. Then he bit his lips together, so that he didn't scream again. But he stayed doggedly face down. Patiently, careful not to disturb his neighbours in the bedrooms either side, he began working on his bonds. Chapter 17. The plane was an elderly twin-engined Beechcraft on UN charter, with a rawhide 50-year-old captain from Johannesburg and a burly African co-pilot with side whiskers, and one white cardboard lunchbox on each of its 9 torn seats. The airport was Wilson, next to Tessa's grave, and as the plane sweated and waited on the runway, Gita strained to catch sight of her burial mound through the window, and wondered how much longer she would have to wait for her headstone. But all she saw was silver-backed grass and a red-robed tribesman with a staff, standing on one leg over his goats, and a herd of gazelles, twitching and grazing under blue-black cloud stacks. She had wedged her travel bag under her seat, but the bag was too big, and she had to splay her churchy shoes to make space for it. It was terribly hot in the plane, and the captain had already warned the passengers that there could be no air conditioning until the plane took off. In the zip compartment, she had stowed her briefing notes and her credentials as the British High Commission's delegate from EDEC. In the main compartment, her pyjamas and a change of clothes. I'm doing this for Jayston. I am following in Tessa's footsteps. I have no need to feel ashamed of my inexperience or duplicity. The back of the fuselage was stuffed with sacks of precious myrrh, a permitted, mildly narcotic plant adored by northern tribesmen. Its woody scent was gradually filling the plane. In front of her sat 4 case-hardened aid workers, 2 men, 2 women. Maybe the myrrh was theirs. She envied their gritty, carefree air, their threadbare clothes and unwashed dedication, and realized with a pinch of self-reproach that they were her age. She wished she could break the habits of learned humility, of drawing her heels together whenever she shook hands with her betters, a practice instilled in her by nuns. She peeked inside her box and identified 2 plantain sandwiches, an apple, a bar of chocolate, and a box of passion-fruit juice. She had barely slept, and she was famished, but her sense of decorum forbade her to eat a sandwich before takeoff. Last night her phone had rung non-stop from the moment she returned to her flat, as her friends, one by one, vented their outrage and disbelief at the news that Arnold was a wanted man. Her position in the High Commission required her to play the elder stateswoman to them all. At midnight, though she was dead tired, she attempted to take a step from which she could not retreat, one that, if it had succeeded, would have rescued her from the no-man's land where she had been hiding like a recluse for the last 3 weeks. She had delved in the old brass pot where she kept odds and ends, and extracted from it a slip of paper she had secreted there. This is where you ring us, Gita, if you decide you want to talk to us again. If we're not there, leave a message, and one of us will always get back to you within the hour, I promise. An aggressive male African voice answered her, and she hoped she had the wrong number. I would like to speak to Rob or Leslie, please. What's your name? I want to speak to Rob or Leslie. Is either of them there? Who are you? Give me your name and state your business immediately. I'd like to speak to Rob or Leslie, please. As the phone was slammed down on her, she accepted without drama that she was, as she had suspected, alone. Henceforth no Tessa, no Arnold, no wise Leslie from Scotland Yard could spare her the responsibility for her actions. Her parents, though she adored them, were not a solution. Her father, the lawyer, would listen to her testimony and declare that on the one hand this, but then again on the other hand that, and ask her what objective proof she had for these very serious allegations. Her mother, the doctor, would say, "You're overheating, darling. Come home and have a bit of R&R." With this thought uppermost in her bleary head, she had opened up her laptop, which she did not doubt would also be cram-full of cries of pain and indignation about Arnold. But no sooner had she gone online than the screen popped and dwindled to nothing. She went through her procedures. In vain. She phoned a couple of friends, only to establish that their machines were unaffected. "Wow, Geeta, maybe you've picked up one of those crazy viruses from the Philippines, or wherever these cyber freaks hang out," one of her friends had cried enviously, as if Geeta had been singled out for special attention. Maybe she had, she agreed, and slept badly from worrying about the emails she had lost, the ping-pong chat she'd had with Tessa, that she had never printed out, because she preferred rereading them on screen. They were more vivid that way, more Tessa. The Beechcraft had still not taken off, so Geeta, as was her habit, gave herself over to the larger questions of life, while studiously avoiding the largest of them all, which was, what am I doing here, and why? A couple of years ago in England, in my era before Tessa, as she secretly called it, she had agonized about the injuries, real and imagined, that she endured every day for being Anglo-Indian. She saw herself as an unsavable hybrid, half black girl in search of God, half white woman superior to lesser breeds without the law. Waking and sleeping, she had demanded to know where she belonged in a white man's world, and how and where she should invest her ambitions and her humanity, and whether she should continue to study dance and music at the London college she was attending after Exeter, or, in the image of her adoptive parents, follow her other star and enter one of the professions. Which explains how one morning she found herself, almost on an impulse, sitting an examination for Her Majesty's Foreign Service, which, unsurprisingly, since she had never given a thought to politics, she duly failed, but with the advice that she should reapply in 2 years' time. And somehow the very decision to sit the exam, though unsuccessful, released the reasoning behind it, which was that she was more at ease with herself joining the system than staying apart from it, and achieving little beyond the partial gratification of her artistic impulses. And it was at this point, visiting her parents in Tanzania, that she decided, again on impulse, to apply for local employment by the British High Commission, and to look for advancement once she was accepted. And if she had not done this, she would never have met Tessa. She would never, as she thought of it now, have put herself in the firing line, where she was determined to remain, fighting for the things she was determined to be loyal to, even if, boiled down, they made pretty simplistic reading. Truth, tolerance, justice, a sense of life's beauty, and a near violent rejection of their opposites. But above all, an inherited belief, derived from both her parents and entrenched by Tessa, that the system itself must be forced to reflect these virtues, or it had no business to exist. Which brought her back to the largest question of them all. She had loved Tessa, she had loved Bloom, she loved Jayston still, and, if she was truthful, a little more than was proper or comfortable, or whatever the word was. And the fact that she was working for the system did not oblige her to accept the system's lies, as she had heard them only yesterday from Woodrow's mouth. On the contrary, it obliged her to reject them, and put the system back where it belonged, which was on the side of truth, which explained to Geeta's total satisfaction what she was doing here and why. Better to be inside the system and fighting it, her father, an iconoclast in other ways, would say, than outside the system, howling at it. And Tessa, which was the wonderful thing, had said exactly the same. The Beechcraft shook itself like an old dog and lurched forward, bumping laboriously into the air. Through her tiny window, Gita saw all Africa spread itself below her. Slum cities, herds of running zebra, the flower farms of Lake Naivasha, the Aberdares, Mount Kenya, faintly painted on the far horizon, and joining them like a sea, the endless tracts of misted brown bush, scribbled over with pocks of green. The plane entered rain cloud. A brown dusk filled the cabin. Scorching sunlight replaced it, and was accompanied by an almighty explosion from somewhere out to Gita's left. Without warning, the plane rolled onto its side. Lunch boxes, rucksacks, and Gita's travel bag skeltered across the gangway, to a chorus of alarm bells and sirens and a flashing of red lights. Nobody spoke except for one old African man, who let out a peal of laughter and bellowed, "We love you, Lord, and don't you go forgetting that," to the relief and nervous merriment of the other passengers. The plane had still not righted itself. The engine note dropped to a murmur. The African co-pilot with side whiskers had found a handbook and was consulting a checklist while Gita tried to read it over his shoulder. The rawhide captain turned in his seat to address his craven passengers. His sloped, leathern mouth matched the angle of the plane's wings. "As you may have noticed, ladies and gentlemen, one engine has cracked up," he said dryly, "which means we're going to have to go back to Wilson and pick up another of these things." "And I'm not afraid," Gita noted, pleased with herself. "Until Tessa died, things like this happened to other people. Now they're happening to me, and I can handle them." 4 hours later, she was standing on the tarmac at Lokichogio. "You, Gita?" An Australian girl yelled over the roar of engines, and other people shouted greetings. "I'm Judith, hi." She was tall and red-cheeked and happy, and wore a man's curly brown trilby, and a T-shirt proclaiming the United Tea Services of Ceylon. They embraced, spontaneous friends in a wild, roaring place. White UN cargo planes were taking off and landing. White lorries shunted and thundered, and the sun was a furnace, and the heat of it leapt up at her from the runway, and the fumes of aircraft fuel shimmered in her eyes and dazzled her. With Judith to guide her, she squeezed herself into the back of a jeep, amid sacks of mail, to sit beside a sweating Chinese man in a dog collar and a black suit. Jeeps hurtled past them in the opposite direction, pursued by a convoy of white lorries headed for the cargo planes. "She was a real nice lady," Judith shouted from the passenger seat in front of her. "Very dedicated." She was evidently talking about Tessa. "Why would anyone want to arrest Arnold? They're just plain stupid. Arnold wouldn't squash a fly. You booked 3 nights, right? Only we got a bunch of nutritionists coming in from Uganda." "Judith is here to feed the living, not the dead," thought Gita, as a jeep clattered through a gateway and joined a strip of hard road. They drove past a camp followers' shanty town of bars, stalls, and a facetious notice saying, "Piccadilly this way." Tranquil brown hills rose ahead of them. Gita said she'd love to walk up there. Judith said if she did, she'd never come back. Animals. People. They approached the camp. On a patch of red dust beside the main gates, children were playing basketball with a white food bag nailed to a wooden post. Judith led Gita to reception to collect her pass. Signing the book, Gita leafed casually back, only to have it fall open at the page she was pretending not to look for. Tessa Abbott, P.O. Box, Nairobi. Tukul, 28. A. Bloom, Médecin de l'Univers. Tukul, 29. And the same date. "The press boys had a ball," Judith was saying enthusiastically. "Reuben charged them $50 a shot, cash. $800 total. That's 800 sets of drawing books and colouring crayons. Reuben reckons that'll produce 2 Dinka Van Goghs, 2 Dinka Rembrandts, and 1 Dinka Andy Warhol." Reuben, the legendary camp organizer, Gita remembered. Congolese, friend of Arnold's. They were walking down a wide avenue of tulip trees, their fiery red trumpets brilliant against overhead cables, and white-painted tukals with thatched roofs. A lank Englishman, like a prep schoolmaster, rode sedately past them on an old-fashioned policeman's pushbike. Seeing Judith, he rang his bell and gave her a lovely wave. "Showers and honey boxes across the road from you. First session tomorrow, 8 a.m. sharp. Meet in the doorway to Hut 32, Judith announced as she showed Gita to her quarters. "Mosquito spray beside your bed. Use the net if you're wise. Care to mosey down to the club around sunset for a beer before dinner?" Gita would. "Well, look out for yourself. Some of the boys are pretty hungry when they come back from the field." Gita tried to sound casual. "Oh, by the by, there's a woman called Sarah," she said. "She was some kind of a friend of Tessa's. I wondered whether she was around, so that I could say hello to her." She unpacked her things, and, armed with her sponge bag and towel, set out bravely across the avenue. Rain had fallen, damping the din from the airfield. The dangerous hills had turned black and olive. The air smelled of gasoline and spices. She showered, returned to her tukul, and sat herself before her work notes at a rickety table, where, sweating helplessly, she lost herself in the intricacies of aid self-sufficiency. Lockie's clubhouse was a spreading tree with a long thatched roof under it, a drinks bar with a mural of jungle fauna, and a video projector that threw fuzzy images of a long-dead soccer match onto a plastered wall, while the sound system belted out African dance music. Shrieks of delighted recognition pierced the evening air as aid workers from distant places rediscovered each other in different languages, embraced, touched faces, and walked arm in arm. "This should be my spiritual home," she thought wistfully. "These are my rainbow people. Their classlessness, their racelessness, their zeal, their youth are mine. Sign up for Lockie and tune into saintliness. Bum around in aeroplanes. Enjoy a romantic self-image and the adrenaline of danger. Get your sex out of a tap and a nomadic life that keeps you clear of entanglements. No dreary office work and always a bit of grass to smoke along the way. Glory and boys when I come out of the field. Money and more boys waiting for me on my R&R. Who needs more? I do. I need to understand why this mess was necessary in the first place, and why it is necessary now. I need to have the courage to say after Tessa at her most vituperative, Lockie sucks. It has no more right to exist than the Berlin Wall. It's a monument to the failure of diplomacy. What the hell's the point of running a Rolls-Royce ambulance service when our politicians do nothing to prevent the accidents? Night fell in a second. Yellow strip lights replaced the sun. The birds stopped chattering, then resumed their conversations at a more acceptable level. She was seated at a long table, and Judith was sitting 3 down from her, with her arm round an anthropologist from Stockholm. And Gita was thinking that she hadn't felt like this since she was a new girl at convent school. Except that at convent school you didn't drink beer, or have half a dozen personable young men of all the world's nations at your table, and half a dozen pairs of male eyes assessing your sexual weight and availability. She was listening to tales of places she had never heard of, and exploits so hair-raising she was convinced she would never qualify to share them. And she was doing her best to appear knowledgeable and only distantly impressed. The spokesman of the moment was a surefire Yankee from New Jersey, whose name was Hank the Hawk. According to Judith, he was a one-time boxer and loan shark, who had embraced aid work as an alternative to a life of crime. He was holding forth about the warring factions of the Nile area, how the SPLE had temporarily kissed the arses of the SPLM, how the SSIM were beating the shit out of another set of letters, butchering their menfolk, stealing their women and cattle, and generally making their contribution to the couple of million dead already notched up by Sudan's brainless civil wars. And Gita was sipping her beer and doing her best to smile along with Hank the Hawk, because his monologue seemed to be addressed exclusively at her, as the newcomer and his next conquest. She was therefore grateful when a plump African woman of indeterminate age, wearing shorts and sneakers and a London costermonger's peaked cap, appeared out of the darkness clapped her on the shoulder, and yelled,
"I'm Sudan Sarah, honey, so you got to be Gita. Nobody told me you were so pretty. Come and have a cup of tea, dear."
And without further ceremony marched her through a maze of offices, to a tukul like a beach hut on stilts, with a single bed, a refrigerator, and a bookcase filled with matching volumes of classical English literature, from Chaucer to James Joyce. And outside, a tiny veranda, with 2 chairs for sitting under the stars, and fighting off the bugs once the kettle boils.
"I hear they're going to arrest Arnold now," Sudan Sarah said comfortably, when they had duly lamented Tessa's death. "Well, they should do that. If you set your mind on hiding the truth, then the first thing you've got to do is give people a different truth to keep them quiet. Otherwise they'll start to wonder whether the real truth isn't out there hidden somewhere. And that will never do."
A schoolmistress, Gita decided, or a governess, used to spreading out her thoughts and repeating them to inattentive children.
"And after the murder comes the cover-up," Sarah continued in the same benign cadences. "And we should never forget that a good cover-up is a lot harder to achieve than a bad murder. A crime, you can maybe always get away with a crime, but a cover-up is going to land you in jail every time." She was indicating the problem with her big hands. "You cover this bit up, then out pops another bit. So you cover that bit up. Then you turn round and that first bit's showing again. And you turn round again and there's a third bit, just sticking its toe out of the sand over there. Sure as Cain never killed Abel. So what should I be telling you, dear? I'm getting a feeling we're not talking about the things you wish to talk about."
Gita began cunningly. Jayston, she said, was trying to piece together a picture of Tessa's final days. He would like to be assured that her last visit to Lockie had been happy and productive. In what way exactly had Tessa contributed to the gender awareness seminar, could Sarah say? Had Tessa delivered a paper, perhaps, drawing on her legal knowledge or her experiences with women in Kenya? Was there a particular episode or happy moment that Sarah recalled, and Jayston would like to hear about? Sarah heard her out contentedly, eyes twinkling under the brim of her costermonger's hat, while she pecked at her tea and flapped a big loose hand at the mosquitoes, never ceasing to smile at passers-by or call to them.
"Hi there, Jenny Sweet, you bad girl. What are you doing with that layabout Santo?"
"You going to write to Jayston all about this, dear?" The question unsettled Gita. Was it good or bad that she should be proposing to write to Jayston? Was there innuendo in all? In the High Commission, Jayston was an unperson. Was he one here as well? "Well, I'm sure Jayston would like me to write to him," she conceded awkwardly. "But I'll only do that if I can tell him things that will put his mind to rest, if that's possible. I mean, I wouldn't tell him anything that was going to hurt him," she protested, losing her direction. "I mean, Jayston knows that Tessa and Arnold were traveling together. The whole world knows by now. Whatever was between them, he's reconciled to that."
"Oh, there was nothing between those two, darling, believe me," Sarah said with an easy laugh. "That was all newspaper talk. There was just no way. I know that for a fact. Hi, Abby, how you doing, darling?" "That's my sister Abby. She's had more than many. She'd been married almost 4 times. The significance of both statements, if there was any, passed Gita by. She was too busy shoring up what sounded increasingly like a silly lie. "Jayston wants to fill in the blanks," she struggled on bravely. "Get the details ship-shape in his mind, so that he can piece together everything she did and thought about in her last few days. I mean, obviously, if you told me something that was going to be, well, painful to him, I wouldn't dream of passing it on, obviously." "Ship-shape," Sarah repeated, and shook her head again, smiling to herself. "That's why I always loved the English language. Ship-shape is a right word for that good lady. Now, what do you think they did when they were up here, darling? Spooning around like honeymooners? That wasn't their way at all."
"Attending the gender workshop, obviously. Did you attend it yourself? You were probably running it or something grand. I never asked you what you do here. I should know. I'm sorry."
"Don't apologize, darling. You're not sorry. You're just a little bit at sea. Not quite ship-shape yet." She laughed. "Yes, Well, now I remember. I did attend that workshop. Maybe I led it, too. We took it in turns. It was a good group, I remember that. 2 bright tribeswomen from Diak, a medical widow woman from Quayle, a bit pompous but receptive despite her pomposity, and a couple of paralegals from I don't know. It was a good team, I'll say that straight. But what those women will do when they get home again to Sudan, that you can never tell. You can scratch your head and you can wonder as much as you will.
Maybe Tessa related to the paralegals, Gita put in hopefully.
Maybe she did, dear. But a lot of those women never rode in an aeroplane before. A lot of them get sick and scared, so we're obliged to cheer them up before they'll talk and listen, which is what they're brought here to do. Some of them get so afraid they never talk to anyone at all, just want to go home to their indignities. Never get into this business if you're afraid of failure, darling, I tell people. Count your successes, is Sudan Sarah's advice, and don't even think about the occasions when you failed. Do you still want to ask me about that workshop?
Gita's confusion increased. Well, did she shine at it? Did she enjoy it?
Now I don't know about that, darling, do I?
There must be something you remember that she did or said. Nobody forgets Tessa for long. She sounded rude to herself, and didn't mean to. Or Arnold.
Well, I won't say she did contribute to that discussion, dear, because she didn't. Tessa did not contribute to that discussion. I can say that with certainty.
Did Arnold?
No.
Not even read a paper or anything?
Nothing at all, darling. Neither of them.
You mean they just sat there, silent, both of them? It's not like Tessa to keep quiet. Nor Arnold, for that matter. How long did the course last?
5 days. But Tessa and Arnold didn't stay in Locky 5 days. Not many people do. Everyone who comes here likes to feel they're going somewhere else. Tessa and Arnold were no different from the rest. She paused and examined Gita, as if measuring her suitability for something. Do you know what I'm saying, darling?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Maybe it's what I'm not saying that you know.
I don't know that either.
Well, what the hell are you up to, then?
I'm trying to find out what they did, Arnold and Tessa, in their last few days. Justin wrote and asked me to, particularly.
You got his letter with you, then, by any chance, dear?
Gita produced it with a trembling hand from a new shoulder bag she'd bought for the trip. Sarah took it into the tukul to read it by the overhead light bulb, then stood by herself, before returning to the veranda and sitting herself down in her chair, with an air of considerable moral confusion.
You going to tell me something, dear?
If I can.
Did Tessa tell you with her own sweet mouth that she and Arnold were coming up to Locky for a gender workshop?
It's what they told all of us.
And you believed her?
Yes, I did. All of us did. Justin did. We still do.
And Tessa was a close friend of yours? Like a sister, as I heard. But all the same, she never even told you she had some other reason to come up here, or that the gender workshop was a straight pretext, an excuse. Same as self-sustainment is a pretext for you, I expect.
At the beginning of our friendship, Tessa told me things. Then she became worried for me. She thought she'd told me too much. It wasn't fair to burden me. I'm a temporary employee, locally employed. She knew I was thinking of applying for a permanent post, sitting the exams again.
You still thinking along those lines, dear?
Yes, I am. But that doesn't mean I can't be told the truth.
Sarah took a sip of her tea, tugged at the brim of her cap, and sat herself comfortably in her chair. You're going to stay here 3 nights, is my understanding.
Yes. Back to Nairobi on Thursday.
That's nice. That's very nice. And you will have a good conference. Judith is a gifted, practical woman who takes no shit from anybody. A little sharp with the slower-witted ones, but never deliberately unkind. And tomorrow evening I shall introduce you to my good friend Captain Mackenzie. You never heard of him?
No.
Tessa or Arnold never mentioned a Captain Mackenzie in your hearing?
No.
Well, the captain is a pilot here with us at Locky. He flew down to Nairobi today, so I guess you and he crossed each other in the air. He has some supplies to pick up and a little business to attend to. You will like Captain Mackenzie very much. He is a nice-mannered man, with more heart to him than most people have body, and that's a fact. Very little takes place in these parts that escapes the notice of Captain Mackenzie, and very little escapes his lips either. The captain has fought in many unpleasant wars, but now he is a devoted man of peace, which is why he's here in Lochie feeding my starving people.
Did he know Tessa well? Gita asked, fearfully.
Captain Mackenzie knew Tessa, and he thought she was a fine lady, and that was that. Captain Mackenzie would no more presume on a married lady than Arnold would. But Captain Mackenzie knew Arnold better than he knew Tessa, and he thinks the police in Nairobi are all mad to be going after Arnold like that, and he's proposing to tell them so while he's there. I would say that is one of the pivotal reasons for his making the journey to Nairobi at this time. And they won't like what he is going to tell them, because, believe me, Captain Mackenzie speaks his mind without let or hindrance.
Was Captain Mackenzie here in Lochie when Tessa and Arnold came up for the workshop?
Captain Mackenzie was here, and he saw a lot more of Tessa than I did, dear, by a long chalk.
She broke off for a while and sat smiling at the stars, and it seemed to Gita that she was trying to reach a decision in her mind, such as whether to speak out or keep her secrets to herself. Questions that Gita had been asking herself these last 3 weeks.
Now, dear, Sarah went on finally, I've been listening to you, and I've been watching you, and thinking about you, and worrying about you, and I came to the conclusion that you're a girl with a brain in your head, and you're also a good, decent human being with a well-developed sense of responsibility, which I value. But if you're not that person, and I have misread you, between us we could get Captain Mackenzie into a whole heap of trouble. This is dangerous knowledge I am about to acquaint you with, and there's no way, once you have it, to get it back in the bottle. So I suggest you tell me now whether I am overjudging you, or whether I have read you accurately. Because people who talk out of turn, they never reform. That's something else I've learned. They can swear on the Bible one day, and the next day they're at it just like before, talking out of turn again. The Bible didn't make a whit of difference to them.
I understand, said Gita.
Now, are you going to advise me that I have misinterpreted what I have seen and heard and thought of you? Or shall I tell you what I have in my mind, and you bear that heavy burden of responsibility forever after?
I'd like you to trust me, please.
That's what I thought you'd say, so listen to me. I'll say it quietly, so bring your ear a little closer to me.
Sudan Sarah gave a tug to the brim of her hat so that Gita could get alongside her.
There. And maybe the geckos will favor us with some loud burping, I hope. Tessa never came to that workshop, nor Arnold neither. As soon as they were able, Tessa and Arnold got into the back of my friend, Captain Mackenzie's jeep, and drove quietly and sedately out to the airstrip with their heads down. And Captain Mackenzie, as soon as he was able, he put them in his Buffalo aeroplane and flew them up north without benefit of passports or visas, or any of the normal formalities imposed by South Sudanese rebels who can't stop fighting one another and haven't got the spirit or intelligence to unite themselves against those bad Arabs in the north who seem to think Allah forgives everything, even if his prophet doesn't. Gita thought Sarah had finished and was about to speak, but she had only begun. A further complication is that Mr. Moy, who couldn't manage a free circus with the assistance of his entire cabinet, even if there was money in it for him, has taken it into his head that he's got to have the managing of Lochie airstrip, as you will have noticed. Mr. Moy has a very limited affection for NGOs, but a great appetite for airport taxis. And Dr. Arnold was very particular that Mr. Moy and his people did not take cognizance of their journey to wherever they wished to go.
So where did they go?
Gita whispered, but Sarah rolled straight on. Now, I never asked where that place was, because what I don't know, I can't end up saying in my sleep.
Not that there's anyone to hear me these days. I'm too old. But Captain Mackenzie knows. That stands to reason. Captain Mackenzie brought them back early next day from wherever he took them to, discreetly, the way he took them out the day before. And Dr. Arnold, he says to me, Sarah, he says, we never went anywhere except here to Loki. We were attending your gender workshop 24 hours a day. Tessa and I are grateful to you for continuing to remember that important fact. But Tessa's dead now, and she's not likely to be grateful to Sudan Sarah or anybody else anymore. And Dr. Arnold, if I know anything, he's worse than dead, because that Moy has his people everywhere, and they kill and steal to their heart's content, and that means a lot of killing. And when they take a man prisoner with the intention of extracting certain truths from him, they abandon all compassion, and that's a fact you do well to remember on your own account, my darling, because you are treading in very deep waters. Which is why I've decided it is essential that you get into conversation with Captain Mackenzie, who knows things I'd rather not. Because Jayston, who's a good man from all that I hear, he needs to have all the information that's available on the subject of his dead wife and Dr. Arnold. Now, is that the right way for me to be thinking? Or is there a better way? It's the right way, Gita said. Sarah drained her tea and set down the cup. Very well, then. So you go and eat and get your strength up. And I'll stay here for a little while, dear, because this place is talk, 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 as you will already have appreciated. And don't touch the goat curry, darling, however much you like goat, because that young Somali chef, who is a gifted boy and will one day become a fine lawyer, has a blind spot where goat curry is concerned. Gita never knew how she got through the first day of the focus group on self-sustainment, but by the time the bell sounded for 5 o'clock, though the bell was only in her head, she had the satisfaction of knowing that she had not made a fool of herself, had spoken neither too much nor too little, had listened with humility to the opinions of older and more knowledgeable participants, and had taken copious notes for yet another unread EDEC report. "Glad you came?" Judith asked her, cheerfully grabbing her arm as the meeting broke up. "See you down the club, then." "This is for you, darling," said Sarah, emerging from a staff hut to hand her a brown envelope. "Enjoy your evening." "You too." Sarah's handwriting came straight out of a school copybook. "Gita, dear, Captain Mackenzie occupies Entebbe Tukul, which is number 14 on the airstrip side. Take a hand torch with you for when the generators are switched off. He will be happy to receive you at 9 o'clock after your dinner. He is a gentleman, so you need have no fear. Please give him this note so that I can be sure it has been sensibly disposed of. Take very good care of yourself now, and remember your responsibilities as regards discretion. Sarah." The names of the Tukuls read to Gita like regimental battle honours in a village church close to her convent school in England. The front door to Entebbe was ajar, but the mosquito door inside it was wedged tight. A blue-shaded hurricane lamp burned, and Captain Mackenzie sat in front of it, so that as Gita approached the Tukul, she saw only his silhouette, bowed over his desk while he wrote like a monk. And because first impressions counted greatly with her, she stood a moment, observing his craggy look and extreme stillness, anticipating an unbending military nature. She was about to tap on the doorframe, but Captain Mackenzie had either heard or seen her, or guessed her, because he sprang to his feet and made 2 athletic strides to the mosquito door and pulled it back for her. "Gita, I'm Rick Mackenzie. You're bang on time. Got a note for me?" New Zealand, she thought, and knew she'd got it right. Sometimes she forgot her knowledge of English names and accents, but this was not one of the times. New Zealand, and on closer inspection nearer to 50 than 30. But she could only guess this from the hairline cracks on the gaunt cheeks and the silver tips to the trim black hair. She handed him Sarah's note and watched while he turned his back on her and held the note to the blue lamp. By the brighter glow, she saw a sparse, clean room with an ironing board and polished brown shoes, and a soldier's bed, made the way she was taught to make her bed at convent school, with hospital corners and the sheet folded over the blanket at the top, then folded back on itself to make an equilateral triangle. "Why don't you sit yourself over there?" he asked, indicating a kitchen chair. As she moved towards it, the blue lamp moved behind her, to settle on the floor at the centre of the doorway to the tukul. "That way nobody gets to see in," he explained. "We've got full-time tukul watchers here. Take a Coke?" He handed it to her at arm's length. "Sarah says you're a trustworthy person, Gator. That's good enough for me. Tessa and Arnold didn't trust anyone except each other in this. And me, because they had to. That's the way I like to work, too. You came up on a self-sustainment jag, I hear." It was a question. The self-sustainment focus group was a pretext. Jayston wrote to me, asking me to find out what Tessa and Arnold were doing in Lockie in the days before she died. He didn't believe the story of the gender workshop. "He's damn right. Got his letter?" My identity paper, she thought. My proof of good faith as Jayston's messenger. She passed it to him and watched while he stood up, pulled on a pair of austere steel-framed spectacles, and stepped obliquely into the arc of the blue lamp, keeping himself out of the eye line of the door. He handed the letter back. "So listen up," he said. But first he turned on his radio, anxious to establish what he pedantically termed the level of acceptable sound. Gita lay on her bed under a single sheet. The night was no cooler than the day. Through the netting that surrounded her, she could watch the red glow of the mosquito coil. She had drawn the curtains, but they were very thin. Footsteps and voices kept passing her window, and every time they passed she had an urge to leap out of bed and shout, "Hi!" Her thoughts turned to Gloria, who, a week ago, to her confusion, had invited her to a game of tennis at the club. "Tell me, dear," Gloria had asked her, having trounced her 6 games to 2 in each of 3 sets. They were walking arm in arm towards the clubhouse. "Did Tessa have some kind of crush on Sandy, or was it the other way round?" At which Gita, despite her addiction to the altar of truth, lied straight and fairly into Gloria's face without even blushing. "I'm quite sure there was nothing of that kind on either side," she said primly. "Whatever makes you think that, Gloria?" "Nothing, darling, nothing at all. Just the way he looked during the funeral, I suppose." And after Gloria, she went back to Captain Mackenzie. "There's this crazy boor who runs a food station 5 miles west of a little town called Mayan," he was saying, keeping his voice just below Pavarotti's. "Bit of a god-thumper." Chapter 18. His face had darkened, its lines deepened. The white light of the huge Saskatchewan sky could not penetrate its shadows. The little town was a lost city, 3 hours' rail ride out of Winnipeg in the middle of a 1,000-mile snowfield, and Jayston walked in it determinedly, avoiding the gaze of rare passers-by. The constant wind from the Yukon, or the high Arctic that all year round whipped across the flat prairie, icing the snow, bending the wheat, buffeting street signs and overhead wires, raised no points of colour on his hollowed cheeks. The freezing cold, 20 or more below zero, only spurred his aching body forward. In Winnipeg, before he took the train here, he had bought a quilted jacket, a fur cap and gloves. The fury in him was a thorn. A rectangle of plain typing paper nestled in his wallet. "Go home, now, and keep quiet, or you join your wife." But it was his wife who had got him here. She had worked his hands free, untied his hood. She had raised him to his knees at the bedside, and by stages helped him to the bathroom. Cheered on by her, he had hauled himself to a standing stoop with the aid of the bathtub, had turned on the shower tap, and hosed down his face and shirt front, and the collar of his jacket, because he knew, she warned him, that if he undressed, he would not be able to dress himself again. His shirt front was filthy. His jacket was smeared with vomit, but he managed to mop them fairly clean. He wanted to go back to sleep, but she wouldn't let him. He tried to brush his hair, but his arms wouldn't go that high. He had a 24-hour stubble, but it must stay there. Standing made his head swim, and he was lucky to reach the bed before he toppled over. But it was on her advice that, lying in a seductive half-swoon, he refused to pick up the telephone to the concierge, or invoke the medical skills of Dr. Birgit. Trust nobody, Tessa told him. So he didn't. He waited till his world had righted itself, then stood up again and reeled across the room, grateful for its miserable size. He had laid his raincoat over a chair. It was still there. To his surprise, so was Birgit's envelope. He opened the wardrobe. The wall safe was built into the back of it, its door closed. He tapped out the date of his wedding day, almost fainting from the pain each time he prodded. The door popped open to reveal Peter Atkinson's passport, slumbering peacefully inside. His hands, battered but seemingly unbroken, he coaxed the passport out and fed it into his inside jacket pocket. He fought his way into his raincoat and contrived to button it at the neck, then at the waist. Determined to travel light, he possessed only a shoulder bag. His money was still inside it. He collected his shaving things from the bathroom and his shirts and underclothes from the chest of drawers, and dropped them into it. He placed Birgit's envelope on top of them and closed the zip. He eased the strap over his shoulder and yelped like a dog at the pain. His watch said 5 in the morning, and it seemed to be working. He lurched into the corridor and rolled himself along the wall to the lift. In the ground-floor lobby, 2 women in Turkish costume were operating an industrial-sized vacuum cleaner. An elderly night porter dozed behind the reception desk. Somehow Jayston gave his room number and asked for his bill. Somehow he got a hand into his hip pocket, detached the notes from their wad, and added a fat tip, belatedly for Christmas. "Mind if I grab one of these?" he asked in a voice he didn't recognize. He was indicating a cluster of doormen's umbrellas that were jammed into a ceramic pot beside the door. "Many as you like," the old porter said. The umbrella had a stout ash handle that came up to his hip. With its aid, he crossed the empty square to the railway station. Reaching the steps that led up to the concourse, he paused for a rest and was puzzled to find the porter at his side. He had thought it was Tessa. "Can you make it?" the old man asked solicitously. "Yes." "Shall I get your ticket?" Jayston turned and offered the old man his pocket. "Zurich," he said. "Single." "First class?" "Absolutely." Switzerland was a childhood dream. 40 years ago his parents had taken him on a walking holiday in the Engadine, and they had stayed in a grand hotel on a spit of forest between 2 lakes. Nothing had changed. Not the polished parquet or the stained glass, or the stern-faced chatelaine who showed him to his room. Reclining on the daybed on his balcony, Jayston watched the same lakes, glistening in the evening sun, and the same fisherman, huddled in his rowing boat in the mist. The days passed uncounted, punctuated by visits to the spa and the death knell of the dinner gong, summoning him to solitary meals among whispery old couples. In a side street of old chalets, a pallid doctor and his woman assistant dressed his bruises. "A car smash," Jayston explained. The doctor frowned through his spectacles. His young assistant laughed. By night, his interior world reclaimed him, as it had every night since Tessa's death. Toiling at the marquetry desk in the window bay, doggedly writing to Ham with his bruised right hand, following the travails of Marcus Lawbeer as retold by Birgit, then gingerly resuming his labour of love to Ham, Jayston was conscious of a dawning sense of his own completion. If Lawbeer the penitent was in the desert, purging his guilt with a diet of locusts and wild honey, Jayston too was alone with his destiny. But he was resolved, and in some dark sense purified. He had never supposed that his search would have a good end. It had never occurred to him that there could be one. To take up Tessa's mission, to shoulder her banner and put on her courage, was purpose enough for him. She had witnessed a monstrous injustice and gone out to fight it. Too late, he too had witnessed it. Her fight was his. But when he remembered the eternal night of the Black Hood and smelled his own vomit, when he surveyed the systematic bruising of his body, the oval imprints of yellow and blue that ran like coloured musical notes across his trunk and back and thighs, he experienced a different kind of kinship. I'm one of you. I no longer tend the roses while you murmur over your green tea. You needn't lower your voices as I approach. I'm with you at the table, saying, yes. On the 7th day, Jayston paid his bill, and, almost without telling himself what he was doing, took a post-bus and a train to Basel, to that fabled valley of the Upper Rhine, where farmer giants have their castles. And there, from a frescoed palace, he posted a fat envelope to Ham's old dragon in Milan. Then Jayston walked. Painfully, but walked. First up a cobbled hill to the medieval city with its bell towers, merchant houses, statues to free thinkers and martyrs of oppression. And when he had duly reminded himself of this inheritance, as it seemed to him, he retraced his steps to the river's edge, and from a children's playground gazed upward in near disbelief at the ever-spreading concrete kingdom of the farmer billionaires, at their faceless barracks, ranged shoulder to shoulder against the individual enemy. Orange cranes fussed restlessly above them, white chimneys like muted minarets, some checkered at the tip, some striped or dazzle-painted as a warning to aircraft, poured their invisible gases into a brown sky. And at their feet lay whole railways, marshalling yards, lorry parks and wharves, each protected by its very own Berlin Wall, capped with razor wire and daubed with graffiti. Drawn forward by a force he had ceased to define, Jayston crossed the bridge and, as in a dream, wandered a dismal wasteland of run-down housing estates, second-hand clothes shops, and hollow-eyed immigrant labourers on bicycles. And gradually, by some accident of magnetic attraction, he found himself standing in what at first appeared to be a pleasant tree-lined avenue, at the far end of which stood an ecologically friendly gateway, so densely overgrown with creeper that at first you barely spotted the oak doors inside, with their polished brass bell to press, and their brass letterbox for mail. It was only when Jayston looked up, and further up, and then right up into the sky above his head, that he woke to the immensity of a triptych of white tower blocks, linked by flying corridors. The stonework was hospital clean, the windows were of coppered glass, and from somewhere behind each monstrous block rose a white chimney, sharp as a pencil jammed into the sky, and from each chimney the letters KVH, done in gold and mounted vertically down its length, winked at him like old friends. How long he remained there, alone, trapped like some insect at the triptych's base, he had no notion then or later. Sometimes it seemed to him that the building's wings were closing in to crush him. Sometimes they were toppling down on him. His knees gave way, and he discovered he was sitting on a bench, on some bit of beaten ground where cautious women walked their dogs. He noticed a faint but pervasive smell, and was for a moment returned to the mortuary in Nairobi. How long do I have to live here, he wondered, before I stop noticing the smell? Evening must have fallen, because the coppered windows lightened. He made out moving silhouettes and winking pinpoints of computer blue. Why do I sit here? He asked her, as he went on watching. What am I thinking of, except you? She was sitting beside him, but for once she had no answer ready. I am thinking about your courage, he replied for her. I am thinking it was you and Arnold against all this, while dear old Jayston worried about keeping his flower bed sandy enough to grow your yellow freesias. I'm thinking I don't believe in me any more and all I stood for. That there was a time when, like the people in this building, your Jayston took pride in submitting himself to the harsher judgments of a collective will, which he happened to call country, or the doctrine of the reasonable man, or, with some misgiving, the higher cause. There was a time when I believed it was expedient that one man, or woman, should die for the benefit of many. I called it sacrifice, or duty, or necessity. There was a time when I could stand outside the Foreign Office at night and stare up at its lighted windows and think, "Good evening, it's me, your humble servant, Jayston. I'm a piece of the great wise engine, and proud of it. I serve, therefore I feel." Whereas all I feel now is it was you against the whole pack of them, and unsurprisingly, they won. From Main Street of the little town, Jayston turned left and northwest onto Dawes Boulevard, taking the full blast of the prairie wind on his darkened face as he continued his wary examination of his surroundings. His 3 years as economic attaché in Ottawa had not been wasted. Though he had never been here in his life, everything he saw was familiar to him. Snow from Halloween to Easter, he remembered. Plant after the first moon in June, and harvest before the first hard frost in September. It would be several weeks yet before scared crocuses started appearing in the tufts of dead grass and on the bald prairie. Across the road from him stood the synagogue, feisty and functional, built by settlers dumped at the railway station with their bad memories, cardboard suitcases, and promises of free land. 100 yards on rose the Ukrainian church, and along from it the Roman Catholics, the Presbyterians, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Baptists. Their car parks were got up like electrified horse pens, so that the engines of the faithful could be warmed while their owners prayed. A line of Montesquieu drifted through his head. There have never been so many civil wars as in the kingdom of Christ. Behind the houses of God stood the houses of Mammon, the industrial sector of the town. Beef prices must be through the floor, he reckoned. Why else would he be looking at Guy Poitier's spanking new delectable pork meat factory? And grain was faring no better by the looks of things. Or what was that sunflower seed pressing company doing in the middle of a wheat field? And that cluster of timid folk standing around the old tenements down in the station square? They must be Sioux or Cree. The towpath turned a bend and led him north through a short tunnel. He emerged in a different country of boathouses and mansions with river frontage. This is where the rich Anglos mow their lawns and wash their cars and varnish their boats and fume about the Yids, the Yukis, and those darned Indians on welfare, he decided. And up there on the hill, or as near to a hill as you could get around here, stood his goal, the pride of the town, the jewel of eastern Saskatchewan, its academic Camelot, the Dawes University, an organized medley of medieval sandstone, colonial red brick, and glass domes. Reaching a fork in the towpath, Jayston scaled the short rise, and by way of a 1920s Ponte Vecchio, arrived at a crenellated gatehouse, surmounted with a gilded coat of arms. Through its archway he was able to admire the immaculate medieval campus, and its bronze founder, George Amon Dawes, Jr., himself, mine owner, railroad baron, lecher, land thief, Indian shooter, and local saint, resplendent on a granite plinth. He kept walking. He had studied the handbook. The road widened and became a parade ground. The wind threw up grainy dust from the tarmac. On the far side of it stood an ivy-clad pavilion, and enfolding it, 3 purpose-built blocks of steel and concrete. Long neon-lit windows sliced them into layers. A signboard in green and gold, Mrs. Dawes' favourite colours, thus the handbook, proclaimed in French and English the University Hospital for Clinical Research. A lesser sign said outpatients. Jayston followed it and came to a row of swing doors overhung by a curly concrete canopy, and watched over by 2 bulky women in green topcoats. He wished them good evening, and received a jolly greeting in return. Face frozen, his beaten body throbbing from the walk, hot snakes running up his thighs and back, he stole a last surreptitious glance behind him and strode up the steps. The lobby was high and marbled and funereal. A large, awful portrait of George Amon Dawes, Jr., in hunting gear, reminded him of the entrance hall of the Foreign Office. A reception desk, staffed by silver-haired men and women in green tunics, ran along one wall. In a moment they're going to call me Mr. Quayle, sir, and tell me Tessa was a fine, fine lady. He sauntered down a miniature shopping mall, the Dawes Saskatchewan Bank, a post office, a Dawes newsstand, McDonald's, Pizza Paradise, a Starbucks coffee shop, a Dawes boutique selling lingerie, maternity wear, and bed jackets. He reached a convergence of corridors filled with the clank and squeak of trolleys, the growl of elevators, the tinny echo of quick heels, and the peep of telephones. Apprehensive visitors stood and sat about. Staff in green gowns hurried out of one doorway and back through another. None wore golden bees on his pocket. A large notice board hung beside a door marked Doctors Only. With his hands linked behind his back in a manner to denote authority, Jayston examined the notices. Babysitters, boats and cars, wanted and on offer, rooms to rent, the Dawes Glee Club, the Dawes Bible Study Class, the Dawes Ethics Society, the Dawes Scottish Reel and Eightsome Group. An anaesthetist is looking for a good brown dog of medium height, not less than 3 years old. Must be an ace hiker. Dawes Loan Schemes, Dawes Deferred Payment Study Schemes. A service in the Dawes Memorial Chapel to give thanks for the life of Dr. Maria Kowalski. Does anyone know what sort of music she used to like, if any? Rosters for doctors on call, doctors on vacation, doctors on duty. And a jolly poster announcing that this week's free pizzas for medical students arrive with compliments of Carol Vita Hudson of Vancouver. And why not come to our KVH Sunday brunch and film show at the Hay Barn Disco, too? Just fill in the Please Invite Me form available with your pizza and get a free ticket to a lifetime's experience. But of Dr. Lara Emmerich, until recently the leading light of the Dawes academic staff, expert on multi- and non-resistant strains of tuberculosis, sometime KVH-sponsored Dawes research professor, and co-discoverer of the wonder drug Dipraxa, there was not a word. She wasn't going on vacation. She wasn't on call. Her name wasn't included in the glossy internal telephone directory, hanging by a tasseled green cord at the notice board side. She was not in search of a male brown dog of middle height. The one reference to her, perhaps, was a handwritten postcard, relegated to the bottom of the notice board and almost out of sight, regretting that on the Dean's orders, the scheduled meeting of Saskatchewan Doctors for Integrity would not be taking place on Dawes University premises. A new venue would be announced, ASAP. His body screaming blue murder from cold and exertion, Jayston relents sufficiently to take a cab back to his characterless motel. He has been clever this time. Borrowing a leaf from Leslie's book, he has sent his letter by way of a florist, together with a generous bunch of lovers' roses. I am an English journalist and a friend of Birgit at Hippo. I am investigating the death of Tessa Quayle. Please could you telephone me at the Saskatchewan Man Motel, room 18, after 7 this evening. I suggest you use a public call box a good distance from your home. Peter Atkinson. Tell her who I am later, he had reasoned. Don't scare her. Pick the time and place. Wiser. His cover was wearing thin, but it was the only cover he had. He had been Atkinson at his German hotel, and Atkinson when they beat him up. But they had addressed him as Mr. Quayle. As Atkinson, nonetheless, he had flown from Zurich to Toronto, gone to earth in a brick boarding house close to the railway station, and with a surreal sense of detachment, learned from his little radio of the worldwide manhunt for Dr. Arnold Bloom, wanted in connection with the murder of Tessa Quayle. I am an Oswald man, Jayston. Arnold Bloom lost his rag and killed Tessa. And it was as nobody at all that he had boarded the train to Winnipeg, waited a day, then boarded another to this little town. All the same, he wasn't fooling himself. At best, he had a few days' march on them. But in a civilized country, you could never tell. Peter! Jayston woke abruptly and glanced at his watch. 9 at night. He had set a pen and notebook beside the telephone. This is Peter. I am Lara. It was a complaint. Hello, Lara. Where can we meet? A sigh, a forlorn, terminally tired sigh to match the forlorn Slav voice. "It is not possible." "Why not?" "There is a car outside my house. Sometimes they put a van. They watch and listen all the time. To meet discreetly is not possible." "Where are you now?" "In a telephone kiosk." She made it sound as if she would never get out of it alive. "Is anybody watching you now?" "Nobody is visible, but it is night." "Thank you for the roses." "I can meet you wherever suits you, at a friend's house, out in the country somewhere, if you prefer." "You have a car?" "No." "Why not?" It was a rebuke and a challenge. "I don't have the right documents with me." "Who are you?" "I told you. A friend of Birgit's, a British journalist. We can talk more about that when we meet." She had rung off. His stomach was turning, and he needed the lavatory, but the bathroom contained no telephone extension. He waited till he could wait no longer and scurried to the bathroom. With his trousers round his ankles, he heard the phone ringing. It rang 3 times, but by the time he had hobbled to it, it was dead. Head in hands, he sat on the edge of the bed. "I'm no bloody good at this. What would the spies do? What would crafty old Donahue do? With an Ibsen heroine on the line? The same as I'm doing now, and probably worse." He checked his watch again, fearing he had lost his sense of time. He took it off and set it beside his pen and notepad. 15 minutes. 20. 30. What the hell's happened to her? He put his watch back on, losing his temper while he tried to get the damned strap home. "Peter. Where can we meet?" "Anywhere you say." "Birgit says you are her husband." "Oh, God. Oh, earth, stand still. Oh, Jesus." "Birgit said that on the telephone. She did not mention names. He is her husband. That is all. She was discreet." "Why did you not tell me you are her husband? Then I would not think you were a provocation." "I was going to tell you when we met. I will telephone my friend. You should not send me roses. It is exaggerated." "What friend?" "Lara, be careful what you say to her. My name's Peter Atkinson. I'm a journalist." "Are you still in the phone box?" "Yes." "The same one?" "I am not observed. In winter they observe only from cars. They are lazy. No car is visible." "Have you got enough coins?" "I have a card." "Use coins. Don't use a card." "Did you use a card when you called Birgit?" "It is not important." It was 10:30 before she called again. "My friend is assisting at an operation," she explained, without apology. "The operation is complicated. I have another friend. She is willing. If you are afraid, take a taxi to Eaton's and walk the remaining distance." "I'm not afraid. I'm prudent." For God's sake, he thought, writing down the address. We haven't met. I've sent her 24 exaggerated roses, and we're having a lover's tiff. There were 2 ways to leave his motel, by the front door and 1 step down to the car park, or by the back door to the corridor, that led by a warren of other corridors to reception. Switching out the lights in his room, Jayston peered through the window at the car park. Under a full moon, each parked car wore a silver halo of frost. Of the 20-odd in the car park, only 1 was occupied. A woman sat in the driving seat. Her front passenger was a man. They were arguing. About roses, or about the god Prophet? The woman gesticulated. The man shook his head. The man got out and barked a final word at her, a curse, slammed the door, got into another car, and drove away. The woman remained where she was. She lifted her hands in despair and drove them onto the top of the steering wheel, knuckles upward. She bowed her head into her hands and wept, shoulders heaving. Overcoming an absurd desire to comfort her, Jayston hastened to the reception desk and ordered a cab. The house was one of a terrace of new, white townhouses built in a Victorian street. Each house was set at an angle, like a line of ship's prows, nosing their way into an old harbour. Each had a basement with its own stairway, and a front door set above street level, and stone steps leading up to it, and iron railings, and brass horseshoes for door knockers that didn't knock. Watched by a fat grey cat that had made itself at home between the curtains and the window of number 7, Jayston climbed the steps of number 6 and pressed the bell. He was carrying everything he possessed, one travel bag, money, and, despite Leslie's injunction not to do so, both his passports. He had paid the motel in advance. If he returned to it, he would do so of his own free will, and not because he needed to. It was 10 o'clock of a frosted, freezing, ice-clear night. Cars were parked nose to tail along the curb, pavements empty. The door was opened by a tall woman in silhouette. "You are Peter," she told him accusingly. "Are you Lara?" "Naturally." She closed the door after him. "Were you followed here?" he asked her. "It is possible. Were you?" They faced each other under the light. Birgit was right. Lara Emmerich was beautiful. Beautiful in the haughty intelligence of her stare, in its chill, scientific detachment that, already at first scenting, caused him inwardly to recoil, in the way she shoved her greying hair aside with the back of her wrist, then, with her elbow still raised and her wrist at her brow, continued critically to survey him with an arrogant yet inconsolable stare. She wore black. Black slacks, a long black smock, no makeup. The voice, heard close, even gloomier than on the telephone. "I am very sorry for you," she said. "It is terrible. You are sad." "Thank you." "She was murdered by Dipraxa." "So I believe. Indirectly, but yes. Many people have been murdered by Dipraxa. But not all of them were betrayed by Marcus Lorbeer." From upstairs came a roar of televised applause. "Amy is my friend," she said, as if friendship were an affliction. "Today she is registrar at Dawes Hospital, but unfortunately she signed a petition favoring my reinstatement and is a founding member of Saskatchewan Doctors for Integrity. Therefore they will be looking for an excuse to fire her." He was going to ask her whether Amy knew him as Quayle or Atkinson, when a strong-voiced woman bawled down at them, and a pair of furry slippers appeared on the top stair. "Bring him on up here, Lara. Man needs drink." Amy was middle-aged and fat, one of those serious women who have decided to play themselves as comedy. She wore a crimson silk kimono and pirate's earrings. Her slippers had glass eyes, but her own eyes were ringed with shadow, and there were pain lines at the corners of her mouth. "Men who killed your wife should be hanged," she said. "Scotch, bourbon, or wine? This is Ralph." It was a large attic room, lined in pine and roof-high. At the far end stood a bar. A huge television set was playing ice hockey. Ralph was a wispy-haired old man in a dressing gown. He sat in an imitation leather armchair with a matching stool to put his slippered feet on. Hearing his name, he flapped a liver-spotted hand in the air, but kept his eyes on the game. "Welcome to Saskatchewan. Grab yourself a drink," he called, in a mid-European accent. "Who's winning?" Jayston asked, to be friendly. "Canucks." "Ralph's a lawyer," Amy said. "Aren't you, honey?" "Not much of anything now. Damned Parkinson's dragging me into the grave. That academic body behaved like a bunch of horses' asses. That what you came about?" "Pretty much." "Stifle free speech. Interpose yourself between doctor and patient. It's time educated men and women had some balls to speak out for truth, instead of cringing in the shithouse like a bunch of craven cowards." "It is indeed," said Jayston politely, accepting a glass of white wine from Amy. "Carol Vita's the piper. Dawes dances to their tune. $25 million startup money they give for a new biotech building. 50 more promised. That's not peanuts, even for a shower of rich no-brains like Carol Vita. And if everybody keeps their nose clean, plenty more to come. How the hell do you resist pressure like that?" "You try," Amy said,
If you don't try, you're fucked. Fucked if you try, fucked if you don't. Speak out, they take away your salary, fire you and run you out of town. Free speech comes mighty costly in this town, Mr. Quayle. More than most of us can afford. What's your other name? Jayston. This is a one-crop city, Jayston, when it comes to free speech. Everything's fine and dandy, long as some crazy Russian bitch doesn't take it into her head to publish harebrained articles in the medical press, bad-mouthing a clever little pill she's invented that happens to be worth a couple of billion a year to the house of Carre Vita, whom Allah preserve. Where are you planning to put them, Amy? In the den. Mind you switch the phones over so they don't get disturbed. Amy's the technical one round here, Jayston. I'm the old fart. Anything you want, have Lara fix it for you. Knows the house better than we do, which is a waste, seeing as we're going to be thrown out of it in a couple of months. He went back to his victorious Canucks. She no longer sees him, though she has put on heavy spectacles that should have been a man's. The Russian in her has brought a perhaps bag, and it lies mouth open at her feet, stuffed with papers that she knows by heart, lawyers' letters threatening her, faculty letters dismissing her, a copy of her unpublishable article, and finally her own lawyers' letters, but not too many of them, because, as she explains, she has no money, and besides her lawyer is more comfortable defending the rights of the Sioux than doing battle with the limitless legal resources of Messrs. Carre Vita Hudson of Vancouver. They sit like chess players without a board, square to each other, knees almost touching. A memory of Oriental postings tells Jayston not to point his feet at her, so he sits askew, at some discomfort to his battered body. For a while now she has talked into the shadows past his shoulder, and he has barely interrupted her. Her self-absorption is absolute, her voice by turn despondent and didactic. She lives only with the monstrosity of her case and its hopeless insolubility. Everything is a reference to it. Sometimes, quite often he suspects, she forgets him entirely, or he is something else for her, a hesitant faculty meeting, a timid convocation of university colleagues, a vacillating professor, an inadequate lawyer. It is only when he speaks Lawbeer's name that she wakes to him and frowns, then offers some mystical generality that is a palpable evasion. Marcus is too romantic, he is so weak, all men do bad things, women also, and no, she does not know where to find him. He is hiding somewhere, he is erratic, each morning a different direction, she explains, with unrelenting melancholy. If he says the desert, is it a real desert? It will be a place of great inconvenience, and that also is typical. To plead her cause, she has absorbed phrases that he would not have credited her with. I will fast forward here. KVH are taking no prisoners. She even speaks of my patients on death row. And when she presses a lawyer's letter on him, she quotes from it while he reads it, lest he miss the most offensive parts. You are again reminded that under the confidentiality clause in your contract, you are expressly forbidden to impart this misinformation to your patients. You are formally warned against any further dissemination, verbally or by any other means, of these inaccurate and malicious opinions based on the false interpretation of data obtained while you are under contract to Messrs. Carre Vita Hudson. This is followed by the superbly arrogant non sequitur that our clients deny absolutely that at any time did they attempt in any way to suppress or influence legitimate scientific debate. But why did you sign the wretched contract in the first place? Jayston cuts in roughly. Pleased by his animus, she gives a mirthless laugh. Because I trusted them. I was a fool. You're anything but a fool, Lara. You're a highly intelligent woman, for God's sake, Jayston exclaims. Insulted, she lapses into a brooding silence. The first couple of years after Carre Vita acquired the Emmerich-Kovac molecule through the agency of Marcus Lawbeer, she tells him,
were a golden age. Initial short-term tests were excellent. The statistics made them better. The Emmerich-Kovac partnership was the talk of the scientific community. KVH provided dedicated research laboratories, a team of technicians, clinical trials all over the Third World, first-class travel, glamorous hotels, respect, and money galore. For frivolous Kovac, it was her dream come true. She will drive Rolls-Royces, she will win Nobel Prizes, she will be famous and rich. She will have many, many lovers. And for serious Lara, the clinical trials will be scientific. They will be responsible. They will test the drug in a wide range of ethnic and social communities that are vulnerable to the disease. Many lives will be improved. Others will be saved. That will be very satisfactory. And for Lorbeer, an irritable glance, a grimace of disapproval. Marcus wishes to be a rich saint. He is for Rolls-Royces, also for saved lives. For God and profit, then, Justin suggests lightly, but her only response is another scowl. After 2 years, I was making an unfortunate discovery. The KVH trials were bullshit. They had not been scientifically written. They were designed only to get the drug onto the market as soon as possible. Certain side effects were deliberately excluded. If side effects were identified, the trial was immediately rewritten so that they did not reappear. What were the side effects? Her lecture room voice again, mordant and arrogant. At the time of the unscientific trials, few side effects were observed. This was due also to the excessive enthusiasm of Kovac and Lorbeer, and the determination of clinics and medical centers in third-world countries to make the trials look good. Also, the trials were being favorably reported in important medical journals by distinguished opinion leaders, who did not declare their profitable connections with KVH. In reality, such articles were written in Vancouver or Basel, and only signed by the distinguished opinion leaders. It was remarked that the drug did not suit an insignificant proportion of women of childbearing age. Some had blurred vision. There were some deaths. But an unscientific manipulation of dates ensured that they were not included in the period under review. Did nobody complain? The question angers her. Who shall complain? Third-world doctors and medical workers who are making money from the trials? The distributor who is making money from marketing the drug and does not wish to lose the profits from the whole range of KVH drugs? Maybe lose their entire business? How about the patients? Her opinion of him has reached rock bottom. Most of the patients are in undemocratic countries with very corrupt systems. Theoretically, they give their informed consent to the treatment. That is to say, their signatures are on the consent forms, even if they cannot read what they have signed. They are not allowed by law to be paid, but they are generously recompensed for their travel and loss of earnings. And they have free food, which they like very much. Also, they are afraid. Of the farmers, of everybody. If they complain, they are threatened. They are told their children will receive no more medicines from America, and their men will go to prison. But you complained. No, I did not complain. I protested vigorously. When I discovered that Dipraxa was being promoted as a safe drug and not as a drug on trial, I gave a lecture at a scientific meeting of the university, at which I described accurately the unethical position of KVH. This was not popular. Dipraxa is a good drug. That is not the issue. The issue is threefold. 3 slender fingers have already gone up. Issue 1. The side effects are being deliberately concealed in the interest of profit. Issue 2. The world's poorest communities are used as guinea pigs by the world's richest. Issue 3. Legitimate scientific debate of these issues is stifled by corporate intimidation. The fingers are withdrawn, while with her other hand she delves in her bag and unearths a glossy blue leaflet with the banner headline, Good News from KVH. Dipraxa is a highly effective, safe, economic substitute for the hitherto accepted treatments of tuberculosis. It has proved itself to be of outstanding advantage to emerging nations. She takes back the leaflet and replaces it with a much-thumbed solicitor's letter. One paragraph is highlighted. The study of Dipraxa was designed and implemented in an entirely ethical manner over a number of years, with the informed consent of all patients. KVH does not distinguish in its trials between rich and poor countries. It is solely concerned to select conditions appropriate to the project in hand. KVH are rightly praised for their high quality of care. Where is Kovac in this? Kovac is totally on the side of the corporation. She is without integrity. It is with the assistance of Kovac that much of the clinical data is distorted or suppressed. And Lorbeer? Marcus is divided. This is normal to him. In his self-perception, he has become chief of all Africa for Dipraxa. But he is also frightened and ashamed. Therefore he confesses. Employed by 3Bs or KVH? If it is Marcus, maybe both. He is complicated. So how on earth does KVH come to set you up at doors? Because I was a fool, Lara repeats proudly, putting to rest his earlier assertion to the contrary. Why would I accept to sign unless I was a fool? KVH were very polite, very charming, very understanding, very clever. I was in Basel when 2 young men came from Vancouver to see me. I was flattered. Like you, they sent me roses. I told them the trials were shit. They agreed. I told them they should not be selling Dipraxa as a safe drug. They agreed. I told them that many side effects had never been properly assessed. They admired me for my courage. One of them was a Russian from Novgorod. Come to lunch, Lara. Let's talk this thing through. Then they told me they would like to bring me to doors to design my own trial of Dipraxa. They were reasonable, unlike their superiors. They accepted that we had not made enough correct tests. Now at doors, we would make them. It was my drug. I was proud of it. They also. The university was proud. We made a harmonious arrangement. Doors would welcome me. KVH would pay for me. Doors is ideally located for such trials. We have native Indians from the reservations who are susceptible to old tuberculosis. We have multi-resistant cases from the hippie community in Vancouver. For Dipraxa, this is a perfect combination. It was on the basis of this arrangement that I signed the contract and accepted the confidentiality clause. I was a fool, she repeated, with the sniff that says, case proven. And KVH has offices in Vancouver. Big offices. Their 3rd biggest facility in the world, after Basel and Seattle, so they could watch me, which was the object, to put a muzzle on me and to control me. I signed the stupid contract and went to work with a good heart. Last year I completed my study. It was extremely negative. I felt it necessary to inform my patients of my opinion concerning the potential side effects of Dipraxa. As a doctor, I have a sacred duty. I also concluded that the world medical community must be informed by means of publication in an important journal. Such journals do not like to print negative opinions. I knew this. I knew also that the journal would invite 3 distinguished scientists to comment on my findings. What the journal did not know was that the distinguished scientists had just signed rich contracts with KVH Seattle to research biotechnical cures for other diseases. They immediately informed Seattle of my intentions, who informed Basel and Vancouver. She hands him a folded sheet of white paper. He opens it, and has a chilling sense of recognition. Communist whore. Get your shit-covered hands off our university. Go back to your Bolshevik pigsty. Stop poisoning decent people's lives with your corrupt theories. Large electronic capitals, no spelling mistakes, the familiar use of compounds. Join the club, he thinks. It is arranged that Dawes University will participate in the worldwide profits of Dipraxa, she continues, carelessly snatching the letter back from him. Staff who are loyal to the hospital will receive preferential shares.
Those who are not loyal receive such anonymous letters. It is more important to be loyal to the hospital than loyal to the patients. It is most important to be loyal to KVH. Halliday wrote it, Amy says, sweeping into the room with a tray of coffee and biscuits. Halliday's the preeminent bull dyke of the Dawes medical mafia. Everybody in the faculty has to kiss her ass or die, except me and Lara and a couple of other idiots. How do you know she wrote it? Justin asks. DNA'd the cow, picked the stamp off the envelope, DNA'd her spit. She likes to work out in the hospital gym. Me and Lara stole a hair from her pink Bambi hairbrush and made the match. Did anyone confront her? Sure, the whole board. Cow confessed. Excessive zeal in execution of her duties, which consists solely of protecting the university's best interests. Humbly apologized, pleaded emotional stress, which is her word for salivating sexual envy. Case dismissed. Cow congratulated. Meanwhile, they trashed Lara. I'm next. Emmerich is a communist, Lara explains, relishing the irony. She is Russian. She grew up in Petersburg when it was Leningrad. She attended Soviet colleges. Therefore, she is a communist and anti-corporate. It is convenient. Emmerich didn't invent Dipraxa either, did you, honey? Amy reminds her. It was Kovac. Lara agrees bitterly. Kovac was the complete genius. I was her promiscuous laboratory assistant. Lorbier was my lover. Therefore, he claimed the glory for me. Which is why they're not paying you any more money, okay, honey? No, it is a different reason. I have broken the confidentiality clause. Therefore, I have broken my contract. It is logical. Lara's a prostitute, too, aren't you, honey? Screwed the pretty boys they sent her from Vancouver? Except she didn't. Nobody adores fucks. And we're all Christians, except the Jews. Since the drug is killing patients, I would wish very much that I had not invented it, says Lara softly, choosing not to hear Amy's parting sally. When did you last see Lorbier? Justin asks, when they are alone again. Her tone still guarded, but softer. He was in Africa, she said. When? 1 year ago. Less than a year, Justin corrected her. My wife spoke to him in the Uhuru hospital 6 months ago. His apologia, or whatever he calls it, was sent from Nairobi several days ago. Where is he now? Being corrected was not what Lara Emmerich liked. You asked me when I last saw him, she retorted, bridling. It was 1 year ago, in Africa. Where in Africa? In Kenya. He sent for me. The accumulation of evidence had become unbearable to him. Lara, I need you. It is essential and very urgent. Tell nobody. I will pay. Come. I was affected by his appeal. I told Dawes my mother was ill and flew to Nairobi. I arrived on a Friday. Marcus met me at Nairobi airport. Already in the car, he asked me, Lara, is it possible that our drug is increasing pressure on the brain, crushing the optic nerve? I reminded him that anything was possible, since basic scientific data had not been assembled, although we were attempting to remedy this. He drove me to a village and showed me a woman who could not stand up. Her headaches were terrible. She was dying. He drove me to another village where a woman could not focus her eyes. When she went out of her hut, the world went dark. He related other cases to me. The health workers were reluctant to speak frankly to us. They too were afraid. 3Bs punishes all criticism, Marcus says. He also was afraid. Afraid of 3Bs, afraid of KVH, afraid for the sick women, afraid of God. What shall I do, Lara? What shall I do? He has spoken to Kovac, who is in Basel. She says he is a fool to panic. These are not the side effects of Dipraxa, she says. They are the effects of a bad combination with another drug. This is typical Kovac, who has married a rich Serbian crook and spends more time at the opera then in the laboratory. So what should he do? I told him what was the truth. What he is observing in Africa is what I am observing in the Dawes Hospital in Saskatchewan. Marcus, these are the same side effects that I am documenting in my report to Vancouver, based on objective clinical trials of 600 cases. Still he cries to me, "What must I do, Lara? What must I do?" "Marcus," I tell him, "you must be courageous. You must do unilaterally what the corporations refuse to do collectively. You must withdraw the drug from the market until it has been exhaustively tested." He wept. It was our last night together as lovers. I also wept. Some savage instinct now took hold of Jayston, a root resentment he could not define. Did he grudge this woman her survival? Did he resent it that she had slept with Tessa's self-confessed betrayer, and even now spoke tenderly about him? Was he offended that she could sit before him, beautiful and alive and self-obsessed, while Tessa lay dead beside their son? Was he insulted that Lara displayed so little concern for Tessa, and so much for herself? "Did Lorbier ever mention Tessa to you?" "Not at the time of my visit." "So when?" "He wrote to me that there was a woman, the wife of a British official, who was putting pressure on 3Bs regarding Dipraxa, writing letters and making unwelcome visits. This woman was supported by a doctor from one of the aid agencies. He did not mention the doctor's name." "When did he write this?" "On my birthday. Marcus remembers always my birthday. He congratulated me on my birthday and told me of a British woman and her lover, the African doctor." "Did he suggest what should be done with them?" "He feared for her. He said she was beautiful and very tragic. I think he was attracted to her." Jayston was assailed by the extraordinary notion that Lara was jealous of Tessa. "And the doctor?" "Marcus admires all doctors." "Where did he write from?" "Cape Town. He was examining the 3B's operation in South Africa, privately making comparisons with his experiences in Kenya. He was respectful of your wife. Courage does not come easily to Marcus. It must be learned." "Did he say where he'd met her?" "At the hospital in Nairobi. She had challenged him. He was embarrassed." "Why?" "He was obliged to ignore her. Marcus believes that if he ignores somebody, he will make them unhappy, especially if they are a woman." "Nevertheless, he managed to betray her." "Marcus is not always practical. He is an artist. If he says he betrayed her, that can also be figurative." "Did you reply to his letter?" "Always." "Where to?" "It was a box number in Nairobi." "Did he mention a woman called Wanza? She shared a ward with my wife in the Uhuru Hospital. She died of Dipraxa." "The case is not known to me." "I'm not surprised. All traces of her were removed." "It is predictable. Marcus told me of such things." "When Lorbier visited my wife's ward, he was accompanied by Kovac. What was Kovac doing in Nairobi?" "Marcus wanted me to come to Nairobi a second time. But my relationship with KVH in the hospital was by this time bad. They had heard about my earlier visit and were already threatening to have me expelled from the university because I lied about my mother. Therefore Marcus telephoned to Kovac in Basel and persuaded her to come to Nairobi as my substitute and observe the situation with him. He was hoping she would spare him the difficult decision and herself advise 3Bs to withdraw the drug. KVH in Basel was at first reluctant to allow Kovac to go to Nairobi. Then they consented on condition that the visit remained a secret. Even from 3Bs. From 3Bs that would not have been possible. 3Bs were too close to the situation, and Marcus was advising them. Kovac visited Nairobi for 4 days in great secrecy, then returned to her Serbian crook in Basel for more opera. Did she file a report? It was a contemptible report. I was educated as a scientist. This was not science, this was polemic. Lara, what is it? She was staring combatively at him. Birgitte read you Lawbeer's letter over the telephone, his apologia, his confession, his whatever he calls it. So, what did it mean to you, the letter? That Marcus cannot be redeemed. From what? He is a weak man who looks for strength in the wrong places. Unfortunately, it is the weak who destroy the strong. Maybe he did something very bad. Sometimes he is too much in love with his own sins. If you had to find him, where would you look for him? I do not have to find him. He waited. I have only a post-box number in Nairobi. May I have it? Her depression had reached new depths. I will write it for you. She wrote on a pad, tore off the sheet, and gave it to him. If I was looking for him, I would look among those that he has injured, she said. In the desert. Maybe it is figurative. The aggressive edge had left her voice, as it had left Jayston's. Marcus is a child, she explained simply. He acts from impulse and reacts to the consequences. She actually smiled, and her smile, too, was beautiful. Often he is very surprised. Who provides the impulse? Once it was me. He stood up too quickly, meaning to fold the papers she had given him into his pocket. His head swam. He felt nauseous. He thrust a hand to the wall to steady himself, only to discover that the professional doctor had taken his arm. "What's the matter?" she said sharply, and kept holding him while she sat him down again. "I just get giddy now and then." "Why? You have high blood pressure? You should not wear a tie. Undo your collar. You are ridiculous." She was holding her hand across his brow. He felt weak as an invalid and desperately tired. She left him and returned with a glass of water. He drank some, handed her the glass. Her gestures were assured but tender. He felt her gaze on him. "You have a fever," she said accusingly. "Maybe. Not maybe. You have a fever. I will drive you to your hotel." It was the moment that the tiresome instructor had warned him against on his security course, the moment when you were too bored, too lazy, or simply too tired to care, when all you can think of is getting back to your lousy motel, going to sleep, and in the morning, when your head has cleared, making up a fat parcel for Ham's long-suffering aunt in Milan, containing everything that Dr. Lara Emmerich has told you, including a copy of her unpublished paper on the harmful side effects of the drug Dipraxa, such as blurred vision, bleeding, blindness, and death. Also a note of Marcus Lawbeer's postbox number in Nairobi, and another describing what you intend should be your next move, in case you are impeded from taking it by forces outside your control. It is a moment of conscious, culpable, willful lapse, when the presence of a beautiful woman, another pariah like himself, standing at his shoulder and feeling his pulse with her kind fingers, can be no excuse for failing to observe the basic principles of operational security. "You shouldn't be seen with me," he objects, lamely. "They know I'm around. I only make things worse for you." "There is no worse," she retorts. "My negative situation is complete." "Where's your car?" "It is 5 minutes. Can you walk?" It is a moment also when Jayston, in his state of physical exhaustion, gratefully reverts to the excuses of good manners and ancient chivalry that were bred in him from his Etonian cradle. A single woman should be accompanied to her coach at night, should not be exposed to vagabonds, footpads, and highwaymen. He stands. She puts a hand under his elbow and keeps it there as they tiptoe together across the drawing-room to the stairs. "Night, children," Amy calls through a closed door. "Have fun now." "You've been very kind," Jayston replies. Chapter 19. Descending Amy's staircase to the front door, Lara goes ahead of Jayston, carrying her Russian bag in one hand and holding the banister with the other, while she watches him over her shoulder.
In the hall she unhooks his coat for him and helps him into it. She puts on her own coat and an Anna Karenina fur hat, and makes to shoulder his travel bag. But Etonian chivalry forbids this, so she watches him with her brown, unblinking gaze, Tessa's gaze without the scamp in it, while he adjusts the strap over his own shoulder, and, as a tight-lipped Englishman, suppresses any sign of pain. Sir Jayston holds open the door for her, and whispers his surprise as the ice-cold air slices viciously into him, ignoring his quilted coat and fur boots. On the pavement, Dr. Lara takes his left forearm in her left hand, and reaches her right arm across his back to steady him. But this time, not even the case-hardened Etonian can suppress an exclamation of pain as the chorus of nerves in his back bursts into song. She says nothing, but their eyes meet naturally as he swings his head defensively away from the direction of the pain. Her gaze under the Anna Karenina fur hat is alarmingly reminiscent of other eyes. The hand that is no longer across his back has joined the hand that enfolds his left forearm. She has slowed her pace to match his. Hip to hip, they are performing a stately march along the icy pavement, when she stops dead and, still clutching his arm, stares across the road. What is it? It is nothing. It is predictable. They are in the town square. A small grey car of indeterminate make stands alone beneath an orange lamp. It is very dirty, despite the frost. It has a wire coat hanger for a radio aerial. Stared at this way, it has something ominous and unprotected about it. It is a car waiting to explode. Is it yours? Jayston asks. Yes, but it is no good. The great spy belatedly observes what Lara has already spotted. The front offside tire is flat. Don't worry, we'll change the wheel, Jayston says boldly, forgetting for a ludicrous moment the ferocious cold, his bruised body, the late hour, and any last considerations of operational security. It will not be sufficient, she replies with appropriate gloom. Of course it will. We'll turn the engine on. You can sit in the car and keep warm. You've got a spare wheel and a jack, haven't you? But by now they have reached the far pavement, and he has seen what she has anticipated. The near side tire is also flat. Seized by a need for action, he attempts to break free of her, but she clings on to him, and he understands that it is not the cold that is causing her to shiver. Does this happen a lot? He asks. Frequently. Do you call a garage? At night they will not come. I find a taxi home. In the morning, when I return, I have a parking ticket. Maybe also a ticket regarding the unsafe condition of the car. Sometimes they are towing it away, and I must collect it from an inconvenient location. Sometimes there is no taxi. But tonight we are fortunate. He follows her gaze, and sees to his surprise a taxi parked in a far corner of the square, with its interior lights burning and its engine running, and one figure huddled at the wheel. Still holding his arm, she urges him forward. He goes along with her for a few yards, then stops, his internal alarm bells sounding. Do cabs normally sit around town as late as this? It is not important. Yes, it is, actually. Very. Releasing himself from her gaze, he becomes aware of a second cab pulling up behind the first. Lara sees it too. You are being ridiculous. Look, now we have two cabs. We can take one each. Maybe we take only one. Then I shall first accompany you to your hotel. We shall see. It is unimportant. And forgetting his condition, or simply losing patience with him, she tugs again at his arm, with the result that he stumbles and breaks free of her and stands in front of her, blocking her way. No, he says. No, meaning I refuse, meaning I have seen the unlogic of this situation. If I was rash before, I shall not be rash now, and nor will you. The coincidences are too many. We are in the empty square of a God-forsaken town in the middle of the tundra on a freezing March night when even the town's one horse is asleep. Your car has been deliberately disabled. One taxi stands conveniently available. A second has now joined it. Who else are the taxis waiting for but us? Is it not reasonable to assume that the people who disabled your car are the same people who would like us to ride in theirs? But Lara is not accessible to this scientific argument. Waving her arm at the nearer driver, she is striding forward to claim him. Justin grabs her by the other arm, stops her in mid-stride, and hauls her back. The action infuriates her as much as it hurts him. She has had enough of being pushed around. "Leave me alone! Get away from me! Give that back!" He has seized her Russian bag. The first cab is pulling out from the curb. The second is pulling out behind it. Speculatively? In support? In a civilized country, you can never tell. "Get back to the car," he orders her. "What car? It is useless. You are mad." She is pulling at her Russian bag, but he is rummaging in it, shoving aside her papers, tissues, and whatever else obstructs his search. "Give me the car keys, Lara, please." He has found her purse inside the bag and opened it. He has the keys in his hand, a whole bunch of them, enough to get into Fort Knox. Why the hell does a single woman in disgrace need so many keys? He is sidling towards her car, sorting through her keys, shouting, "Which is it? Which is it?" Drawing her with him, keeping the shopping bag away from her, dragging her into the lamplight, where she can pick out the car key for him, which she does, vituperatively, vindictively, holding it up to him and jeering at him. "Now you have the key to a car with flat tires. Do you feel better now? Do you feel a big man?" Is this how she talked to Lord Beer? The cabs are edging round the square towards them, nose to tail. Their posture is inquisitive, not yet aggressive. But there is stealth to them. There is evil purpose, Justin is convinced, an air of menace and premeditation. "Is it central locking?" he is yelling. "Does the key open all the doors at once?" She doesn't know, or she's too furious to answer. He is on one knee, her shopping bag wedged under his arm, trying to get the key into the passenger door. He is rubbing away the ice with his fingertips, and his skin is sticking to the metalwork, and his muscles are howling as loud as the voices in his head. She is tugging at the Russian shopping bag and yelling at him. The car door opens, and he seizes hold of her. "Lara, for the love of heaven, will you please be so kind as to shut up and get into the car now?" The use of courteous emphasis is well judged. She stares at him in disbelief. He has her bag in his hand. He hurls it into the car. She darts after it like a dog after a ball, lands on the passenger seat as he slams the door. Justin steps back into the road and heads round the car. As he does so, the second cab overtakes the first and accelerates at him, sending him leaping for the curb. The cab's front wing snaps vainly at his flying coat as it passes him. Lara pushes open the driver's door from inside. Both cabs come to a halt in the middle of the road, 40 yards behind them. Justin turns the key in the ignition. The windscreen wipers are thick with frost, but the rear window is fairly clear. The engine coughs like an old donkey. "At this time of night," it is saying, "in this temperature, me?" He turns the key again. "Have you got petrol in this thing?" In the driving mirror he makes out 2 men climbing out of each cab. The second pair must have been hiding in the back, below the window line. One man carries a baseball bat. Another, an object that Justin concludes successively to be a bottle, a hand grenade, or a life preserver. All 4 men are walking deliberately towards the car. By God's will, the engine catches. Justin revs and releases the handbrake. But the car is automatic, and Justin for the life of him can't remember how automatic cars work. So, having put the car into drive, he restrains it with the foot brake, until sanity prevails. The car finally lurches forward, shaking and protesting. The steering wheel is as stiff as iron in his grasp. In the mirror, the men break into a trot. Justin cautiously accelerates. The front wheels shriek and bump, but somehow the car is going along despite itself. It is actually gathering speed, to the alarm of their pursuers, who no longer trot but run. They are dressed for the occasion, Justin notices, in bulky tracksuits and soft boots. One wears a sailor's woolen hat with a bobble on it, and he's the one with the baseball bat. The rest wear fur hats. Justin glances at Lara. She has one hand to her face, the fingers crammed between her teeth. Her other hand clutches the console in front of her. Her eyes have closed, and she is whispering, perhaps praying, a thing that Jayston finds puzzling, since until now he has regarded her as godless, in contrast to her lover, Lord Beer. They are leaving the little square, and bumping and farting down a poorly lit street of terraced cottages, fallen on hard times. "Where's the brightest part of town, the most public?" he asks her. Lara shakes her head. "Where's the station?" "It is too far. I have no money." She seems to think they are going to escape together. Smoke or steam is rising from the bonnet, and a frightful smell of burning rubber reminds him of student riots in Nairobi. But he continues to accelerate, while in the mirror he watches the men running, and he muses again on what fools they are, and how badly they do these things. It must be their training, and how a better commanded team would never have left the cars behind, and how the best thing they could do, if they had any sense, would be to turn round now, or maybe just two of them turn round, and run like hell back to their cars. But they show no sign of doing this, perhaps because they are coming closer, and everything depends on who gives up first, this car or those men. A sign in French and English warns him of an approaching crossroads. As a Sunday philologist, he finds himself comparing the two languages. "Where's the hospital?" he asks her. She takes her fingers out of her mouth. "Dr. Lara Emmerich is not permitted to enter the precincts of the hospital," she intones. He laughs for her, determined to buck her up. "Oh, well, we can't go there then, can we? Not if it's forbidden." "Come on." "Where is it?" "To the left." "How far?" "In normal conditions it will be very little time." "How little?" 5 minutes. If there is no traffic, less." There is no traffic, but there is steam or smoke belching out of the bonnet. The road surface is icy cobble. The speedometer is reading an optimistic 15 miles an hour at most. The men in the mirror show no sign of tiring. There is no sound except for the lumpy whine of spinning wheel rims, like 1,000 fingernails scraping on blackboards. Suddenly, to Jayston's amazement, the road ahead becomes a frosted parade ground. He sees the crenellated gatehouse and the door's heraldic crest garishly floodlit ahead of him, and to his left the ivy-covered pavilion and its 3 satellite blocks of steel and glass, looming like icebergs above it. He drags the steering wheel to the left and increases his pressure on the accelerator, to no avail. The speedometer registers 0 miles an hour, but that's ridiculous, because they are still moving, if only just. "Who do you know?" he shouts at her. She must have been asking herself the same question. "Phil." "Who's Phil?" "A Russian, an ambulance driver. Now he is too old." She reaches into the back of the car for her bag, takes out a packet of cigarettes. Not sportsman's. Lights one and hands it to him, but he ignores it. "The men have gone," she says, keeping the cigarette for herself. Like a faithful mount that has run its last, the car dies under them. The front axle collapses. Acrid black smoke oozes from the bonnet. A frightful grinding from beneath them announces that the car has found its final resting place at the center of the parade ground. Watched by a pair of drug-eyed Cree in kapok coats, Jayston and Lara clamber out of the car. Phil's business premises consisted of a white wooden box beside an ambulance park. It contained a stool, a telephone, a rotating red light, a coffee-stained electric heater, and a calendar that was permanently opened at December, a month when a lightly dressed female Santa Claus offers her naked backside to grateful male carol singers. Phil sat on the stool, talking into the telephone, wearing a leather cap with ear flaps. His face was leather too, cracked and lined and polished, then dusted over with silver stubble. When he heard Lara's voice speaking Russian, he did what old prisoners do, kept his head still and his hooded eyes looking straight ahead of him, while he waited to have it proved to him that he was being addressed. Only when he was sure did he face her, and become what Russian men of his age become in the presence of beautiful younger women, a little mystical, a little shy, a little abrupt. Phil and Lara spoke for what seemed to Jayston an unnecessary eternity. She in the doorway, with Jayston lurking like an unacknowledged lover in her shadow, and Phil from his stool, His gnarled hands knotted on his lap. They asked, as Jayston supposed, after each other's families, and how Uncle this or Cousin that was doing, until finally Lara stood back to let the old man push past her, which he did by holding her quite gratuitously by the waist before trotting down the ramp of an underground car park. "Does he know your band?" Jayston asked. "It is not important." "Where's he gone?" No answer, but none was needed. A shiny new ambulance was pulling up beside them, and Phil, in his leather cap, was at the wheel. Her house was new and rich, part of a luxury lakeside development built to accommodate the favourite sons and daughters of Messrs. Carroll Vita Hudson of Basel, Vancouver, and Seattle. She poured him a whiskey, and for herself a vodka. She showed him the jacuzzi, and demonstrated the sound system, and the eye-level, multifunctional super-microwave oven, and with the same wry detachment, indicated the point along her fence, where the Orgagni parked when they came to watch over her, which happened most days a week, she said, usually from around 8 in the morning, depending on the weather, until nightfall, unless there was an important hockey match, in which case they left earlier. She showed him the absurd night sky in her bedroom, the cupola of white plaster that was pierced with tiny lights to imitate the stars, and the dimmer that turned them up or down to the whim of the occupants of the great round bed beneath it. And there was a moment that they both watched come and go when it seemed possible that they might themselves become the occupants, two outlaws from the system, consoling one another, and what could be more reasonable than that? But Tessa's shadow came between them, and a moment passed without either of them commenting on it. Jayston commented on the icons instead. She had half a dozen of them, Andrew, Paul, and Simon Peter, and John, and the Virgin Mary herself, with tin halos, and their attenuated hands at prayer, or held up to bestow a blessing or signify the Trinity. "I suppose Marcus gave you those," he said, acting confused by this renewed display of unlikely religiosity. She put on her gloomiest scowl. "It is a totally scientific position. If God exists, he will be grateful. If not, it is irrelevant," and blushed when he laughed, then laughed too. The spare bedroom was in the basement. With its barred windows looking into the garden, it reminded him of Gloria's lower ground. He slept till 5, wrote to Ham's aunt for an hour, dressed and crept upstairs, intending to leave a note for Lara and take his chances of a lift into town. She was sitting in the window bay, smoking a cigarette, and wearing the clothes she had worn last night. The ashtray beside her was full. "You may take a bus to the train station from the top of the road," she said. "It will leave in 1 hour. She made him coffee, and he drank it at a table in the kitchen. Neither of them seemed disposed to discuss the night's events. "Probably just a bunch of crazy muggers," he said once, but she remained sunk in her own meditations. Another time he asked her about her plans. "How much longer have you got this place for?" "A few days," she replied distractedly. "Maybe a week." "What will you do?" "It would depend," she replied. It was not important. She would not starve. "Go now," she said suddenly. "It is better that you wait at the bus stop." As he left, she stood with her back to him, and her head tipped tensely forward, as if she were listening to a suspicious sound. "You will be merciful with Lorbeer," she announced. But whether this was a prediction or a command, he couldn't tell. Chapter 20.
"What the fuck does your man Quayle think he's playing at, Tim?" Curtis demanded, swinging his huge body round on one heel to challenge Donahue down the echoing room. It was big enough for a good-sized chapel, with teak poles for rafters, and doors with prison hinges, and tribal shields on the log cabin walls. "He's not our man, Kenny. He never was," Donahue replied stoically. "He's straight Foreign Office." "Straight? What's straight about him? He's the most devious sod I ever heard of. Why doesn't he come to me if he's worried about my drug? The door's wide open. I'm not a monster, am I? What does he want, money? No, Kenny, I don't think so. I don't think money is what's on his mind. That voice of his, thought Donahue, while he waited to learn why he had been sent for. I'll never get rid of it. Bullying and wheedling, lying and self-pitying. But bullying its favourite mode by far. Rinsed, but never laundered. The shadow of his Lancashire back street still peeping through, to the despair of all those elocution tutors who came and left at night. What's bugging him then, Tim? You know him, I don't. His wife, Kenny. She had an accident, remember? Curtis swung back to the great picture window and lifted his hands, palms upmost, appealing to the African dusk for reason. Beyond the bullet-proof glass lay darkening lawns, at the end of them a lake. Lights twinkled on the hillsides. A few early stars penetrated the deep blue evening mist. So his wife gets hers, Curtis reasoned, in the same plaintive tone. A bunch of bad boys went wild on her. Her piece of the black stuff did her over. What do I know? The way she was carrying on, she was asking for it. This is Turkana we're talking about, not fucking Surrey. But I'm sorry, yes? Very, very sorry. But not perhaps as sorry as you ought to be, thought Donahue. Curtis had houses from Monaco to Mexico, and Donahue hated all of them. He hated their stink of iodine, and their cowed servants and vibrating wooden floors. He hated their mirrored bars and odourless flowers that eyed you like the bored hookers Curtis kept around him. In his mind, Donahue lumped them together with the Rolls-Royces, the Gulfstream and the motor yacht, as a single tasteless gin palace straddled over half a dozen countries. But most of all, he hated this fortified farm stuck on the shores of Lake Naivasha, with its razor-wire fences and security guards, and zebra-skin cushions, and red-tiled floors, and leopard-skin rugs, and antelope sofas, and pink-lit mirrored booze cabinet, and satellite television set, and satellite telephone, and motion sensors and panic buttons and handheld radios, because it was to this house, to this room, and to this antelope sofa that he had been summoned, cap in hand, at Curtis's whim for the last 5 years, to receive whatever scraps the great Sir Kenneth Kaye, in his erratic magnanimity, had seen fit to toss into the eager jaws of British intelligence. And it was to this place that he had been summoned again tonight, for reasons he had yet to learn, just as he was uncorking a bottle of South African white before sitting down to a bit of lake salmon with his beloved wife, Maud. "Here's how we see it, Tim, old boy, for better or worse," ran a tense, eyes-only signal, written in the vaguely Woodhouseian style of his regional director in London. "On the visible front you should maintain friendly contact to match the public face you have established over the last 5 years. Golf, the odd drink, the odd lunch, etc. Sooner you than me. On the covert side you should continue to act natural and look busy, since the alternatives, severance, subjects, consequent outrage, etc., are too ghastly to contemplate in the present crisis. For your personal information, all hell has broken out on both sides of the river here, and the situation changes from day to day, but always for the worse. Roger." "Why did you come by car, then, anyway?" Curtis demanded, in an aggrieved tone, as he continued to gaze out over his African acres. "You could have had the Beechcraft if you'd asked for it. Doug Crick had a pilot standing by for you. You trying to make me feel bad or something?" "You know me, Chief." Sometimes, out of passive aggression, Donahue called him Chief, a title reserved in eternity for the head of his own service. "I'm a car driver. Open the car windows, blow the dust out. Nothing I like more. On these fucking roads? You're out of your mind. I told the man. Yesterday. I lie. Sunday. What's the very first fucking thing a punter sees when he arrives at Kenyatta and gets on his safari bus?" I asked him. "It's not the fucking lions and giraffes. It's your roads, Mr. President. It's your crumbling, horrible roads." "The man sees what he wants, that's his trouble. Plus he flies wherever he can. It's the same with your trains," I told him. "Use your fucking prisoners," I said. "You've got enough of them.
put your prisoners to work on the tracks and give your trains a chance. Talk to Jomo, he says. Which Jomo's that, I say. Jomo, my new transport minister, he says. Since when, I say. Since just now, he says. Fuck him. Fuck him indeed, said Donahue, devoutly, and smiled the way he often smiled when there was nothing to smile about, with his long, drooping head tipped goatishly to one side and back a notch, his yellowed eyes twinkling and missing nothing while he stroked the fangs of his moustache. An unprecedented silence filled the great room. The African servants had walked back to their villages. The Israeli bodyguards, those who weren't policing the grounds, were in the gatehouse watching a kung fu movie. Donahue had been treated to a couple of quick garottings while he waited to be allowed to pass. The private secretaries and the Somali valet had been ordered to the staff compound on the other side of the farm. For the first time in living history, not a single telephone was ringing in a Curtis household. A month ago, Donahue would have had to fight to get a word in, and threatened to remove himself unless Curtis gave him a few clear minutes, 1-to-1. Tonight he would have welcomed the chirrup of the house telephone, or the squawk of the satcom that stood scowling on its trolley beside the enormous desk. With his wrestler's back still turned to Donahue, Curtis had adopted what for him was a ruminative pose. He was wearing what he always wore in Africa: white shirt with double cuffs, and gold 3B's links, navy blue trousers, lacquered shoes with coxcombs at the sides, and a gold watch, thin as a penny, round his great hairy wrist. But it was the black crocodile belt that held Donahue's attention. With other fat men of his acquaintance, the belt ran low at the front, and the gut hung over it. But with Curtis, the belt stayed dead level, like a perfect line drawn across the centre of an egg, giving him the appearance of an enormous Humpty Dumpty. His mane of dyed black hair was swept back Slav-style from his wide forehead, and duck's-assed at the nape. He was smoking a cigar, and frowning each time he drew on it. When the cigar bored him, he would leave it smouldering on whatever priceless piece of furniture came to hand. When he wanted it, he would accuse the staff of stealing it. "You know what the bastard's up to now, I suppose?" he demanded. "Moy?" "Quayle." "I don't think I do, should I?" "Don't they tell you? Or don't they care?" "Perhaps they don't know, Kenny. All I've been told is he's taking up his wife's cause, whatever that was. That he's out of touch with his employers, and he's flying solo. We know his wife owned a place in Italy, and there's a theory that's where he may have gone to Earth." "What about fucking Germany?" Curtis interrupted. "What about fucking Germany?" Donahue asked, mimicking a style of speech he detested. "He was in Germany last week, poking around a bunch of long-haired liberal do-gooders who've got their knives into KVH. If it hadn't been for me being soft, he'd be off the voters' list by now. But your boys back in London don't know that, do they? They're not bothered. They've got better things to do with their time. I'm talking to you, Donahue." Curtis had swung round to face him. His huge upper body had dropped into a crouch. His crimson jaws were struck forward. He had one hand thrust into a pocket of his tent-like trousers. With the other, he clutched the cigar, lighted end leading, affecting to hammer it like a red-hot tent peg into Donahue's head. "I'm afraid you're ahead of me, Kenny," Donahue replied equably. "Is my office tracking Quayle, you ask? I haven't an earthly. Are precious national secrets at risk? I doubt it. Is our valued source, Sir Kenneth Curtis, in need of protection? We never promised to protect you commercially, Kenny. I don't think there's an institution in the world that would do that, if I may say so, financial or other, and survive." "Fuck you!" Curtis had flattened both vast hands on the great refectory table and was steering himself along it like a gorilla as he headed in Donahue's direction. But Donahue smiled his fanged smile and sat his ground. "I can bury your fucking service single-handed if I want, you know that?" Curtis screamed. "My dear chap, I never doubted it. I buy lunch for the boys who pay you your money. I give them binges on my fucking boat. Girls, caviar, bubbly. They get offices from me election time. Cars, cash, secretaries with good tits. I do business with companies that make 10 times what your shop spends in a year.
If I told them what I know, you'd be history. So fuck you, Donahue. You too, Curtis, you too, Donahue murmured wearily, like a man who has heard it all before, which he had. All the same, inside his operational skull, he was wondering very hard what on earth these histrionics were leading up to. Curtis had thrown tantrums before, God knows. Donahue could no longer count the times he had sat here waiting for a storm to blow over, or, if the insults became too vile to ignore, staged a tactical retreat from the room, until Kenny decided it was time to call him back and apologize, sometimes with the assistance of a crocodile tear or two. But tonight Donahue had the feeling of sitting in a booby-trapped house. He remembered the clinging look Doug Crick gave him at the gate, the extra deference in his, "Oh, good evening, Mr. Donahue, sir. I'll tell the chief immediately." He was listening with increasing unease to the deathly stillness each time Curtis's manic outbursts echoed to nothing. In the picture window, 2 slow-marching Israelis in shorts passed by, leading rebellious guard dogs. Huge yellow fever trees dotted the lawn. Colobus monkeys skipped between them, driving the dogs crazy. The grass was lush and perfect, watered by the lake. "Your mob's paying him," Curtis accused Donahue suddenly, striking out a hand and dropping his voice for effect. "Quayle's your man, right? Acting on your orders, so that you can screw me, right?" Donahue offered a knowing smile. "Dead right, Kenny," he said placatingly. "Completely wrong-headed and cuckoo, but otherwise bang on the nail. Why are you doing this to me? I've a right to know. I'm Sir fucking Kenneth Curtis. I have subscribed, last year alone, £500,000 to party funds. I have provided you, British fucking intelligence, with nuggets of pure gold. I have performed, voluntarily, certain services for you of a very, very tricky sort. I have—" "Kenny," Donahue interrupted quietly. "Shut up. Not in front of the servants, okay? Now listen to me. Why should we have the slightest interest in encouraging Justin Quayle to shaft you? Why should my service stretch to its limits and under heavy fire in Whitehall as usual? Why should we want to shoot ourselves in the foot by sabotaging a valuable asset like Kenny Kay? Because you've sabotaged every other fucking thing in my life, that's why. Because you've had the city banks call me in. 10,000 British jobs are at risk. But who gives a fuck when we're putting the boot into Kenny Kay? Because you've warned your political friends to wash their hands of me before I go down the tube. Haven't you? Haven't you? I said, haven't you?" Donahue was busily separating the information from the question. "The city banks have called him in. Does London know? And if they do, why in God's name didn't Roger warn me?" "I'm sorry to hear that, Kenny. When did the banks do that?" "What the fuck does it matter when? Today, this afternoon. By phone and fax. The phone to tell me, the fax in case I forgot. Hard copy to follow in case I didn't read the fucking fax." "Then London does know," thought Donahue. "But if they know, why did they leave me dangling?" Resolved later. "Did the banks offer any reason for their decision, Kenny?" he asked solicitously. "Their grave ethical concern about certain trade practices is uppermost in their minds." "What fucking practices? What fucking ethics?" "Their idea of ethics is a small county east of London. Loss of market confidence is also said to be a worry." "Who the fuck caused that, then?" "They did." "Unsettling rumours is another." "Screw them, I've been there before." "And your political friends, who are washing their hands of you, the ones we didn't warn?" "Phone call from a flunky at number 10 with a potato up his arse. Speaking on behalf of, etc. They're eternally grateful, etc. But in the present climate of having to be holier than the Pope, they're sending back my very generous contributions to party funds. And where should they send them, please? Because the sooner my money is off their fucking books, the happier they'll be. And can we all pretend it never happened? Know where he is now? Where he was 2 nights ago, getting his end off?" It took Donahue a blink and a shake to realize that Curtis was talking not about the incumbent of 10 Downing Street anymore, but Justin Quayle. Canada. Fucking Saskatchewan, Curtis snorted, in reply to his own question. Freezing his arse off, I hope.
Doing what? Donahue asked, mystified not so much by the notion of Jayston in Canada, but by the ease with which Curtis was able to follow him there.
Some university. There's a woman there, a fucking scientist. She's taken it into her head to go around telling everybody the drug's a killer in violation of her contract. Quayle shacked up with her. A month after his wife's death.
His voice rose, threatening another storm-force gale.
He's got a phony passport, for fuck's sake. Who gave it to him? You did. He pays cash. Who sends it to him? You buggers do. He slips through their net like a fucking eel every time. Who taught him to do that? You lot.
No, Kenny, we didn't. None of it. Their net, he thought. Not yours.
Curtis was pumping himself up for another scream. Now it came. Then what, if you'd be so kind as to inform me, is Mr. Porter fucking Coleridge doing, lodging inaccurate and defamatory information with the Cabinet Office regarding my company and my drug? What the fuck is he doing, threatening to go to fucking Fleet Street, if he isn't promised a full impartial inquiry by our lords and masters in the Brussels loony bin? And why the fuck do the wankers in your shop let him do it? Or more like it, encourage the bastard.
And how did you get to know about that? Donahue was marvelling silently. How in heaven's name did even a man as resourceful and duplicitous as Curtis manage to get his hairy paws on a piece of top-secret encrypted information just 8 hours after it had been sent personally to Donahue over the service link? And having asked himself this question, Donahue, craftsman of his trade, set about obtaining the answer to it. He smiled his jolly smile, but a really pleased one this time, reflecting his honest pleasure that a few things in this world are still decently done among friends. "Of course," he said. "Old Bernard Pellegrin tipped you the wink. Brave of him, and timely. I just hope I'd have done the same. I've always had a soft spot for Bernard." His smiling eyes fixed on Curtis's flushed features. Donahue watched, as they first hesitated, then formed themselves into an expression of contempt.
That limp-wristed faggot! I wouldn't trust him to pee his poodle in the park. I've been keeping a top job warm for his retirement, and the bugger hasn't lifted a finger to protect me. Want some? Curtis demanded, shoving a brandy decanter at him. Can't, old boy. Leech's orders. I told you, go to my doctor. Doug gave you his address. He's only down in Cape Town. We'll fly you there. Take the Gulf Stream. Bit late to change horses, thanks, Kenny. It never is, Curtis retorted. So it's Pellegrin, thought Donahue, confirming an old suspicion, as he watched Curtis pour himself another lethal dose from the decanter. Some things about you are predictable after all, and one of them is you never learned to lie. 5 years ago, impelled by a desire to do something useful, the childless Donahues had driven up country to stay with a poor African farmer, who in his spare time was setting up a network of kids' football teams. The problem was money. Money for a truck to drive the kids to matches. Money for team uniforms and other precious symbols of dignity. Maud had recently come into a small inheritance. Donahue, a life policy. By the time they returned to Nairobi, they had pledged the whole lot in installments over the next 5 years, and Donahue had never been so happy. His only regret, looking back, was that he had spent so little of his life on kids' football, and so much of it on spies. The same thought, for some reason, flitted through his head as he watched Curtis lower his vast bulk into a teak armchair, nodding and winking like a kind granddad. Here comes the fabled charm that leaves me cold, Donahue told himself. I popped down to Harare a couple of days ago, Curtis confided artfully, clapping his hands on his knees and leaning forward for greater confidence. That stupid peacock Mugabe's appointed himself a new Minister of National Projects. Quite a promising lad, I must say. Did you read about him at all, Tim? Yes, indeed. Young bloke. You like him. He's helping us with a little scheme we've got going up there. Very fond of a nice backhander, he is. Mustard, in fact.
I thought you might value that piece of information. It's worked for us in the past, all right, hasn't it? A bloke who'll take a backhander from Kenny Kay is not averse to taking one from her Madge, right? Right, thanks. Good idea. I'll pass it up the line. More nods and winks, accompanied by a grateful pull of cognac. Know that new skyscraper I built off the Uhuru Highway? And very fine it is, Kenny. I sold it to a Russian last week. A mafia boss he is, Doug tells me. A big one, too, apparently. Not a tiddler like some of the fellows we've got here. Word is, he's cutting himself a very big drug deal with the Koreans. He sat back and surveyed Donahue, with the deep concern of a close friend. Here, Tim, what's the matter with you? You look faint. I'm fine. It's the way I go sometimes. It's the chemotherapy, that is. I told you to go to my doctor and you wouldn't. How's Maud? Maud's fine, thanks. Take the yacht. Give yourselves a break, just the two of you. Talk to Doug. Thanks again, Kenny, but it might be stretching cover a bit, mightn't it? Another mood swing threatened them, as Kenny breathed a long sigh and let his great arms flop to his sides. No man could take it harder that his generosity had been rejected. You're not joining the hands-off Kenny Brigade, are you, Tim? You're not cold-shouldering me like those banking boys? Of course not. Well, don't. You'll only get hurt. This Russian I was telling you about. Listen, know what he's got tucked away for a rainy day, which he showed Doug? I'm all ears, Kenny. I built a basement for that skyscraper. Not a lot do that here, but I decided I'd give it a basement for a car park. Cost me an arm and a leg, but that's how I am. 400 spaces for 200 apartments. And this Russian, whose name I'm going to give you, he's got a big white lorry in every fucking car space, with UN painted on the lid. Never been driven, he tells Doug. Fell off a freighter on their way to Somalia. Wants to flog them. He flung up his arms, amazed by his own anecdote. What the fuck's that about, then? The Russian mafia flogging UN lorries? To me? Know what he wanted Doug to do? Tell me. Import them. From Nairobi to Nairobi. He'll respray them for us, and all we've got to do is square the customs boys and put the lorries through our books, a few at a time. If that's not organised crime, what is? A Russian crook ripping off the UN here in Nairobi in broad daylight? That's anarchy. And I disapprove of anarchy. So you can have that item of intelligence. Gratis and for fuck all. With Kenny Kay's compliments. Tell them it's a freebie, on me. They'll be over the moon. I want him stopped, Tim, in his tracks, now. Coleridge or Quayle? Both of them. I want Coleridge stopped. I want the Quayle woman's stupid report lost. My God, he knows about that too, thought Donahue. I thought Peregrine had already lost it for you, he complained, with the kind of frown that older men put on when their memory is failing them. You keep Bernard out of this. He's no friend of mine and never will be. And I want you to tell your Mr. Quayle that if he goes on coming at me, there's fuck all I can do to help him because he's taking on the world, not me. Got it? They'd have done him in Germany if I hadn't gone down on my hands and knees for him. Hear me? I hear you, Kenny. I'll pass it up the line. That's all I can promise. With bearish agility, Curtis sprang from his chair and rolled away down the room. I'm a patriot, he shouted. Confirm that, Donahue. I'm a fucking patriot. Of course you are, Kenny. Say it again. I am a patriot. You're a patriot. You're John Bull, Winston Churchill. What do you want me to say? Give me one example of me being patriotic. One of dozens. The best example you can think of. Now. Where the hell is this leading? Donahue gave one all the same. How about the Sierra Leone job we did last year? Tell me about it. Go on. Tell me. A client of ours wanted guns and ammunition on a no-name basis. So we bought the guns. I bought the fucking guns. You bought the guns with our money. We provided you with a phony end-user certificate saying they were destined for Singapore. You've forgotten the fucking ship. 3 Bs chartered a 40,000-ton freighter and loaded up the guns. The ship got itself lost in the fog. Pretended to, you mean? And had to put into a small harbour near Freetown, where our client and his team were standing by, ready to unload the guns. And I didn't have to do it for you, did I? I could have chickened. I could have said, wrong address, try next door. But I did it. I did it for love of my fucking country, because I'm a patriot. The voice dropped, to become conspiratorial. All right, listen. Here's what you do, what the service does. He was pacing the long room as he gave his orders in low, staccato sentences. Your service, not the Foreign Office, they're a bunch of sissies. Your service, in person, you go to the banks, and you identify, in each bank, I'll mark your card for you, a real Englishman, or woman. Are you listening? Because you're going to be passing this on to them when you get home tonight. He had put on his visionary's voice. High tones, a bit of quaver, the people's millionaire. I'm listening, Donahue assured him. Good. And you call them together, these good Englishmen and true, or women, to a nice panelled room in the city somewhere. You boys will know the places. And you say to them in your formal capacity as the British Secret Service, you say to them, gentlemen, ladies, lay off Kenny Kay. We're not telling you why. All we're saying is lay off in the name of the Queen. Kenny Kay has done great work for his country, but we can't tell you what it is. And there's more to come. You're to give him 3 months' ride on his credits, and you'll be striking a blow for your country, same as Kenny Kay is. And they'll do it. If one says yes, they'll all say yes, because they're sheep. And the other banks will follow suit, because they're sheep too. Donahue had never supposed he could feel sorry for Curtis. But if he ever had, this might have been the moment. I'll ask them, Kenny. The trouble is, we haven't got that kind of power. If we had, they'd have to disband us. But the effect of these words was more drastic than anything he could have feared. Curtis was roaring, and his roars were echoing in the rafters. He had flung up his white-sleeved arms in priest-like oblation above his head. The room was drumming to the thunder of his tyrant's voice. Your history, Donahue. You think countries run the fucking world? Go back to fucking Sunday school. It's God Save Our Multinational they're singing these days. And here's another thing you can tell your friends, Mr. Coleridge and Mr. Quayle, and whoever else you're lining up against me. Kenny Kay loves Africa. A sweep of the whole upper body took in the picture window, and the lake bathed in silken moonlight. It's in his fucking blood. And Kenny Kay loves his drug. And Kenny Kay was put on earth to get his drug to every African man, woman, and child who needs it. And that's what he's going to do. So fuck the lot of you. And if somebody sets himself up to stand in the way of science, he's only got himself to blame. Because I can't stop those boys, not anymore, and nor can you. Because that drug has been tried and tested all ways up by the best brains money can buy, bar none. And not one of them, the voice soaring to a crescendo of hysterical menace, not one of them has found a fucking word to say against it or will. Ever. Now fuck off. As Donahue did as he was bidden, a furtive cacophony of haste broke out around him. Shadows sidled into the corridors. Dogs barked, and a chorus of telephones began their chant. Stepping into the fresh air, Donahue paused to let the night smells and sounds of Africa wash him clean. He was, as ever, unarmed. A ragged veil of cloud had spread itself across the stars. In the glare of the security lights, the acacia trees were paper yellow. He heard nightjars and the braying of a zebra. He peered slowly round, forcing his gaze to rest longest on the darkest places. The house stood on a high terrace, and behind it lay the lake, and before it a tarmac sweep, which by moonlight resembled a deep crater. His car stood at the centre of it. From habit he had parked it clear of the surrounding undergrowth. Unsure whether he had glimpsed a moving shadow, he remained motionless. He was thinking, oddly enough, of Jayston. He was thinking that if Curtis was right, and Jayston had in quick succession been in Italy, Germany, and Canada, travelling on a false passport, then this was a Jayston he didn't know, but had in recent weeks come to suspect might exist. Jayston the loner, taking nobody's orders but his own. Jayston impassioned and on the warpath, determined to uncover what, in an earlier life, he might have helped to cover up. And if that was who Jayston was these days, and that was the task he had set himself, then where better to start looking than here, at the lakeside residence of Sir Kenneth Curtis, importer and distributor of my drug. Donahue took a half-pace towards his car, and, hearing a sound close to him, stopped in mid-stride and laid his foot, oh so softly, on the tarmac. What are we playing, Jayston? Grandmother's footsteps? Or are you just another colobus monkey? A tread this time, a palpable footstep behind him. Man or beast? Donahue raised his right elbow in defence, and, suppressing a desire to whisper Jayston's name, swung round to see Doug Crick standing 4 feet from him in the moonlight, his hands hanging demonstratively free at his sides. He was a big fellow, as tall as Donahue, but half his age, with a wide, pale face and fair hair, and an appealing, if effeminate, smile. "Hello, Doug," Donahue said. "Keeping well?" "Very, sir, thank you, and I hope I can say the same for you." "Something I can do for you?" They were both speaking very quietly. "Yes, sir. You can drive to the main road, turn towards Nairobi. Drive as far as the turn off to Hell's Gate National Park, which closed an hour ago. It's a dirt road, no lights. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. Donahue drove down a ride of black grevillea trees to the gatehouse, and let the guard shine a torch in his face, then in his car, in case he had stolen the leopard-skin rugs. The kung fu had given way to badly focused pornography. He turned slowly onto the main road, watching for animals and pedestrians. Hooded natives crouched and lay along the verges. Lone walkers with long sticks lifted a slow hand at him, or leapt mockingly into his headlights. He kept driving until he saw a smart sign indicating the national park. He stopped, switched off his lights, and waited. A car pulled up behind him. He unlocked his passenger door and opened it a foot, making the courtesy light go on. There was no cloud and no moon. Through the windscreen the stars were double bright. Donahue made out Taurus and Gemini, and after Gemini, Cancer. Crick slipped onto the passenger seat and slammed the door after him, leaving them in pitch darkness. "The chief's desperate, sir. I haven't seen him like this, well, ever," said Crick. "I don't suppose you have, Doug. He's going a bit screwy, frankly." "Overwrought, I expect," said Donahue, sympathetically. "I've been sitting in the communications room all day, putting the calls through to him. The London banks, Basel, then it's the banks again, then it's finance companies he's never heard of, offering him monthly credit at 40% compound. Then it's what he calls his rat pack, the political ones. You can't help listening, can you?" A mother with a child on her arm was scraping timidly on the windscreen with her emaciated hand. Donahue lowered his window and handed her a 20-shilling note. "He's mortgaged his houses in Paris, Rome, and London, and there's to be a charge on his house in Sutton Place, New York. He's trying to find a buyer for his stupid football team, though you'd have to be deaf and dumb to want them. He's asked his special friend in Credit Suisse for $25 million US today, pay you back $30 million Monday. Plus KVH are after him for payment on his marketing deals. And if he hasn't got cash, they'll stretch a point and take over his company." A dazed family trio was gathering at the window, refugees from somewhere, going nowhere. "Want me to sort them out, sir?" Crick asked, reaching for the door handle. "You'll do no such thing," Donahue ordered sharply. He started the engine and edged slowly along the road, while Crick kept talking. "He screams at them, as all he does. It's pathetic, frankly. KVH don't want his money. They want his business, which is what we all knew, but he didn't. I don't know where the shock waves will end, do I?" "I'm sorry to hear that, Doug. I'd always thought of you and Kenny as hand in glove." "Me too, sir.
It's taken a lot to bring me to this point, I'll confess. It's not like me to be two-faced, is it?
A bunch of ostracized male gazelles had come to the roadside to watch them pass.
"What do you want, Doug?" Donahue asked.
"I was wondering whether there was informal work available, sir.
Anyone you'd like visited or kept an eye on?
Any special documents you needed?"
Donahue waited, unimpressed. "Plus, I've got this friend from the Ireland days. Lives in Harare, which wouldn't be my cup of tea."
"What about him?"
"He was approached, wasn't he? He's a freelance."
"Approached to do what?"
"Certain European people who were friends of his approached him, offering him mega-bucks to pacify a white woman and her black boyfriend up Turkana way. Like by yesterday. Leave tonight. We've got a car waiting."
Donahue pulled onto the verge and again stopped the car. "Date?" he asked.
2 days before Tessa Quayle was killed."
"Did he take the contract?"
"Of course not, sir."
"Why not?"
"He's not that sort. He won't touch women, for one thing. He's done Rwanda, he's done Congo. He'll never touch another woman."
"So what did he do?"
"He advised them to speak to certain people he knew who weren't so particular."
"Such as who?"
"He's not saying, Mr. Donahue. And if he was, I wouldn't let him tell me. There are some things that are too dangerous to know."
"Not a lot on offer, then, is there?"
"Well, he is prepared to talk the wider parameters, if you know what I mean."
"I don't. I buy names, dates and places, retail, cash in a bag. No parameters."
"I think what he's really talking about, sir, if you cut away the fancy language, is, would you like to buy what happened to Dr. Bloom, including map references? Only being by way of a writer, he's written an account of the events in Turkana as they affected the doctor, based on what his friends told him. For your eyes only, assuming the price is right."
Another group of night migrants had assembled round the car, led by an old man in a lady's broad-brimmed hat with a bow on it.
"Sounds crap to me," said Donahue. "I don't think it's crap, sir. I think it's the real McCoy. I know it is."
A chill passed over Donahue. "No?" he wondered. "No how? Is your friend from Ireland days a cipher for Doug Crick?"
"Where is it, this account he's written?" "It's to hand, sir. I'll put it that way."
"I'll be at the pool bar of the Serena Hotel tomorrow at midday for 20 minutes.
"He's looking at 50 Ks, Mr. Donahue."
"I'll tell you what he's looking at when I've seen it." Donahue drove for an hour, swerving between craters, slowing down for very little. A jackal scurried through his headlights, bound for the game park. A group of women from a local flower farm hailed a lift from him, but for once he didn't stop. Even passing his own house, he refused to slow down, but headed directly for the High Commission. The lake salmon would have to keep until tomorrow. Chapter 21. "Sandy Woodrow," Gloria announced with playful severity, standing arms akimbo before him in her new fluffy dressing gown. "It's jolly well time you showed the flag." She had risen early and brushed out her hair by the time he had shaved. She had packed the boys off to school with the driver, then cooked him bacon and eggs, which he wasn't allowed, but once in a while a girl's allowed to spoil her man. She was mimicking the school prefect and herself, using her head girl voice, though none of this was yet apparent to her husband, who was ploughing his way, as usual, through a heap of Nairobi newspapers. "Flag goes back up on Monday, dear," Woodrow replied distractedly, masticating bacon. "Mildred's been on to protocol department. Tessa's been half-masted longer than a prince of the blood." "I'm not talking about that flag, silly," said Gloria, removing the newspapers from his reach and setting them prettily on a side table beneath her watercolours. "Are you sitting comfortably? So listen. I'm talking about throwing an absolutely bumper party to cheer us all up, you included. It's time, Sandy. It really is. It's time we all said to each other, right, done that, been there, dreadfully sorry, but life has to go on. Tessa would feel exactly the same. Vital question, darling. What's the inside story? When are the Porters coming back? The Porters, like the Sandys and the Elenas, which is how we talk about people when we're being cosy. Woodrow transferred a square of egg to his fried bread. Mr. and Mrs. Porter Coleridge are taking an extended period of home leave while they settle their daughter Rosie in school, he intoned, quoting an imaginary spokesman. Inside story, outside story. Only story there is. But a story that, despite his seeming ease, exercised Woodrow considerably. What the hell was Coleridge up to? Why this radio silence? All right, he was on home leave. Good luck to him. But heads of mission on home leave have telephones and emails and addresses. They get withdrawal symptoms. Phone their number twos and private secretaries on the flimsiest excuse, wanting to know about their servants, gardens, dogs, and how's the old place ticking over without me. And they get huffy when it's suggested to them that the old place ticks over rather better when they're not in it. But from Coleridge, ever since his abrupt departure, not a dicky bird. And if Woodrow called London with the professed aim of bouncing a few innocent questions off him, and quite incidentally to pump him about his aims and dreams, he was met by one blank wall after another. Coleridge was doing a stint at Cabinet Office, said a neophyte in Africa Department. He was attending a ministerial working party, said a satrap in the Permanent Under-Secretary's Department. And Bernard Pellegrin, when Woodrow finally reached him from the digital phone on Coleridge's desk, was as airy as the rest of them. One of those personnel cock-ups, he explained vaguely. PM wants a briefing, so the Secretary of State has to have one. So they all want one. Everyone wants a bit of Africa. What's new? But is Porter coming back here or not, Bernard? I mean, this is very unsettling for all of us. I'd be the last to know, old boy. Slight pause. You alone? Yes? That little shit Mildred hasn't got her ear to the keyhole? Woodrow glanced at the closed door to the anteroom and lowered his voice. No. Remember that thick bit of paper you sent me not so long ago? 20 pages odd, woman author. Woodrow's stomach lurched. Anti-listening devices might be safe against outsiders, but are they safe against us? What about it? My view is, best scenario would be, solve everything. It never arrived, lost in the mails. That play? You're talking about your end, Bernard. I can't speak for your end. If you didn't receive it, that's your business. But I sent it to you. That's all I know. Suppose you didn't send it, old boy. Suppose none of it happened. Never written, never sent. Would that be viable, your end? The voice absolutely at ease with itself. No, that's impossible. Not at all viable, Bernard. Why not? Interested, but not the smallest degree perturbed. I sent it to you by bag. It was listed. Personal, for you. Inventoried. The Queen's messengers signed for it. I told... He was going to say Scotland Yard, but changed his mind in time. I told the people who came out here about it. I had to, that they'd already got the background by the time they spoke to me. His fear made him angry. I told you I told them. I warned you, actually. Bernard, is something unravelling? You're making me a bit jumpy, actually. I'd rather understood from you that the whole thing had been laid peacefully to rest. Nothing to it, old boy. Calm down. These things pop up now and then. Bit of toothpaste slips out of the tube, you put it back. People say it can't be done. Happens every day. Wife well? Gloria's fine. Kitty winks? Fine. Give our love. So I've decided it's to be a really super dance, Gloria was saying enthusiastically. Oh, right. Splendid. said Woodrow, and giving himself time to recover the thread of their conversation, helped himself to the pills she made him swallow every morning, 3 oat-bran tablets, 1 cod-liver oil, and half an aspirin. "I know you hate dancing, but that's not your fault. It's your mother's," Gloria went on sweetly. "I shan't be letting Elena interfere. Not after the rather tacky little do she gave recently. I shall just keep her informed." "Oh, right. You two have kissed and made up, have you? Don't think I knew that. Congratulations." Gloria bit her lip. Memories of Elena's dance had momentarily cast her down. "I do have friends, Sandy, you know," she said, a little pitifully. "I rather need them, to be frank. It gets quite lonely waiting all day for you to come back. Friends laugh, they chat, they do each other favours. And sometimes they fall out. But then they get together again. That's what friends do. I just wish you had someone like that." "Well, don't I?" "But I've got you, darling," Woodrow said gallantly, as he embraced her goodbye. Gloria went to work with all the drive and efficiency she had put into Tessa's funeral. She formed a working committee of fellow wives and members of the staff, too junior to refuse her. First among them was Gita, a choice that mattered greatly to her, since Gita had been the unwitting cause of the rift between Elena and herself, and the ghastly scene that had followed it. The memory would haunt her all her days. Elena had given her dance, and it had been to a point, one had to say, well, a success. And Sandy, it was well known, was a great believer in couples splitting up at parties, and working the room, as he called it. Parties, he liked to say, were where he did his best diplomacy, and so they should be. He was charming. So for most of the evening, Gloria and Sandy hadn't seen much of one another, except for the odd woohoo across the room, and the odd wave on the dance floor, which was perfectly normal, though Gloria could have wished for just one dance, even if it had to be a foxtrot, so that Sandy could get the rhythm. And beyond that, Gloria had had very little to say about the evening, except that she really thought Elena could cover up a bit more at her age, instead of having her bust springing out all over, as we used to say. And she wished the Brazilian ambassador had not insisted on putting his hand on her bottom for the samba. But Sandy says that's what Latins do. So it came as a total bolt from the blue, when on the morning after the dance, at which Gloria had noticed nothing untoward, be it repeated, and she did consider herself rather observant, over a post-mortem coffee at the Matega, Elena had let slip, completely casually, as if it were just another bit of perfectly ordinary gossip, rather than a total bombshell wrecking her complete life, that Sandy had come on so heavily with Gita Pearson, Elena's very words, that Gita had pleaded a headache and gone home early, which Elena considered tedious of her, because if everyone did that, one might as well just not bother to give a party at all. Gloria was at first speechless. Then she refused point-blank to believe a word of it. What did Elena mean? Come on, exactly. Come on how, Elle? Be specific, please. I think I'm rather upset. No, it's perfectly all right. Just go on, please. Now you've said it, let's have it all. Feeling her up for openers, Elena retorted with deliberate coarseness, incensed by what she perceived as Gloria's prudishness, gripping her tits, pressing his nasty up against her crotch. What did you expect a man to do when he's got the hots for somebody, woman? You must be the only girl in town not to know that Sandy is the biggest pussy hound in the business. Look at the way he padded round Tessa all those months, with his tongue hanging out, even when she was 8 months pregnant. The mention of Tessa did it. Gloria had long accepted that Sandy had had a harmless thing about Tessa, though of course he was far too upright to let his feelings get out of hand. Rather to her shame, she had quizzed Gita on the subject, and drawn a satisfying blank. Now Elena had not only reopened the wound, she had poured vinegar into it. Incredulous, mystified, humiliated, and plain bloody angry, Gloria stormed home, dismissed the staff, settled the boys at their homework, locked the drinks cupboard, and waited darkly for Sandy to return, which he finally did around 8 o'clock, pleading pressure of work as usual, but so far she could tell in her fraught state, sober. Not wishing to be earwigged by the boys, she grabbed him by the arm and frog-marched him down the servants' staircase to the lower ground. "What the hell's the matter with you?" he complained. "I need a scotch." "You are the matter, Sandy," Gloria retorted fearsomely. "I want no circumlocutions, please. No diplomatic sweet talk, thank you. No courtesies of any kind. We're both grown-ups. Did you, or did you not, have an affair with Tessa Quayle? I warn you, Sandy. I know you very well. I shall know immediately if you're lying." "No," said Woodrow simply. "I didn't. Any more questions?" "Were you in love with her?" "No." Stoical under fire, like his father, not budging an eyebrow. For Sandy she loved best if she was honest. The kind of man you know where you are with. "I'll never talk to Elena again." "Did you make up to Gita Pearson while you were dancing with her at Elena's party, or not?" "No." "Elena says you did." "Then Elena's talking bilge. What's new?" "She says Gita left early in tears because you pawed her." "Then I assume Elena is pissed off because I didn't paw Elena." Gloria had not expected such straight, unequivocal, almost reckless denials. She could have done without "pissed off," and she just stopped Philip's pocket money for saying it. But Sandy might be right all the same. "Did you stroke Gita? Feel her up? Did you press yourself against her? Tell me!" she shouted, and gave way to a burst of tears. "No," Woodrow replied again, and made a step towards her, but she brushed him aside. "Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Did you want to have an affair with her?" "With Gita or Tessa?" "Either of them, both of them. What does it matter?" "Well, shall we take Tessa first?" "Do what you want." "If you mean by affair, go to bed with her, I'm sure the idea occurred to me, as it would to most men of heterosexual appetite. Gita I find less appealing, but youth has its attractions, so let's throw her in too. How about the Jimmy Carter formula? I committed adultery in my heart. There, I've confessed. Want a divorce, or can I have my scotch?" By which time she was doubled up, weeping helplessly with shame and self-loathing, and begging Sandy to forgive her, because it had become horribly obvious to her what she had been doing. She had been accusing him of all the things she had been accusing herself of, ever since Jayston slipped into the night with his suitcases. She had been working out her guilt on him. Mortified, she hugged herself and blurted, "I'm so sorry, Sandy." And, "Oh, Sandy, please." And, "Sandy, forgive me, I'm so awful," as she struggled to release herself from his grasp. But Sandy by now had an arm round her shoulders, and was helping her up the stairs like the good doctor he should have been. And when they reached the drawing-room, she gave him the key to the drinks cupboard, and he poured a stiff one for both of them. Nonetheless, the healing process took its time. Suspicions so monstrous are not laid to rest in a day, particularly when they echo other suspicions that have been laid to rest in the past. Gloria thought back a distance, then another distance. Her memory, which had a way of going off on its own, insisted on retrieving incidents that at the time she had dismissed. After all, Sandy was an attractive man. Of course women would make up to him. He was the most distinguished-looking person in the room, and a little innocent flirtation never did anyone any harm. But then memory kicked in again, and she wondered. Women from previous postings came to mind, tennis partners, babysitters, young wives with promotable husbands. She found herself reliving picnic parties, swimming parties, even, an involuntary shudder, a rather drunken, nude swimming party in the French ambassador's pool in Amman, when nobody really looked, and we all ran shrieking for our towels, but all the same. It took Gloria several days to forgive Elena, and in a way, of course, she never would. But then Elena was so unhappy, she reflected, with her generous side. How could she not be, married to that dreadful little Greek, and trying to make up for him with one seedy affair after another? Otherwise, the only thing that slightly bothered Gloria was what precisely they ought to be celebrating. Obviously, it had to be a day. like Independence Day or May Day. Obviously, it had to be soon, or the porters would come back, which was not what Gloria wanted at all. She wanted Sandy in the limelight. Commonwealth Day was looming, but it was too far away. With a little doctoring, they could have an early Commonwealth Day that got in ahead of everybody else's. That would show initiative. She would have preferred British Commonwealth Day, but everything has to be cut down to size these days. It's the age we live in. She would have preferred St. George's Day, and let's slay the bloody dragon for good, or Dunkirk Day, and let's fight them on the beaches, or Waterloo Day, or Trafalgar Day, or Agincourt Day, all resounding British victories. But, unfortunately, they were victories over the French, who, as Elena acidly pointed out, had the best cooks in town. But since none of these days fitted, Commonwealth Day it had to be. Gloria decided it was now time to embark on her master plan, for which she needed the blessing of the private office. Mike Mildren was a man in flux. Having had a rather unwholesome New Zealand girl sharing his flat for the last 6 months, he had overnight exchanged her for a good-looking Italian boy, who reputedly spent his day lounging by the pool at the Norfolk Hotel. Choosing just after lunch, when Mildren was said to be at his most receptive, she telephoned him from the Mutega Club, using all her wiles and promising herself not to call him Mildred by mistake. "Mike, it's Gloria here. How are you? Have you got a minute? 2 even?" Which was nice and modest of her, because after all she was the acting High Commissioner's wife, even if she wasn't Veronica Coleridge. Yes, Mildred had a minute. "Well, Mike, as you may have heard, I and a bunch of stalwarts are planning a rather large pre-Commonwealth Day knees-up, a sort of curtain-raiser for everybody else's too. Sandy's spoken to you about it, obviously, hasn't he?" "Not yet, Gloria, but no doubt he will." Sandy being useless as usual, forgetting everything about her as soon as he walks out of the front door, and when he comes home, drinking himself to sleep. "Well, anyway, what we're looking at, Mike," she bowled on, "is a big marquee. As big as we can find, frankly, with a kitchen at the side. We're going to have a slap-up hot buffet and a live, really good local band. Not a disco like Elena's, and not cold salmon either. Sandy's offering up a hefty chunk of his precious allowances, and the service attachés are digging into their piggy banks, which is a start, shall we say. Still with me?" "Indeed I am, Gloria." "Pompous little boy, too many of his master's airs and graces. Sandy will knock him into shape, once he gets the chance. So, 2 questions really, Mike, both a bit delicate, but never mind, I'll plunge in. 1. With Porter AWOL, if I dare say it, and no financial input from H.E.'s fray, as it were, is there, well, a slush fund available? Or might Porter be persuaded to chip in from afar, as it were? 2. He really is insufferable. 2, Mike, is where? Given the size of the event and the vast marquee, and its importance to the British community at this rather difficult time, and the cachet we want to attach to it, if that's what you do with the cachet, well, we were thinking, I was, not Sandy, he's too busy, obviously, that the best place to have a 5-star knees-up for Commonwealth Day just might be, provided everybody agreed, of course, the High Commissioner's lawn. Mike? She had the eerie feeling that he had dived under water and swum away. "Still listening, Gloria?" "Well, wouldn't it? For parking and everything. I mean, nobody need go inside the house, obviously. It's Porter's. Well, except for pit stops, obviously. We can't put Portaloos in H.E.'s garden, can we?" She was getting hung up over Porter and Portaloos, but forged on. "I mean, everything's there waiting, isn't it? Servants, cars, security, and so on." She hastily corrected herself. "I mean, waiting for Porter and Veronica, obviously, not waiting for us. Sandy and I are just holding the fort till they come back. It's not a takeover or anything. Mike, are you still there? I feel I'm talking to myself." She was. The rebuff came the same evening in the form of a typed, hand-delivered note, of which Mildred must have kept a copy. She didn't see him deliver it. All she saw was an open car driving away with Mildred in the passenger seat and his pool boy at the wheel. "Department was emphatic," he wrote pompously. The High Commissioner's residence and its lawns were a no-go area for functions of all kinds. There was to be no de facto annexation of High Commissioner status, he ended cruelly. A formal Foreign Office letter to this effect was on its way. Woodrow was furious. He had never let fly at her like this before. "Serves you bloody well right for asking," he raged, stomping up and down the drawing-room. "Do you really suppose I'll land Porter's job by going and camping on his bloody lawn?" "I was only prodding them a bit," she protested pathetically, as he ranted on. "It's perfectly natural to want you to be Sir Sandy one day. It isn't the borrowed glory I'm after. I just want you to be happy." But her afterthought was typically resilient. "Then we'll jolly well have to do it better here," she vowed, staring mistily into the garden. The great Commonwealth Day bash had begun. All the frantic preparations had paid off. The guests had arrived, music was playing, drink flowing, couples were chatting, the jacarandas in the front garden were in bloom. Life was really rather super at last. The wrong marquee had been replaced with the right one. Paper napkins with linen, plastic knives and forks with plate, vile puce bunting with royal blue and gold. A generator that brayed like a sick mule had been replaced with one that bubbled like a hot saucepan. The sweep in front of the house no longer looked like a building site, and some brilliant last-minute whipping in by Sandy on the telephone had procured some jolly good Africans, including 2 or 3 from Moy's retinue. Sooner than rely on untried waiters, just look at what happened at Elena's, or rather hadn't happened, Gloria had mustered staff from other diplomatic households. One such recruit was Mustafa, Tessa's spearman, as she used to call him, who had been too grief-stricken by all accounts to find another job. But Gloria had sent Juma off in pursuit of him, and here he finally was, flitting among the tables on the other side of the dance floor. A bit down in the mouth, bless him, but obviously pleased to have been thought of, which was the important thing. The Blue Boys miraculously had arrived on time to direct parking, and the problem, as usual, would be to keep them away from the drink. But Gloria had read them the riot act, and all one could do was hope. And the band was marvellous, really jungle, and a good strong beat for Sandy to dance to if he had to. And didn't he look simply splendid in the new dinner jacket Gloria had bought him as a sorry present? What a parade horse he was going to make one day. And the hot buffet, what she had tasted of it, well, good enough. Not sensational. You didn't expect that in Nairobi. There was a limit to what you could buy, even if you could afford it. But streets better than Elena's. Not that Gloria felt in the least competitive. And darling Gita in her gold sari. Divine. Woodrow, too, has every reason to congratulate himself. Watching the couples gyrate to music he detests, sipping methodically at his 4th whiskey, he is the storm-tossed mariner who has made it back to harbour against all odds. No, Gloria, I never made a pass at her, or at any other her. No to all of it. No, I will not provide you with the means to destroy me. Not you, not the Archbitch Elena, and not Gita, the scheming little Puritan. I'm a status quo man, as Tessa rightly observed. Out of the corner of his eye, Woodrow spots Gita, matching bodies with some gorgeous African she has probably never seen in her life until tonight. Beauty like yours is a sin, he tells her in his mind. It was a sin with Tessa. It is with you. How can any woman inhabit a body like yours and not share the desires of the man she inflames? Yet when I point this out to you, just the odd confiding touch, nothing gross. Your eyes blaze, and you hiss at me in a stage whisper to get my hands off you. Then you flounce home in a huff, closely observed by the Archbitch Elena. His reverie was disturbed by a pallid, balding man who looked as though he had lost his way, accompanied by a 6-foot Amazon in bangs. "Why, Ambassador, how awfully good of you to come." Name forgotten, but with this bloody music going, no one's counting. He bawled at Gloria to join him. "Darling, meet the new Swiss ambassador who arrived a week ago. Very sweetly called to pay his compliments to Porter. Poor chap got me instead. Wife will be joining you in a couple of weeks' time, isn't that right, Ambassador? So he's on the loose tonight. Ha ha! Lovely to see you here. Forgive me if I do the rounds. Ciao. The band leader was singing, if that was how you described his caterwaul, clutching his microphone in one fist and fondling its tip with the other, rotating his hips in copulative ecstasy. "Darling, aren't you the teeniest bit turned on?" Gloria whispered, as she whirled past him in the arms of the Indian ambassador. "I am." A tray of drinks went by. Woodrow deftly put his empty glass on it and helped himself to a full one. Gloria was being led back to the dance floor by the jovial, shamelessly corrupt Morrison Magumbo, known also as Minister for Lunch. Woodrow cast round gloomily for somebody with a decent enough body to dance with. It was this non-dancing that got his goat, this mincing about, parading your parts. It made him feel like the clumsiest, most useless lover a woman ever had to put up with. It evoked all the "do this, don't do that's," and the "for God's sake, Woodrows," that had rung in his ears since the age of 5. "I said I've been running away from myself all my life," he was bellowing into the puzzled face of his dancing partner, a busty Danish aid worker called Fit, or Flit. "Always known what I was running away from, but never had the least idea where I was heading. How about you?" I said, "How about you?" She laughed and shook her head. "You think I'm mad or drunk, don't you?" he shouted. She nodded. "Well, you're wrong. I'm both." Chum of Arnold Bloom's, he remembered. Jesus, what a saga. When on earth will that show end? But he must have pondered this loud enough for her to hear him above the awful din, because he saw her eyes go down, and heard her say, "Maybe never," with the kind of piety good Catholics reserve for the Pope. Alone again, Woodrow headed upstream towards tables of deafened refugees, huddled together in shell-shocked groups. Time I ate something. He untied his bow tie and let it hang loose. "Definition of a gentleman, my daddy used to say," he explained to an uncomprehending black Venus. "Chap who ties his own bow tie." Gita had staked a territorial claim at one corner of the dance floor and was twisting pelvises with 2 jolly African girls from the British Council. Other girls were joining them in a witches' circle, and the entire band was standing at the edge of the rostrum, singing "Yay, yay, yay" at them. The girls were slapping each other's palms, then turning round and tipping their bottoms at each other, and Christ alone knew what the neighbours were saying up and down the road, because Gloria hadn't invited all of them, or the tent would have been knee-deep in gun-runners and dope dealers. A joke Woodrow must have shared with a brace of very big chaps in native rig, because they dissolved into hoots of laughter and retold the whole thing to their womenfolk, who cracked up too. Gita. What the hell's she up to now? It's the Chancery meeting all over again. Every time I look at her, she looks away. Every time I look away, she looks at me. It's the damnedest thing I ever saw. And once again, Woodrow must have externalized his thoughts, because a Boer called Medower from the Mutega Club immediately agreed with him, saying that if young people were determined to dance like that, why didn't they just fuck on the dance floor and be done with it? Which, as it happened, accorded perfectly with Woodrow's opinion, a point he was bellowing into Medower's ear as he came face to face with Mustafa, the Black Angel, standing square in front of him, as if he were trying to stop him passing, except that Woodrow wasn't proposing to go anywhere. Woodrow noticed that Mustafa wasn't carrying anything, which struck him as impertinent. If Gloria, out of the goodness of her heart, has hired the poor dear man to fetch and carry, why the hell isn't he fetching and carrying? Why is he standing here like my bad conscience, empty-handed, except for a folded bit of paper in one hand, mouthing unintelligible words at me like a goldfish? "Chap says he's got a message for you," Medower was shouting. "What?" "Very personal, very urgent message. Some beautiful girl, fallen base over bum in love with you." "Mustafa said that." "What?" I said, "Did Mustafa say that?" "Aren't you going to find out who she is? Probably your wife," roared Medower, dissolving in hysterics. Or Gita, thought Woodrow, with an absurd leap of hope. He took half a step away, and Mustafa kept alongside him, turning his shoulder into him, so that from Meadower's eyeline they resembled two men hunched together lighting their cigarettes in the wind. Woodrow held out his hand, and Mustapha reverently laid the note onto his palm. Plain A4 paper, folded small. "Thank you, Mustapha," Woodrow yelled, meaning bugger off. But Mustapha stood firm, commanding Woodrow with his eyes to read it. "All right, damn you, stay where you are. You can't read English anyway. You can't speak it either." He unfolded the paper. Electronic type. No signature. "Dear Sir, I have in my possession a copy of the letter that you wrote to Mrs. Tessa Quayle inviting her to elope with you. Mustapha will bring you to me. Please tell nobody and come at once, or I shall be forced to dispose of it elsewhere." No signature. With one burst of the riot police's water cannon, it seemed to Woodrow, he had been drenched cold sober. A man on his way to the scaffold thinks of a multitude of things at once, and Woodrow, for all that he had a skinful of his own tax-free whiskey inside him, was no exception. He suspected that the transaction between Mustapha and himself had not escaped Gloria's attention, and he was right. She would never again take her eyes off him at a party. So he threw her a reassuring wave across the room, mouthed something to suggest no problem, and set himself submissively in Mustapha's wake. As he did so, he caught Geeta's gaze full beam for the first time this evening, and found it calculating. Meanwhile, he was speculating hard about the identity of his blackmailer, and associating him with the presence of the Blue Boys. His argument went as follows. The Blue Boys had at some point searched the Quayle's house and discovered what Woodrow himself had failed to find. One of their number had kept the letter in his pocket until he saw an opportunity to exploit it. That opportunity had now arisen. A second possibility occurred to him pretty well simultaneously, which was that Rob or Leslie, or both, having been removed from a high-profile murder case against their will, had decided to cash in. But why here and now, for Christ's sake? Somewhere in this mix he also included Tim Donahue, but that was because Woodrow regarded him as an active, if senile, non-believer. Only this evening, seated with his beady wife Maud in the darkest corner of the tent, Donahue had, in Woodrow's opinion, maintained a malign and untrusting presence. Meanwhile, Woodrow was taking intimate note of the physical things around him, rather in the way he might look for emergency doors when an aeroplane hits turbulence. The inadequately driven tent pegs and slack guy ropes. My God, the smallest breeze could blow the whole thing over. The mud-caked coconut matting along the tented corridor. Somebody could slip on that and sue me. The unguarded open doorway to the lower ground. Bloody burglars could have emptied the whole house, and we'd never have been the wiser. Skirting the edges of the kitchen, he was disconcerted by the number of unauthorized camp followers who had converged on his house in the hope of a few leftovers from the buffet, and was sitting around like Rembrandt groups in the glow of a hurricane lamp. Must be a dozen of them, more, he reckoned indignantly. Plus about 20 children camping on the floor. Well, 6 anyway. He was equally incensed by the sight of the Blue Boys themselves, sodden with sleep and drink at the kitchen table, their jackets and pistols draped over the backs of their chairs. Their condition, however, persuaded him that they were unlikely to be the authors of the letter that he was still clutching, folded in his hand. Leaving the kitchen by the back stairs, Mustapha led the way by hand-torch up to the hall, and so to the front door. Philip and Harry, Woodrow remembered in sudden terror. God in heaven, if they should see me now. But what would they see? Their father in a dinner jacket with his black tie loose around his neck. Why should they suppose it was loosened for the hangman? Besides, he remembered now, Gloria had farmed the boys out to friends for the night. She had seen enough diplomatic children at dances, and couldn't be doing with any of it for Philip and Harry. Mustapha was holding the front door open, waving his torch at the drive. Woodrow stepped outside. It was pitch dark. For a romantic effect, Gloria had had the outside lights switched off, relying on rows of candles in sandbags, which had for the most part mysteriously gone out. Talked to Philip. who had recently taken up domestic sabotage as a pastime. It was a fine night, but Woodrow wasn't in a mood to study stars. Mustapha was skimming towards the gate like a will-o'-the-wisp, beckoning him forward with his torch. The Baluya gateman opened the gates while his extended family observed Woodrow with their usual intense interest. Cars were parked on both sides of the road, their minders dozing on the verge, or murmuring to each other over little flames. Mercedes with drivers, Mercedes with minders, Mercedes with Alsatian dogs in them, and the usual crowd of tribespeople with nothing to do but watch life pass them by. The din from the band was as bloody awful out here as it was in the marquee. Woodrow wouldn't be surprised if he got a couple of formal complaints tomorrow. Those Belgian shippers in number 12 will slap a writ on you the moment your dog farts in their airspace. Mustapha had stopped at Gita's car. Woodrow knew it well, had watched it often from the safety of his office window, usually with a glass in his hand. It was a tiny Japanese thing, so small and low that when she wriggled into it, he could imagine her putting on her swimsuit. But why are we stopping here? His gaze was demanding of Mustapha. What's Gita's car got to do with me being blackmailed? He began to work out what he was worth in terms of ready cash. Would they want hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? He'd have to borrow from Gloria. But what could he dream up for an excuse? Well, it was only money. Gita's car was parked as far from a street lamp as possible. The lights were out with the power cut, but you never knew when they might come on. He worked out that he had around £80 in Kenyan shillings on him. How much silence would that buy? He began thinking in terms of negotiation. What sanctions did he have as the purchaser? What guarantee would there be that the fellow didn't come back in 6 months or 6 years? Get on to Pellegrin, he thought, in a burst of gallows humour. Ask old Bernard to get the toothpaste back in the tube. Unless... Drowning, Woodrow reached for the craziest straw of them all. Gita! Gita stole the letter. Or more likely, Tessa gave it to her for safekeeping. Gita sent Mustapha to haul me out of the party, and she's about to punish me for what happened at Elena's. And look, there she is, in the driver's seat, waiting for me. She slipped round the back of the house, and she's sitting in the car. My subordinate, waiting to blackmail me. His spirits soared, if only for a second. If it's Gita, we can do business. I can outgun her any time. Maybe more than business. Her desire to hurt me is only the reverse side of different, more constructive desires. But it wasn't Gita. Whoever the figure was or wasn't, it was unmistakably male. Gita's driver, then. Her regular boyfriend, come to take her home after the dance, so that nobody else gets her. The passenger door stood open. Under Mustapha's impassive gaze, Woodrow lowered himself into the car. Not like wriggling into his swimsuit, not for Woodrow. More like getting into a bumper car with Philip at the fair. Mustapha closed the door after him. The car rocked. The man in the driver's seat made no movement. He was dressed the way some urban Africans dress, Saint-Moritz style, in defiance of the heat, in a dark quilted anorak and woolen skullcap low over the brow. Was the fellow black or white? Woodrow breathed in, but caught no sweet scent of Africa. Nice music, Sandy, Jayston said quietly, reaching out an arm to start the engine. Chapter 22. Woodrow sat at a carved desk of rainforest teak, priced at $5,000. He was hunched sideways, one elbow on a silver-framed blotter, which cost less. The glow of a single candle glistened on his sweated, sullen face. From the ceiling above him, mirrored stalactites reflected the same candle flame to infinity. Jayston stood across the room from him in the darkness, leaning against the door, much as Woodrow had leaned against Justin's door on the day he brought him the news of Tessa's death. His hands were squeezed behind his back. Presumably he wanted no trouble from them. Woodrow was studying the shadows thrown onto the walls by the candlelight. He could make out elephants, giraffes, gazelles, rhinos rampant and rhinos couchant. The shadows on the wall opposite were all birds, roosting birds, water birds with long necks, birds of prey with smaller birds in their talons, giant singing birds perched on tree trunks with musical boxes inside them, price on application. The house was in a wooded side street. Nobody drove past it. Nobody tapped on the window to find out why a half-drunk white man in a dinner jacket with his tie untied was talking to a candle in Mr. Ahmad Khan's African and Oriental Art Emporium on a leafy hillside 5 minutes' drive from Muttega at midnight. "Khan a friend of yours?" Woodrow asked. No answer. "Where did you get the key from, then?" "Friend of Gita's, is he?" No answer. "Friend of the family, probably. Gita's, I mean." He took a silk handkerchief from the top pocket of his dinner jacket and surreptitiously wiped a couple of tears from his cheeks. He had no sooner done so than a fresh crop appeared, so he had to wipe them away, too. "What do I tell them when I get back? If I ever do." "You'll think of something." "I usually do," Woodrow admitted into his handkerchief. "I'm sure you do," said Jayston. Frightened, Woodrow swung his head round to look at him, but Jayston was still standing against the door, his hands safely wedged behind his back. "Who told you to suppress it, Sandy?" Jayston asked. "Pellegrin, who do you think?" "Burn it, Sandy, burn all copies. Order from the throne." "I'd only kept one, so I burned it. Didn't take long." He sniffed, resisting the urge to weep again. Good boy, you see. Security conscious. Didn't trust the janitors. Took it down to the boiler room with my own fair hands. Bunged it in the furnace. Well trained. Go to the top of the class. Did Porter know you'd done that? Sort of. Half. Didn't like it. Doesn't care for Bernard. Open warfare between them. Open by office standards, anyway. Porter has a running joke about it. Pelly, grin, and bear it. Seemed funny enough at the time. It seemed funny enough now, apparently, for he attempted a harsh laugh, which only ended in more tears. Did Pellegrin say why you had to suppress it? Burn it? Burn all copies? Christ, Woodrow whispered. Long silence, in which Woodrow appeared to hypnotize himself with the candle. What's the matter? Jayston asked. Your voice, old boy, that's all. It's grown up. Woodrow passed his hand across his mouth, then studied his fingertips for traces. You were supposed to have reached your ceiling. Jayston asked the question again, rephrasing it as one might for a foreigner or child. Did you think to ask Pellegrin why the document had to be destroyed? Two-pronged, according to Bernard. British interests at stake for openers. Got to protect our own. Did you believe him? Jayston asked, and again had to wait while Woodrow stemmed another wave of tears. I believed about 3 Bs. Of course I did. Spearhead of British enterprise in Africa. Jewel in the crown. Curtis, the darling of African leaders, doling out bribes left, right, and centre. Chap's a major national asset. Plus he's in bed with half the British cabinet, which doesn't do him any harm. What was the other prong? KVH. The boys in Basel had been putting out mating signals about opening some vast chemical plant in South Wales. Second one in Cornwall in 3 years' time. A third in Northern Ireland, bringing wealth and prosperity to our depressed areas. But if we jumped the gun on Dipraxa, they wouldn't. Jumped the gun. The drug was still at the trial stage. Still is, theoretically. If it poisons a few people who are going to die anyway, what's the big deal? Drug wasn't licensed in the UK, so it wasn't an issue, was it? His truculence had returned. He was appealing to a fellow professional. I mean, Christ, Jayston, drugs have got to be tried on somebody, haven't they? I mean, who do you choose, for Christ's sake? Harvard Business School? Puzzled not to have Jayston's endorsement of his neat debating point, he ventured another. I mean, Jesus, Foreign Office isn't in the business of passing judgment on the safety of non-indigenous drugs, is it? Supposed to be greasing the wheels of British industry, not going round telling everybody that a British company in Africa is poisoning its customers. You know the game. We're not paid to be bleeding hearts. We're not killing people who wouldn't otherwise die. I mean, Christ, look at the death rate in this place. Not that anybody's counting. Jayston took a moment to dwell on these fine arguments. But you were a bleeding heart, Sandy, he objected finally. You loved her, remember? How could you chuck her report into the furnace when you loved her? His voice seemed unable to prevent itself from gathering power. How could you lie to her when she trusted you? Bernard said she had to be stopped, Woodrow muttered, after another sliding glance into the shadows, to confirm that Jayston was still safely at his post before the door. Oh, she was stopped all right. For Christ's sake, Quayle, Woodrow whispered. Not like that. Different people entirely. Not my world. Not yours. Jayston must have alarmed himself with his outburst, for when he spoke again, it was in the civilized tone of a disappointed colleague. How could you stop her, as you call it, when you adored her so, Sandy? The way you wrote to her. She was your salvation from all this. He must have forgotten where he was for a moment, for the widespread gesture of his arms embraced not the dismal trappings of Woodrow's imprisonment, but herd upon herd of carved animals, dressed by the right in the darkness of their glass shelves. She was your escape from everything, your path to happiness and freedom, or so you told her. Why didn't you support her cause? I'm sorry, Woodrow whispered, and lowered his eyes as Jayston chose a different question. So what were you burning, exactly? Why was the document such a threat to you and Bernard Pellegrin? It was an ultimatum. Who to? The British government. Tessa was presenting an ultimatum to the British government, our government, to act or else. She felt bound to us, to you, by loyalty. She was a British diplomatic wife, and she was determined to do things the British diplomatic way. The easy way is bypass the system and go public. The hard way is make the system work. I prefer the hard way. She said that. She clung to a pathetic notion that the Brits had more integrity, virtue in government than any other nation, something her father drummed into her, apparently. She said Bloom had agreed the Brits could handle it, provided they played fair. If the Brits had such a big stake in it, let them take the word to 3Bs and KVH. Nothing confrontational, nothing dire. Just persuade them to withdraw the drug from the market until it was ready, and if they didn't... Did she set a time limit? She accepted that it would be different from zone to zone, South America, Middle East, Russia, India, but her first concern was Africa. She wanted evidence within 3 months that the drug was being disappeared. After that, the shit would hit the fan. Not her words, but nearly. And that's what you sent to London. Yes. What did London do? Pellegrin did it. Did what? So there was a load of naive bullshit. Said he was buggered if Foreign Office policy was going to be dictated to him by some born-again British wife and her black lover. Then he flew to Basel, had lunch with the KVH boys, asked them whether they might consider hoisting a temporary red flag. They replied to the effect that the flag wasn't red enough, and there was no soft way to withdraw a drug. Shareholders wouldn't countenance it. Not that the shareholders were being asked, but if they were asked, they wouldn't. Ergo, nor would the board. Drugs aren't cookbook recipes. Can't just fish one bit out, an atom or whatever, add another bit, try again. Only thing you can do is fiddle the dosage, reformulate, not redesign. Want to change it? You've got to go back to square one, they told him, and nobody does that at this stage. Then they rattled their sabres about curtailing their investment in Britain, adding to the Queen's jobless. What about 3Bs? That was a different lunch. Caviar and Krug on Kenny K's Gulf Stream. Bernard and Kenny agreed there'd be mayhem in Africa if the story got out the 3Bs were poisoning people. Only thing to do, stonewall, while KVH's scientists put the polish on the formula and fine-tune the dose. Bernard's only got a couple of years to go. Fancies his chances on the 3B's board. On the KVH board, too, if they'll have him. Why settle for one directorship when two will do? What was the evidence KVH disputed? The question appeared to send a shiver of pain through Woodrow's entire body. He lifted himself upward, seized his head with both hands, and rubbed his scalp vigorously with his fingertips. He flopped forward, his head still in his hands, and whispered, "Jesus." "Try water," Jayston suggested, and led him along the corridor to a hand basin, and stood over him, much as he had stood over him in the mortuary when he was vomiting. Woodrow held his hands under the tap and sluiced water into his face. "The evidence was bloody massive," Woodrow muttered, back in his chair. Bloom and Tessa had gone from village to clinic, talking to patients, parents, relatives. Curtis had got wind of them and launched a cover-up, had his man Crick organize it. But Tessa and Bloom kept a log of the cover-up, too. Went back and looked for the people they'd spoken to. Couldn't find them. Put it all in their report, how 3Bs wasn't just poisoning people, but destroying the evidence afterwards. This witness has since vanished. This witness has since been charged with criminal acts. This village has been cleared of its inhabitants. Made a bloody good job of it. You should be proud of her. Did the woman Wanzer feature in the report? Oh, the woman Wanzer was a star. But they put the muzzle on that brother of hers all right. How? Arrested him. Extracted a voluntary confession. He came up before the Beak last week. 10 years for mugging a white tourist in Tsavo National Park. The white tourist never gave evidence, but a lot of very frightened Africans saw the boy do it, so it was all right. The judge threw in hard labor and 20 strokes of the cane for good measure. Jayston closed his eyes. He saw the crumpled face of Kyoko squatting on the floor beside his sister. He felt Kyoko's crumpled hand as it thrust into his own at Tessa's graveside. And you still didn't feel any need, when you first read that report, and knew more or less it was true, I suppose, to say anything to the Kenyans, he suggested. The truculence again. For God's sake, Quayle, when did you ever put on your best suit, trolley round to the Blue Boys' headquarters, and accuse them of mounting an orchestrated cover-up and taking Kenny K's shilling for their trouble? That's no way to make friends and influence people in sunny Nairobi. Jayston took a step away from the door, checked himself, and resumed his self-imposed distance. There was clinical evidence, too, presumably. There was what? I'm asking you about the clinical evidence contained in the memorandum written by Arnold Bloom and Tessa Quayle and destroyed at Bernard Pellegrin's request by you, a copy of which was nonetheless submitted by Bernard Pellegrin to KVH, who trashed it over lunch. The echo of this blast resounded in the glass shelves. Woodrow waited for it to subside. The clinical evidence was Bloom's department. It was in the annex. She'd put it in a separate annex, took a leaf from your book. You're an annex man. Were once, so was she. Clinical evidence saying what? Case histories. 37 of them, chapter and verse. Names, addresses, treatment, place and date of burial. Same symptoms every time. Sleepiness, blindness, bleeding, liver collapse, bingo. Bingo meaning death. In a way. Put like that, I suppose so? Yes. And KVH disputed this evidence. Unscientific, inductive, biased, tendentious, emotionalized. That was one I hadn't heard before, emotionalized. Means you care too much to be trusted, I suppose. I'm the other way around. De-emotionalized, unemotionalized. Emotioned out. Less you feel, louder you yell. Bigger the vacuum you've got to fill. Not you, me. Who's Lord Beer? Her bête noire. Why? Driving force behind the drug. Its champion. Talked KVH into developing it. Took the gospel to 3Bs. Mega shit in her book. Does she say Lord Beer betrayed her? Why should she? We all betrayed her. He was weeping uncontrollably. How about you? Sitting on your arse and growing flowers while she was out there being a saint. Where's Lord Beer now? Not the faintest. Nobody has. Saw which way the wind was blowing and did a duck dive. 3Bs looked for him for a while, then got bored. Tessa and Bloom took up the hunt. Get Lawbeer for chief witness. Find Lawbeer. Emmerich? One of the drug's inventors. She came out here once. Tried to blow the whistle on KVH. They headed her off at the pass. Kovacs. Third member of the gang. Wholly owned asset of KVH. Tart, apparently. Never met her. I saw Lawbeer once, I think. Big fat boor. Bubbly-eyed, red hair. He leapt round in terror. Jayston was standing at his shoulder. He had laid a piece of paper on the blotter and was offering Woodrow a ballpoint pen, the cap towards him, the way polite people pass things to each other. It's a travel authorization, Jayston explained. One of yours. He read the text aloud for Woodrow's benefit. Traveller is a British subject acting under the auspices of the UK High Commission, Nairobi. Sign it. Woodrow squinted at it, holding it to the candle. Peter Paul Atkinson? Who the hell's he? What the form says, a British journalist. Writes for the Telegraph. If anyone calls the High Commission to check on him, he's a bona fide journalist in good standing. Will you remember that? What the hell's he want to go to Lockheed for? Arsehole of the world. Gita went up there. Supposed to have a photo on it, isn't it? It will have. Woodrow signed it. Jayston folded it, put it in his pocket, and returned stiffly to the door. A row of Taiwanese cuckoo clocks announced that it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Mustafa was waiting at the curbside with his torch as Jayston drew up in Gita's little car. He must have been listening for its engine. Woodrow, unaware that he had been returned to his own house, sat staring through the windscreen with his hands clasped on his lap, while Jayston leaned across him and spoke to Mustafa through the open passenger window. He spoke English, laced with a few words of Kitchen Kiswahili that he knew. Mr. Woodrow is not well, Mustafa. You brought him into the fresh air to be sick. He should go to his bedroom, please, and lie down until Mrs. Woodrow can look after him. Kindly tell Miss Gita that I'm about to leave. Woodrow started to climb out, then turned to Jayston. You won't be bubbling this stuff to Gloria, old boy, will you? Nothing to be gained, now you've heard it all. She hasn't got our sophistication, you see. Old colleagues and so on. Will you? Like a man moving a bundle of something that disgusted him, though he was trying not to show it, Mustafa plucked Woodrow from the car and escorted him to his front door. Jayston had put on his woolen hat and anorak again. Beams of coloured spotlight were escaping from the marquee. The band was playing relentless rap. Still seated in the car, Jayston glanced to his left and thought he saw the shadow of a tall man standing in front of the rhododendron bushes at the curbside. But when he looked closely, it was gone. He kept staring nonetheless, first at the bushes, then at the parked cars to either side of them. Hearing a footfall, he turned to see a figure hastening towards him, and it was Gita, with a shawl across her shoulders, dancing shoes in one hand and a pocket torch in the other. She slipped into the passenger seat as Jayston started the car. They're wondering where he is, she said. Was Donahue in there? I don't think so, I'm not sure. I didn't see him. She started to ask him something, and decided better not. He was driving slowly, peering into parked cars, glancing repeatedly at his wing mirrors. He passed his own house, but gave it hardly a look. A yellow dog rushed at the car, snapping at its wheels. He swerved, keeping his eyes on the mirrors while he softly rebuked it. Craters came at them like black lakes in the headlights. Gita peered out of the rear window. The road was pitch dark. "Keep your eyes front," he commanded her. "I'm in danger of losing the way. Give me some lefts and rights." He was driving faster now, swinging between craters, bouncing over tar bumps, veering to the centre of the road whenever he distrusted the sides. Gita was murmuring, "Left here, left again, big pothole coming up." Abruptly he slowed down, and a car overtook them, followed by a second. "See anyone you recognize?" he asked. "No." They entered a tree-lined avenue. A battered sign reading, "Help Volunteer," barred their way. A line of emaciated boys with poles and a wheelbarrow with no wheel were gathered behind it. "Are they always here?" "Day and night," said Gita. "They take the stones from one hole and put them in another. In this way their job is never done." He pumped the foot brake. The car rolled to a halt just before the sign. The boys clustered round the car, slapping their palms on the roof. Jayston lowered his window as a flashlight lit up the inside of the car, followed by the quick-eyed, smiling head of their spokesman. He was 16 at most. "Good evening, Bwana," he cried in a tone of high ceremony. "I am Mr. Simba." "Good evening, Mr. Simba," said Jayston. "You wish to contribute to this fine road we're making, man?" Jayston passed a 100-shilling note through the window. The boy danced triumphantly away, waving it above his head, while the others clapped. "What's the usual tariff?" Jayston asked Gita as he drove on. "About a tenth of that." Another car overtook them, and Jayston again peered intently at its occupants, but seemed not to see whatever he was looking for. They entered the town centre. Shop lights, cafes, teeming pavements, Matutu buses racing by with music blasting. Out to their left, a smash of metal was followed by the blaring of horns and screams. Gita was directing him again. "Right here, through these gates, now." Jayston drove up a ramp and into the crumbling forecourt of a square 3-story building. By the perimeter lights he read the words, "Come unto Jesus now," daubed on the slab wall. "Is this a church?" "It was a Seventh-day Adventist dental clinic," Gita replied. "Now it is converted into flats." The car park was a piece of low ground, surrounded by razor wire, and if she'd been alone, she would never have driven into it. But he was already heading down the slipway with his hand out for the key. He parked, and she watched him while he stared back up the slipway, listening. "Who are you expecting?" she whispered. He led her past grinning groups of kids to the entrance, and up the steps to the lobby. A handwritten notice said, "Lift service suspended." They crossed to a grey staircase, lit by low-watt bulbs. Jayston climbed beside her until they arrived at the top floor, which was in darkness. Producing his own pocket torch, Jayston lit the way. Asian music and smells of Oriental food issued from closed doors. Handing her his torch, Jayston returned to the stairwell, while she unchained her iron grill and turned the 3 locks. As she stepped into the flat, she heard her phone ringing. She looked round for Jayston, to find him standing beside her. "Gita, my dear, hello," cried a charming male voice she couldn't immediately place. "How radiant you looked tonight. Tim Donahue here. Wondered whether I might pop up a minute, have a cup of coffee with the two of you, underneath the stars." Gita's flat was small, 3 rooms only, and all looking at the same run-down warehouse, and the same bustling street with broken neon signs and honking cars and intrepid beggars who stood in their path until the last moment. A barred window gave onto an outside iron staircase that was supposed to be a fire escape, though for reasons of self-preservation the tenants had sawn off the bottom flight. But the upper flights were still intact, and on warm evenings Gita could climb up to the roof and settle herself against the wooden cladding of the water tank, and study for the Foreign Service examination that she was determined to sit next year, and listen to the clatter of her fellow Asians up and down the building, and share their music and their arguments and their children, and almost convince herself she was among her own people. And if this illusion vanished as soon as she drove through the gates of the High Commission and put on her other skin, the rooftop, with its cats and chicken coops and washing and aerials, remained one of the few places where she felt at ease. Which was why perhaps she was not unduly surprised when Donahue proposed that they enjoy their coffee underneath the stars. How he knew she had a rooftop was a mystery to her, since he had never, so far as she knew, set foot in her apartment. But he knew. With Jayston warily looking on, Donahue stepped over the threshold, and, holding a finger to his lips, threaded his angular body through the window and onto the platform of the iron staircase, then beckoned them to follow him. Jayston went next, and by the time Gita joined them with the coffee tray, Donahue was perched on a packing case, knees level with his ears. But Jayston could settle nowhere. 1 minute he was posed like an embattled sentinel against the neon strips across the street, the next squatting at her side, head bowed, like a man drawing with his finger in the sand. "How do you make it through the lines, old boy?" Donahue inquired, above the rumble of traffic, while he sipped his coffee. "Little bird told me you were in Saskatchewan a couple of days ago." "Safari package," said Jayston. "Via London?" "Amsterdam." "Big group?" "Big as I could find." "As Quayle?" "More or less." "When did you jump ship?" "In Nairobi. Soon as we'd cleared customs and immigration." "Smart lad. I misjudged you. Thought you'd use one of the land routes. Slip up from Tanzania or whatever." "He wouldn't let me fetch him from the airport," Gita put in protectively. "He came here by cab in the dark." "What do you want?" Jayston asked from another part of the darkness. "A quiet life, if you don't mind, old boy. I've reached an age. No more scandal, no more lifting of stones, no more chaps sticking their necks out, looking for what isn't there any more." His craggy silhouette turned to Gita. "What did you go up to Lockie for, dear?" "She went for my sake," Jayston's voice cut in, before she had thought of a reply. "And so she should," Donahue said, approvingly. "And for Tessa's sake, too, I'm sure. Gita's an admirable girl." And to Gita again, more forcibly. "And you found what you were looking for, did you, dear? Mission accomplished? I'm sure it was." Jayston again, faster than before. "I asked her to check on Tessa's last days up there, to make sure they were doing what they said they were doing, attending the gender seminar. They were." "And you agree with that version of events, do you, my dear?" Donahue inquired, back to Gita. "Yes." "Well, good on you," Donahue remarked, and took another sip of his coffee. "Shall we talk turkey?" he suggested to Jayston. "I thought we were doing that." "About your plans." "What plans?" "Precisely. For example, if it were ever in your mind to have a quiet word with Kenny K. Curtis, you'll be wasting your breath. I can tell you that for no fee." "Why?" "His bully boys are waiting for you, that's one reason. For another, he's out of the race, if he was ever completely in it. The banks have taken his toys away. 3B's pharmaceutical interests will go back to where they came from, KVH. No reaction. "My point being, Jayston, that there's not a lot of satisfaction to be had from firing bullets into somebody who's already dead. If it's satisfaction you're looking for, is it?" No answer. "As to the murder of your wife, much as it pains me to have to tell you this, Kenny K. was not, repeat not, complicit, as we say in court. Neither was his sidekick, Mr. Crick, though I've no doubt he'd have leapt at the opportunity if it had been offered to him. Crick was understanding instructions to report Arnold's and Tessa's movements to KVH, naturally. He made ample use of Kenny K.'s local assets, notably the Kenyan police, to keep an ear and an eye out for them. But Crick was no more complicit than Kenny K. A watching brief doesn't make him a murderer." "Who did Crick report to?" Jayston's voice asked. "Crick reported to an answering machine in Luxembourg that has since been disconnected. From there, the fatal message was passed down the line by means that you and I are never likely to establish. until it reached the ears of the sensitive gentleman who killed your wife. Masabit, Jayston said from nearby. Indeed, the celebrated Masabit, too, in their green safari truck. They were joined en route by 4 Africans, bounty hunters like themselves. The purse for the job was $1 million, to be divided at the discretion of their leader, known as Colonel Elvis. All we can be sure of is that his name is not Elvis, and he never rose to the dizzy rank of colonel. Did Crick report to Luxembourg that Tessa and Arnold were heading for Turkana? That, dear boy, is a question too far. Why? Because Crick won't answer it. He's afraid. As I could wish you were. He's afraid that if he's too liberal with his information, and with the information of certain friends of his, he'll get his tongue chopped out to make room for his testicles. He may be right. What do you want? Jayston repeated. He was crouched at Donohue's side, staring into his blackened eyes. To dissuade you from doing whatever you intend to do, dear boy. To tell you that whatever it is you're looking for, you won't find it. But that won't prevent you from getting killed. There's a contract out on you as soon as you set foot in Africa. And here you are in Africa with both feet. Every renegade mercenary and gang boss in the business dreams of getting you in his sights. $500,000 to make you dead, $1 million to make it look like suicide, the preferred way. You can hire yourself all the protection you want. It won't do you a blind bit of good. You'll probably be hiring the very people who are hoping to kill you. Why does your service care whether I live or die? At the business level, it doesn't. At the personal level, I'd prefer not to see the wrong side win. He took a breath. In which context, I'm sorry to tell you that Arnold Bloom is as dead as a dodo, and has been for weeks. So if you're here to save Arnold, I'm afraid that once again there's nothing to save. Prove it, Jayston demanded roughly, while Geeta swung silently away from them and buried her face in her forearm. I'm old and dying and disenchanted, and I'm telling you tales out of school that would get me shot at dawn by my employers. That's all the proof you can have. Bloom was knocked senseless, shoved in the safari truck, driven into the empty desert. No water, no shade, no food. They tortured him for a couple of days in the hope of finding out whether he or Tessa had thought to make a second set of the discs they'd found in the 4-track. I'm sorry, Geeta. Bloom said, no, they hadn't made a second set. But why should anybody take no for an answer? So they tortured him to death to be on the safe side, and because they enjoyed it. Then they left him to the hyenas. And that, I am afraid, is the truth. Oh, my dear God. It was Geeta, whispering into her hands. And so you can cross Bloom off your list, Jayston, together with Kenny K. Curtis. Neither of them is worth the journey any more. He rode on remorselessly. Meanwhile, hear this. Porter Coleridge is fighting your corner in London for you, and that's not just top secret. That's eat before reading. Jayston had disappeared from Geeta's vision. She searched the darkness and discovered him close behind her. Porter is calling for Tessa's case to be reassigned to the original police officers, and for Gridley's head to be placed on a charger next to Pellegrin's. He wants the relationship between Curtis, KVH, and the British government to be the subject of a cross-party inquiry, and he's chipping away at Sandy Woodrow's feet of clay while he's about it. He wants the drug to be assessed by a team of independent scientists, if there are any left in the world. He's discovered there's something called the Ethical Trials Committee of the World Health Organization that might serve. If you go home now, you might just be able to tip the balance. So that's why I came, he ended happily, and having drained the last of his coffee, stood up. Getting people out of countries is one of the few things we still do well, Jayston. So if you'd rather be smuggled out of Kenya in a warming pan than brave the hells of Kenyatta Airport a second time, not to mention Moy's watchers and everybody else's, Have Gita give us the wink." "You've been very kind," said Jayston. "That was what I was afraid you'd say. Good night." Gita lay on her bed with the door open. She was staring at the ceiling, not knowing whether to weep or pray. She had always assumed that Bloom was dead, but the vileness of his death was worse than anything she had feared. She wished she could return to the simplicities of her convent school, and recover her belief that it was God's will that man should rise so high and stoop so low. On the other side of the wall, Jayston was back at her desk, writing by pen, because pen was what he liked, although she had offered him her laptop. The plane to Lockheed was due to leave Wilson at 7, which meant he would be gone in an hour. She wished she could share the rest of his journey, but knew that no one could. She had offered to drive him to the airport, but he preferred to take a taxi from the Serena Hotel. "Gita!" He was knocking on her door. She called, "It's all right," and rose to her feet. "I'd like you please to post this for me, Gita," Jayston said, handing her a fat envelope addressed to a woman in Milan. "She's not a girlfriend, in case you're curious. She's my lawyer's aunt." A rare smile. "And here's a letter for Porter Coleridge at his club. Don't use the field post office if you don't mind, and no courier service or anything. The normal Kenyan mails are quite reliable enough. Thank you immeasurably for all your help." At which she could restrain herself no longer, and threw her arms round him, and herself against him, and held him as if she were holding on to life itself, until he prized himself free. Chapter 23. Captain Mackenzie and his co-pilot Edzard sit in the Buffalo's cockpit, and the cockpit is a raised platform in the nose of the Buffalo's fuselage, with no dividing doors to shield the crew from their cargo, or the cargo, for that matter, from the crew. And directly below the platform, one step down from it, some thoughtful soul has provided a low, russet-coloured Victorian armchair, of the sort an elderly family retainer might pull up before the kitchen fire on a winter's evening, and clamped its feet to the deck by means of improvised iron shoes. And that is where Jayston sits, with a headset over his ears, and frayed nylon ribbons like a child's walking harness round his belly, while he receives the wisdom of Captain Mackenzie and Edzard, and occasionally removes his headset to take questions from a white Zimbabwean girl called Jamie, who has made herself comfortable amid a tethered mountain of brown packing cases. Jayston has tried to offer her his chair, but Mackenzie has stopped him with a firm, "You're here." At the tail end of the fuselage, 6 Sudanese women in robes crouch in varying attitudes of stoicism or stark terror. One of them is vomiting into a plastic bucket kept handy for the purpose. Quilted panels of shiny grey line the plane's roof. Red launch lines dangle from a cable beneath them, their metal-lined tips dancing to the thunder of the engines. The fuselage grunts and heaves like an old iron horse dragged back for one more war. There is no sign of air conditioning or parachute. A blistered red cross on a wall panel indicates medical supplies. Below it runs a line of jerry cans marked kerosene and tied together with twine. This is the journey Tessa and Arnold made, and this is the man who flew them. This is their last journey before their last journey. "So you're Gita's friend," Mackenzie had observed, when Sudan Sarah brought Jayston to his tukul back in Lockheed, and left them alone together. "Yes." "Sarah tells me you had a travel document issued to you by the South Sudanese office in Nairobi, but you've mislaid it. That right?" "Yes." "Mind if I take a look at your passport?" "Not at all." Jayston hands him his Atkinson passport. "What's your line of country, Mr. Atkinson?" "Journalist, the London Telegraph. I'm writing a piece on the UN's Operation Lifeline Sudan." "That's a real pity, just when OLS needs all the publicity it can get. Seems silly to let a little piece of paper stand in the way. Know where you lost it?" "I'm afraid I don't." "We're ferrying mostly cases of soya oil today, plus a few care packages for the boys and girls in the field. Pretty much the normal milk round, if you're interested." "I am."
Do you object to sitting on the floor of a jeep under a pile of blankets for an hour or two? Not in the least. Then I think we're in business, Mr. Atkinson. And thereafter Mackenzie has clung doggedly to this fiction. On the plane, as he might for any journalist, he describes the workings of what he proudly calls the most expensive anti-starvation operation ever mounted in the history of mankind. His information comes in metallic bursts that do not always rise above the din of the engines. In South Sudan we have calorie-rich, calorie-middle, calorie-poor, and plain destitute, Mr. Atkinson. Lockie's job is to measure the hunger gaps. Every metric ton we drop costs the UN $1,300. In civil wars, the wealthy die first. That's because if someone steals their cattle, they can't adjust. The poor stay pretty much the way they were. For a group to survive, the land around it has to be safe to plant. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of safe land around. Am I going too fast for you? You're doing admirably, thank you. So Lockie has to assess the crops and measure where the hunger gaps will appear. Right now we're on the verge of a new gap. But you've got to get the timing right. Drop food when they're due to harvest, you mess up their economy. Drop it too late, they're already dying. Air's the only answer, by the way. Transport the food by road, it gets hijacked, often by the driver. Right, I see, yes. Don't you want to take notes? If you're a journalist, behave like one, he is saying. Justin opens his notebook as Edsard takes over the lecture. His subject is security. We have 4 levels of security at the food stations, Mr. Atkinson. Level 4 means abort. Level 3 is red alert. Level 2, fair. We got no zero-risk areas in South Sudan, okay? Okay, understood. Mackenzie comes back. The monitor will tell you when you arrive at the station what level they've got today. If there's an emergency, do what he tells you. The station you're visiting is in territory technically controlled by General Garang, who gave you the visa you lost. But it's under regular attack from the north, as well as rival tribes from the south. Don't think this is just a north-south thing. The tribal groupings change overnight, and they'd as soon fight one another as fight Muslims. Still with me? Absolutely. Country of Sudan is basically a fantasy of the colonial cartographer. In the south we've got Africa, green fields, oil, and animist Christians. In the north we've got Arabia and sand, and a bunch of Muslim extremists intent on introducing Sharia law. Know what that is? More or less, says Justin, who in another life has written papers on the subject. Result is, we've got everything we need for pretty much perpetual famine. What the droughts don't achieve, civil wars do, and vice versa. But Khartoum's still the legal government. Ultimately, whatever deals the UN cuts in the south, it's still got to pay its dues to Khartoum. So what we've got here, Mr. Atkinson, we've got a unique triangular pact between the UN, the boys in Khartoum, and the rebels they're beating the living daylights out of. Follow me? You going up to Camp 7? Jamie, the white Zimbabwean girl, bellows in his ear, crouching becomingly beside him in her brown denims and bush hat, and cupping her hands to her mouth. Justin nods. 7's the hot one right now. Girlfriend of mine got hit by a level 4 up there just a couple of weeks ago. Had to trek 11 hours through marshland, then wait another 6 hours without her pants for the pickup plane. What happened to her pants? Justin yells back at her. You have to take them off, boys and girls. It's the chafing. Wet, hot, steaming trousers. It's unbearable. She rests for a while, then returns her hands to his ear. When you hear cattle moving out of a village, run. When the women follow them, run faster. We had a guy once ran 14 hours on no water, lost 8 pounds. Carabino was after him. Carabino? Carabino was a good guy till he joined the Northerners. Now he's apologized and come back to us. Everybody's very pleased. Nobody asks him where he's been. This your first time? Another nod. Listen. Statistically, actuarially, you should be pretty safe. Don't worry. And Brandt's a real character. Who's Brandt? The food monitor at Camp 7. A great guy. Everybody loves him. Crazy as a bedbug. Big God man. Where does he come from? She shrugs. Calls himself a washed-up mongrel like the rest of us. Nobody has a past up here. It's practically a rule. How long's he been there? Jayston yells, and has to repeat himself. 6 months, I guess. 6 months in the field non-stop is a lifetime, believe me. Won't come down to Lockie even for a couple of days R&R, she ends regretfully, and flops back, exhausted by her yelling. Jayston unbuckles himself and goes to the window. This is the journey you made. This is the spiel they gave you. This is what you saw. Below him lies emerald Nile swamp, misted by heat, pierced with jigsaw-shaped black holes of water. On higher ground, cellular cattle pens are packed tight with animals. Tribesmen never tell you how many cattle they've got. Jamie is standing at his shoulder, yelling in his ear. The food monitor's job is to find out. Goats and sheep get the centre of the pen, cows outside, calves next to them. Dogs go in with the cows. At night they burn the cow dung in their little houses in the perimeter. Wards off the predators, keeps the cows warm and gives them god-awful coughs. Sometimes they put the women and kids in there as well. Girls get good food in Sudan. If they're well fed, they fetch a better marriage price. She pats her stomach, grinning. A man can have as many wives as he can afford. There's this incredible dance they do. I mean, honestly, she exclaims, and puts her hand over her mouth as she bursts out laughing. Are you a food monitor? Assistant. How did you get the job? Went to the right nightclub in Nairobi. Want to hear a riddle? Of course. We drop grain here, right? Right. Because of the North-South War, right? Go on. Big part of the grain we drop is grown in North Sudan. That's whatever the U.S. grain farmers don't dump on us from surplus. Work it out. The aid agency's money buys Khartoum's grain. Khartoum uses the money to buy arms for the war against the South. The planes that bring the grain to Lockie use the same airport that Khartoum's bombers use to bomb the South Sudanese villages. So what's the riddle? Why is the UN financing the bombing of South Sudan and feeding the victims at the same time? Pass. You going back to Lockie after this? Jayston shakes his head. Pity, she says, and winks. Jamie returns to her seat among the Sawyer oil boxes. Jayston stays at the window, watching the gold sunspot of the plane's reflection flitting over the twinkling marshes. There is no horizon. After a distance, the ground colours merge into mist, tinting the window with deeper and deeper tones of mauve. We could fly for all our lives, he tells her, and we'd never reach the earth's hard edge. With no warning, the buffalo begins its slow descent. The swamp turns brown. Hard ground rises above the water level. Single trees appear like green cauliflowers as the plane's sunspot whips across them. Edsard has taken the controls. Captain Mackenzie is studying a brochure of camping equipment. He turns and gives Jayston a thumbs up. Jayston returns to his seat, buckles up and glances at his watch. They have been flying 3 hours. Edsard banks the plane steeply. Boxes of toilet paper, fly spray and chocolate shoot down the steel deck and thump against the raised dais of the cockpit close to Jayston's feet. A cluster of rush-roofed huts appears at the end of the wingtip. Jayston's headset is full of atmospherics, like classical music being played at the wrong speed. Out of the cacophony, he selects a gruff Germanic voice, giving details of the state of the ground. He makes out the words, firm and easy. The plane starts to vibrate wildly. Rising in his harness, Jayston looks through the cockpit window at a strip of red earth running across a green field. Lines of white sacks serve as markers. More sacks are strewn over one corner of the field. The plane straightens, and the sun hits the back of Jayston's neck like a douche of scalding water. He sits down sharply. The Germanic voice becomes loud and clear. Come on down here, Edsard, man. We made a fine goat stew for lunch today. You got that layabout Mackenzie up there? Edsard is not so easily wooed. What are those bags doing out in the corner there, Brant? Has someone made a drop just recently? Are we sharing space with another plane up here? That's just empty bags, Edzard. You ignore those bags and come on down here, you hear me? You got that hotshot journalist with you? Mackenzie, this time, laconically. We got him, Brant. Who else you got? Me, yells Jamie, cheerfully above the roar. 1 journalist, 1 nymphomaniac, 6 returning delegates, Mackenzie intones, as calmly as before. What's he like, man, the hotshot? You tell me, says Mackenzie. Rich laughter in the cockpit, shared by the faceless foreign voice from the ground. Why is he nervous? Jayston asks. They're all nervous down there. It's the end of the line. When we touch down, Mr. Atkinson, you stay with me, please. Protocol requires I introduce you to the Commissioner ahead of everybody else. The airstrip is an elongated clay tennis court, part overgrown. Dogs and villagers are emerging from a clump of forest and heading towards it. The huts are rush-roofed and conical. Edzard makes a low pass, while Mackenzie scans the bush to either side. No bad guys? Edzard asks. No bad guys, Mackenzie confirms. The buffalo banks, levels out and rushes forward. The airstrip hits it like a rocket. Clouds of flaming red dust envelop the windows. The fuselage sags left, then further left. The cargo howls in its moorings. The engines scream, the plane shudders, scrapes something, moans and bucks. The engines die. The dust subsides. They have arrived. Jayston is staring through the falling dust at an approaching delegation of African dignitaries, children, and a couple of white women in grubby jeans, dreadlocks and bracelets. At their centre, clad in a brown Homburg hat, ancient khaki shorts, and very worn suede shoes, strides the beaming, bulbous, gingery, and undeniably majestic figure of Marcus Lorbeer, without his stethoscope. The Sudanese women clamber from the plane and rejoin a chanting cluster of their people. Jamie the Zimbabwean is hugging her companions to whoops of mutual pleasure and amazement, and hugging Lorbeer also, stroking his face and pulling off his Homburg and smoothing his red hair for him, while Lorbeer beams and pats her bottom and chortles like a schoolboy on his birthday. Dinka porters swarm into the rear of the fuselage and unload to Edzard's instructions. But Jayston must remain in his seat until Captain Mackenzie beckons him down the steps and leads him away from the festivities, across the airstrip, up a small mound, to where a cluster of Dinka elders in black trousers and white shirts sit in a half-circle of kitchen chairs under a shade tree. At their centre sits Arthur the Commissioner, a shrivelled, grey-haired man with a hewn face and intense, sagacious eyes. He wears a red baseball cap, with Paris embroidered on it in gold. So you are a man of the pen, Mr. Atkinson, says Arthur, in faultless archaic English, when Mackenzie has made the introductions. That's correct, sir. What journal or publication, if I may make so bold, is fortunate enough to retain your services? The Telegraph of London. Sunday Telegraph. Mostly the Daily. Both are excellent newspapers, Arthur declares. Arthur was a sergeant in the Sudanese Defence Force during the British Mandate, Mackenzie explains. Tell me, sir, would I be correct in saying you are here to nourish your mind? And the minds of my readers, too, I hope, says Jayston, with diplomatic unction, as out of the corner of his eye he sees Lorbeer and his delegation advancing across the runway. Then, sir, I pray that you may also nourish the minds of my people by sending us English books. The United Nations provides for our bodies, but too seldom for our minds. Our preferred authors are the English master storytellers of the 19th century. Perhaps your newspaper would consider subsidizing such a venture. I'll certainly propose it to them, says Jayston. Over his right shoulder, Lorbeer and his group are approaching the mound. You are most welcome, sir. For how long shall we have the pleasure of your distinguished company? Mackenzie answers on Jayston's behalf. Below them, Lorbeer and his group have come to a halt at the foot of the mound, and are waiting for Mackenzie and Jayston to descend. Until this time tomorrow, Arthur, says Mackenzie. But no longer, please, says Arthur, with a sideways glance at his courtiers. Do not forget us when you leave here, Mr. Atkinson. We shall be waiting for your books. Hot day, Mackenzie observes, as they descend the mound. Must be around 42 and rising. Still, that's the Garden of Eden for you. Same time tomorrow, okay? Hi, Brant. Here's your hot shot.
Justin has not reckoned with such overwhelming good nature. The gingery eyes that in the Uhuru hospital refuse to see him radiate spontaneous delight. The baby face, scalded by the daily sun, is one broad, infectious grin. The guttural voice that sent its nervous mutterings into the rafters of Tessa's ward is vibrant and commanding. The two men are shaking hands while Lord Beer speaks, Justin's one hand to Lord Beer's two. His grasp is friendly and confiding.
Did they brief you down there in Lockheed, Mr. Atkinson? Or did they leave the hard work to me?
I'm afraid I didn't have much time for briefings, Justin replies, smiling in return.
Why are journalists always in such a hurry, Mr. Atkinson?
Lord Beer complains cheerfully, releasing Justin's hand only to clap him on the shoulder as he guides him back towards the airstrip.
Does the truth change so fast these days? My father always taught me, if something is true, it is eternal.
I wish he'd tell my editor that, says Justin.
But maybe your editor does not believe in eternity, Lord Beer warns,
swinging round on Justin and raising a finger in his face. Maybe he doesn't, Justin concedes.
Do you?
The clown's eyebrows are hooped in priestly inquisition. Justin's brain is for a moment dumb. What am I pretending to be? This is Marcus Lorbeer, your betrayer.
I think I'll live a while before I answer that one, he replies awkwardly, at which Lorbeer lets out a roar of honest laughter. But not too long, man, otherwise eternity come and get you.
You ever see a food drop before? A sudden lowering of the voice as he grabs Justin's arm. I'm afraid not.
Then I show you one, man. And then you will believe in eternity, I promise. We get 4 drops a day here, and it's God's miracle every time.
You're very kind. Lorbeer is about to deliver a set piece. The diplomat in Justin, the fellow sophist, hears it coming.
We try to be efficient here, Mr. Atkinson. We try to get food into the right mouths. Maybe we oversupply. When customers are starving, I never saw that as a crime. Maybe they lie to us a little. How many they got in their villages? How many are dying? Maybe we make a few millionaires in the black market in our wheel. Too bad, I say. Okay?
Okay. Jamie has appeared at Lorbeer's shoulder, accompanied by a group of African women bearing clipboards.
Maybe the food stall keepers don't love us too much for screwing up their trade. Maybe the poor spearmen and witch doctors in the bush say we do them out of business with our Western medicines. Maybe with our food drops we create a dependency, okay?
Okay. A gigantic smile dismisses all these imperfections.
Listen, Mr. Atkinson. Tell this to your readers. Tell it to the UN fat asses in Geneva and Nairobi. Every time my food station gets one spoonful of our porridge into the mouth of one starving kid, I've done my job. I sleep in God's bosom that night. I earned my reason to be born. You tell them that.
I'll try.
You got a first name?
Peter.
Brant.
They shake hands again, for longer than before.
Ask anything you want, okay, Peter? I got no secrets from God. You got something special you want to ask me?
Not yet. Maybe later, when I've had a chance to get the hang of things.
That's good. You take your time. What's true is eternal, okay?
Okay. It is prayer time. It is Holy Communion time. It is miracle time. It is time to share the host with all mankind. Or so Lord Beer is pronouncing, and so Jayston affects to write in his notebook, in a vain effort to escape the oppressive good spirits of his guide. It is time to watch the mystery of man's humanity correcting the effects of man's evil, which is another of Lord Beer's disconcerting sound bites, delivered while his gingery eyes squint devoutly into the burning heaven, and the great smile beckons down God's benison, and Jayston feels the shoulder of his wife's betrayer nudge affectionately against his own. A line of spectators is drawn up. Jamie the Zimbabwean and Arthur the Commissioner, and his courtiers are the closest. Dogs, groups of tribesmen in red robes, and a subdued crowd of naked children arrange themselves around the airstrip's edge. 416 families we feed today, Peter. For a family, you've got to multiply by 6. The commissioner over there, I give him 5% of everything we drop. That's off the record. You're a decent guy, so I tell you. Listen to the commissioner, you'd think the population of Sudan was 100 million. Another problem we got. That's a rumor. Takes one guy to say he saw horsemen with a gun, and 10,000 people run like hell, leave their crops and villages. He stops dead. At his side, Jamie is pointing one arm to heaven, while her spare hand discovers Lord Beer's, and gives it a covert squeeze. The commissioner and his retinue have also heard it, and their response is to raise their heads, half close their eyes, and stretch their lips in tense and sunny smiles. Jayston catches the far rumble of an engine, and makes out a black spot, lost in a burnished sky. Slowly the spot becomes another buffalo like the one that flew him here, white and brave and solitary as God's own cavalry, clearing the treetops by a hand's breadth, flickering and bobbing as it jockeys for line and height, then vanishes, never to return. But Lord Beer's congregation does not lose faith. Heads remain lifted, willing it back, and here it comes again, low and straight and purposeful. A lump rises in Jayston's throat, and tears start to his eyes as the first white shower of food bags, like a trail of soap flakes, issues from the plane's tail. At first they drift playfully, then gather speed and spatter onto the drop zone in a wet tattoo of machine gun fire. The plane circles to repeat the maneuver. "You see that man?" Lord Beer is whispering. There are tears in his eyes also. Does he weep 4 times a day, or only when he has an audience? "I saw it," Jayston confirms. "As you saw it, and like me, no doubt, became an instant member of his church. Listen, man, we need more airstrips. You put that in your article. More airstrips and closer to the villages. The walk's too long for them, too dangerous. They get raped. They get their throats cut. Their kids get stolen while they're away. And when they get here, they find they've screwed up. It's not the day for their village. So they go home again, and they're confused. A lot of them, they die of the confusion. Their kids, too. You gonna write that?" "I'll try." "Lockie says more airstrips means more monitoring." I say, "Okay, we have more monitoring." Lockie says, "Where's the money?" I say, "Spend it first, then find it. What the hell?" A different silence grips the airstrip. It is the silence of apprehension. Are marauders lurking in the woods, waiting to steal God's gift and run? Lord Beer's great hand is again clutching Jayston's upper arm. "We got no guns here, man," he's explaining, in answer to the unspoken question in Jayston's mind. "In the villages, they've got Armalites and Kalashnikovs. Arthur, the commissioner over there, he buys them with his 5% and gives them to his people. But here in the food station, all we got is a radio and prayer." The moment of crisis is judged to have passed. The first porters advance shyly onto the strip to stack the bags. Clipboards in hand, Jamie and the other assistants take up their positions among them, one to each heap. Some bags have burst. Women with brushes zealously sweep up the loose grain. Lord Beer clutches Jayston's arm while he acquaints him with the culture of the food bag. After God invented the food drop, he says, with a rich laugh, he invented the food bag. Broken or whole, these white synthetic fibre sacks, stamped with the initials of the World Food Programme, are as much a staple commodity of South Sudan as the food they bring. See that windsock. See that fellow's moccasins. See his headscarf. I tell you, man, if ever I get married, I'm going to dress my bride in food bags. From his other side, Jamie lets out a hoot of laughter, which is quickly shared by those next along from her. The laughter is still running high as 3 columns of women emerge from different points along the tree line on the other side of the airstrip. They are dinka tall. 6 feet is not exceptional. They have the stately African stride that is the impossible dream of every fashionable catwalk. Most are bare-breasted. Others are in copper cotton dresses, drawn strictly across the bosom. Their impassive gaze is fixed on the stacks of bags ahead of them. Their talk is soft and private to themselves. Each column knows its destination. Each assistant knows her customers. Justin steals a glance at Lord Beer, as one by one each woman gives her name, grasps a bag by the throat, chucks it in the air, and settles it delicately on her head. And he sees that Lord Beer's eyes are now filled with tragic disbelief, as if he were the author of the women's plight, not of their salvation. Something wrong? Justin asks. The women, they're the only hope of Africa, man, Lord Beer replies, still in a whisper, while he continues to stare at them. Does he see Wanzer among them, and all the other Wanzers? His small, pale eyes peer so guiltily from the black shadow of his Homburg hat. You write that down, man. We give food only to the women. The men, we don't trust those idiots across the road. No, sir. They sell our porridge in the markets. They have their women make strong drink with it. They buy cigarettes, guns, girls. The men are bums. The women make the homes. The men make the wars. The whole of Africa, that's one big gender fight, man. Only the women do God's work around here. You write that down. Justin obediently writes as he is asked, needlessly, because he has heard the same message from Tessa every day. The women file silently back into the trees. Guilty dogs lick up the uncollected grains. Jamie and the assistants have dispersed. Paddling himself on his tall staff, Lord Beer, in his brown Homburg, has the authority of a spiritual teacher as he leads Justin across the airstrip, away from the hamlet of Tukels, towards a blue line of forest. A dozen children vie with each other to stay on his heels. They tweak at the great man's hand. They take a finger each and swing on it, utter loud growls, kick their feet in the air like dancing elves. These kids think they're lions, Lord Beer confides to Justin indulgently, as they pull and roar at him. Last Sunday we are having Bible school, and the lions gobble up Daniel so fast that God got no chance to save him. I tell the kids, no, you've got to let God save Daniel. That's in the Bible. But they say the lions are too damn hungry to wait. Let them eat up Daniel first, and afterwards God can do his magic. They say otherwise. Those lions die. They are approaching a line of rectangular sheds at the far end of the airstrip. To each shed, a rudimentary enclosure, like a paddock. To each enclosure, a miniature Hades of the desperately sick, the parched, crippled, and dehydrated. Stooped women hunching stoically upon themselves in silent torment. Fly-laden babies too sick to cry. Old men comatose with vomiting and diarrhea. Battle-weary paramedics and doctors doing their best to cajole and gentle them into a crude assembly line. Nervous girls standing in a long queue, whispering and giggling to each other. Teenaged boys locked in frenzied combat while an elder whacks at them with a stick. Followed at a distance by Arthur and his court, Lord Beer and Justin have reached the thatched dispensary like a country cricket pavilion. Tenderly pushing his way through clamorous patients, Lord Beer leads Justin to a steel screen, guarded by 2 stalwart African men in Médecins Sans Frontières T-shirts. The screen is pulled open. Lord Beer darts inside, removes his Homburg hat, and hauls Jayston after him. A white paramedic and 3 helpers are mixing and measuring behind a wooden counter. The atmosphere is of controlled but constant emergency. Seeing Lorbeer enter, the paramedic looks up quickly and grins.
"Hi, Brant. Who's your handsome friend?" she asks in a brisk Scots accent. "Helen, meet Peter. He's a journalist, and he's going to tell the world you're a lot of lazy layabouts." "Hi, Peter."
"Hi."
"Helen's a nurse from Glasgow."
On the shelves, many-coloured cartons and glass jars are packed roof-high. Jayston scans them, affecting a general curiosity, hunting for the familiar red and black box with its happy logo of 3 gold beads, not finding one. Lorbeer has placed himself before the display, assuming once more the role of lecturer. The paramedic and her assistants exchange raw smiles. Here we go again. Lorbeer is holding up an industrial jar of green pills.
"Peter,"
he intones gravely,
"now I show you the other lifeline of Africa."
Does he say this every day, to every visitor? Is this his daily act of contrition? Did he say it to Tessa, too?
"Africa has 80% of the world's AIDS sufferers, Peter. That's a conservative estimate. 3/4 of them receive no medication. For this we must thank the pharmaceutical companies and their servants, the U.S. State Department, who threaten with sanctions any country that dares produce its own cheap version of American patented medicines. Okay? Have you written that down?"
Jayston gives Lorbeer a reassuring nod. Keep going.
"The pills in this jar cost $20 apiece in Nairobi, 6 in New York, 18 in Manila. Any day now, India's going to manufacture the generic version, and the same pill will cost 60 cents. Don't talk to me about the research and development costs. The pharmaceutical boys wrote them off 10 years ago, and a lot of their money comes from governments in the first place, so they're talking crap. What we got here is an amoral monopoly that costs human lives every day, okay?"
Lorbeer knows his exhibits so well he doesn't need to search for them. He replaces the jar in the shelves and grabs a large black and white box.
"These bastards have been peddling this same compound for 30 years already. What's it for? Malaria. Know why it's 30 years old, Peter? Maybe a few people in New York should get malaria one day. Then you see if they don't find a cure pretty damn quick."
He selects another box. His hands, like his voice, are trembling with honest indignation.
"This generous and philanthropic farmer in New Jersey made a donation of its product to the poor, starving nations of the world, okay? The farmers, they need to be loved. If they're not loved, they get scared and miserable."
And dangerous, Jayston thinks, but not aloud.
"Why did the farmer donate this drug? I tell you. Because they have produced a better one. The old one is superfluous to stock, so they give Africa the old one with 6 months of life left in it, and they get a few $1 million tax break for their generosity. Plus, they are saving themselves a few more millions of warehousing costs, and the costs of destroying old drugs they can't sell. Plus, everybody says, look at them, what nice guys they are. Even the shareholders are saying it."
He turns the box over and scowls contemptuously at its base.
"This consignment sat in a customs house in Nairobi for 3 months, while the customs guys waited for somebody to bribe them. A couple of years back, this same farmer sent Africa hair restorer, smoking cures, and cures for obesity, and collected a multi-million-dollar tax break for their philanthropy. Those bastards got no feeling for anything but the fat god profit, and that's the truth."
But the full heat of his righteous anger is reserved for his own masters, those lazy bums in the aid community in Geneva who roll over for the big farmers every time.
"Those guys who call themselves humanitarians," he protests,
amid more grins from the assistants, as he unconsciously evokes Tessa's hated H-word.
"With their safe jobs and tax-free salaries, their pensions, nice cars, free international schools for their kids, traveling all the time,
so that they never get to spend their money. I seen them, man, in the fine Swiss restaurants, eating big meals with the pretty boy lobbyists from the farmers. Why should they stick their necks out for humanity? Geneva's got a spare few $1 billion to spend. Great. Spend it on the big farmers and keep America happy. In the lull that follows this outburst, Jayston ventures a question. In what capacity did you see them exactly, Brant? Heads lift, all but Jayston's. Nobody before, apparently, has thought to challenge the prophet in his wilderness. Lawbeer's gingery eyes widen. A hurt frown creases his reddened forehead. I've seen them, man, I tell you, with my eyes. I don't doubt you've seen them, Brant, but my readers may. They'll be asking themselves, who was Brant when he saw them? Were you in the UN? Were you a diner in the restaurant? A small laugh to signal the unlikely circumstance. Or were you working for the forces of darkness? Does Lawbeer sense the presence of an enemy? Do the forces of darkness sound threateningly familiar to him? Is the blur that was Jayston in the hospital less of a blur? His face has become pitiful. The child's light drains out of it, leaving a hurt old man without his hat. Don't do this to me, his expression is saying. You're my pal. But the conscientious journalist is too busy taking notes to be of assistance. You want to turn to God? You've got to be a sinner first, Lawbeer says huskily. Everybody in this place is a convert to God's pity, man. Believe me. But the hurt has not left Lawbeer's face, nor has the unease. It has settled over him like an intimation of bad news he is trying not to hear. On the walk back across the airstrip, he ostentatiously prefers the company of Arthur, the commissioner. The two men walk Dinka-style, hand in hand. Big Lawbeer in his Homburg, and Arthur, a spindly scarecrow in a Paris hat. A wooden stockade with a log boom for a gateway defines the domain of Brant, the food monitor, and his assistants. The children fall away. Arthur and Lawbeer alone escort the distinguished visitor on a mandatory tour of the camp's facilities. The improvised shower cubicle has an overhead bucket with a string attached to tilt it. A rainwater tank is supplemented by a Stone Age pump powered by a Stone Age generator. All of the invention of the great Brant. One day I apply for the patent on this one, Lawbeer vows, with a too-heavy wink that Arthur dutifully returns. A solar panel lies on the ground at the center of a chicken run. The chickens use it as a trampoline. Lights the whole compound, just with the day's heat, Lawbeer boasts. But the zest has gone out of his monologue. The latrines are at the edge of the stockade, one for men, one for women. Lawbeer beats on the men's door, then flings it open to reveal a foul-smelling hole in the ground. The flies up here. They develop resistance for every disinfectant we throw at them, he complains. Multi-resistant flies, Jayston suggests, smiling, and Lawbeer casts him a wild glance before he too manages a pained smile. They cross the compound, pausing on their way to peer into a freshly dug grave, 12 feet by 4. A family of green and yellow snakes lies coiled in the red mud at its base. That's our air raid shelter, man. The snakes in this camp, they got bites worse than the bombs, Lawbeer protests, continuing his lament against the cruelties of nature. Receiving no reaction from Jayston, he turns to share the joke with Arthur. But Arthur has gone back to his own kind. Like a man desperate for friendship, Lawbeer flings an arm round Jayston's shoulder and keeps it there, while he marches him at light infantry speed toward the central tukul. Now you're going to try our goat stew, he announces determinedly. That old cook, he makes stew better than the restaurants in Geneva. Listen, you're a good fellow, okay, Peter? You're my friend. Who did you see down there in the grave among the snakes? He is asking Lawbeer. Was it Wanzer again? Or did Tessa's cold hand reach out and touch you? The floor space inside the tukul is no more than 16 feet across. A family table has been banged together from wooden pallets. For seats there are unopened cases of beer and cooking oil. A rackety electric fan spins uselessly from the rush ceiling. The air stinks of soya and mosquito spray. Only Lawbeer, the head of the family, has a chair, which has been wrested from its place in front of the radio that sits in stacked units under a bookmaker's umbrella next to the gas stove. He perches in it very upright in his Homburg hat, with Jayston on one side of him, and on the other Jamie, who seems to occupy this place by right. To Jayston's other side is a ponytailed young male doctor from Florence. Next to him sits Scottish Helen from the dispensary, and across from Helen a Nigerian nurse named Salvation. Other members of Lawbeer's extended family have no time to linger. They help themselves to stew and eat it standing, or sit only long enough to gulp it down and leave again. Lawbeer spoons his stew voraciously, eyes flicking round the table as he eats, and talks, and talks. And though occasionally he targets a particular member of his audience, nobody doubts that the principal beneficiary of his wisdom is the journalist from London. Lawbeer's first topic of conversation is war, not the tribal skirmishes raging all around them, but this damn big war that is raging in the Benchu oil fields of the north and spreading daily southwards. Those bastards in Khartoum, they got tanks and gunships up there, Peter. They're tearing the poor Africans to pieces. You go up there, see for yourself, man. If the bombardments don't do the job, they got ground troops to go in and do it for them, no problem. Those troops rape and slaughter to their heart's content. And who's helping them? Who's clapping from the touchlines? The multinational oil companies. His indignant voice is holding the floor. Conversations round him must compete or die, and most are dying. The multis love Khartoum, man. Boys, they say, we respect your fine fundamentalist principles. A few public floggings, a few hands cut off, we admire that. We want to help you any which way we can. We want you to use our roads and our airstrips just as much as you like. Just don't you go letting those lazy African bums in the towns and villages stand in the way of the great God Prophet. We want those African bums ethnically cleansed out of the way, just as bad as you boys in Khartoum want it. So here's some nice oil revenues for you boys. Go buy yourselves some more guns. You hear that, Salvation? Peter, you writing this down?
Every word, thank you, Brant, says Jayston quietly to his notebook.
The multis do the devil's work, I tell you, man. One day they will end up in hell where they belong, and they better believe it.
He cringes theatrically, his great hands shielding his face. He is acting the part of multinational man facing his maker on the day of judgment.
It wasn't me, Lord. I was only obeying orders. I was commanded by the great God Prophet. That multinational man, he's the one who gets you hooked on cigarettes, then sells you the cancer cure you can't afford to pay for.
He's the one who sells us untried medicines, too. He's the one who fast-streams clinical trials and uses the wretched of the earth as guinea pigs.
You want coffee?
I'd love some, thank you.
Lawbeer leaps to his feet, seizes Jayston's soup mug and rinses it with hot water from a thermos as a prelude to filling it with coffee. Lawbeer's shirt is stuck to his back, revealing billows of trembling flesh, but he doesn't stop talking. He has developed a terror of silence. "Did the boys down in Lockheed tell you about the train, Peter?" he yells, drying the mug with a piece of tissue plucked out of the rubbish bag beside him. "This damned old train that comes south at walking speed like 3 times a year?"
I'm afraid not.
"It comes down the old railway that you British laid, okay? The train does, like in the old movies. It's protected by wild horsemen from the north. This old train resupplies every Khartoum garrison on its route from north to south, okay?"
Okay. Why is he sweating so? Why are his eyes so haunted and questing? What secret comparison is he making between the Arab train and his own sins?
"Man, that train! Right now it's stuck between Ariath and Awil, 2 days' hike from here. We got to pray to God to make sure the river stays flooded, that maybe the bastards don't come this way.
They make Armageddon wherever they go, I tell you. They kill everyone. Nobody can stop them. They're too strong.
Which bastards are we talking about here exactly, Brant? Jayston asks, jotting again in his notebook. I lost the plot there for a moment.
The wild horsemen are the bastards, man. Do you think they get paid for protecting their train? Not a bean, man. Not a drachma. They do it for free, out of the goodness of their kind hearts. Their reward? That's the killing and the raping their way through the villages. It's the setting fire to them. It's kidnapping the young guys and girls to take back north when the train is empty. It's stealing every damn thing they don't burn.
Ah, got it. But the train isn't enough for Lord Beer. Nothing is enough if it threatens to bring silence in its wake and expose him to questions he dare not hear. His haunted eyes are already searching desperately for a sequel.
They told you about the plane, then? The Russian-made plane, man? Older than Noah's Ark? The plane they keep in Juba? Man, that's some story.
Not the train, not the plane, I'm afraid. As I said, they didn't have time to tell me anything. And Jayston waits once more, pen obediently poised, to be told about that old Russian-made plane they keep in Juba.
Those crazy Muslims in Juba. They make dumb bombs like cannonballs. They take them up, then they roll them down the fuselage of that old plane and drop them on Christian villages, man. Here you are, Christians. Here's a nice love letter from your Muslim brothers. And those dumb bombs are very effective, you better believe me, Peter. Those boys have mastered the art of aiming them very straight, oh yes, and those bombs are so volatile that the crew make damn sure they get rid of them before they land their old plane back in Juba.
From beneath the bookmaker's umbrella, the field radio is announcing the approach of another buffalo. First comes the laconic voice of Lockie, then the captain in the air, calling in for contact. Hunched to the set, Jamie reports good weather, firm ground, and no security problems. The diners hastily depart, but Lorbeer remains in his place. With a snap, Jayston closes his notebook, and, under Lorbeer's gaze, feeds it into his shirt pocket alongside his pens and reading spectacles. Well, Brant, lovely goat stew. I've a few special interest questions, if that's all right by you. Is there somewhere we could sit for an hour without being interrupted? Like a man leading the way to his place of execution, Lorbeer guides Jayston across a path of trodden grassland, strewn with sleeping tents and washing lines. A bell-shaped tent is set apart from them. Hat in hand, Lorbeer holds back the flap for Jayston, and contrives a hideous grin of servility as he lets him go first. Jayston stoops. Their eyes meet, and Jayston sees in Lorbeer what he has seen already when they were in a tukul, but now with greater clarity. A man terrified by what he resolutely forbids himself to see. Chapter 24. The air inside the tent is acrid and compressed and very hot. The smells are of rotten grass and stale clothes that no amount of washing can get clean. There is one wooden chair, and in order to free it, Lorbeer must remove a Lutheran Bible, a volume of Heine's poetry, a baby-style fleecy sleeping suit, and a food monitor's emergency backpack with radio and protruding beacon. Only then does he offer the chair to Jayston, before squatting himself on the edge of a bony camp bed, 6 inches from the ground, ginger head in hands, damp back heaving, as he waits for Jayston to speak. My paper is interested in a controversial new TB cure called Dipraxa, manufactured by Carol Vita Hudson, and distributed in Africa by the House of 3 Bs. I notice you don't have it on your shelves. My paper thinks your real name is Marcus Lorbeer, and you're the good fairy who saw the drug onto the market, Jayston explains, as he once more opens his notebook. Nothing about Lorbeer stirs. The damp back, the ginger golden head, the sodden pressed-down shoulders remain motionless in the aftershock of Jayston's words. There's a growing clamour about Dipraxa's side effects, as I'm sure you know, Jayston goes on, turning a page and consulting it. KVH and 3Bs can't keep their fingers in the dam forever. You might be wise to get your word in ahead of the field.
sweat pouring off them, 2 victims of the same disease. The heat inside the tent so soporific that there is a risk in Justin's mind they will both succumb to it and fall into a sleeping sickness, side by side. Lorbeer embarks on a caged prowling of the tent's circumference. This is how I endured the confinement of the lower ground, thinks Justin, as he watches his prisoner pause and startle himself in a tin mirror, or consult a wooden cross pinned to the canvas above his bedhead. God Christ, man, how the hell did you find me? Talked to people, had a bit of luck. Don't bullshit me, man. Luck, nothing. Who's paying you? Still pacing, shaking his head to free it of sweat, swinging round as if he expects to find Justin on his heels, staring at him with suspicion and reproach. I'm freelance, Justin says. To hell you are, man. I bought journalists like you. I know all your rackets. Who bought you? Nobody. KVH? Curtis? I made them money, for Christ's sake. And they made money for you, too, didn't they? According to my paper, you own 1/3 of 49% of the companies that patented the molecule. I renounced it, man. Lara renounced it. It was blood money. Take it, I told them. It's yours. And on the day of judgment, may God preserve you all. Those were my words to them, Peter. Spoken to whom, exactly? Justin inquires, writing. Curtis? Someone at KVH? Lorbeer's face is a mask of terror. Or to Crick, perhaps. Ah, yes, I see. Crick was your link at 3B's. And he writes down, Crick, in his notebook, 1 letter at a time, because his hand is sluggish from the heat. But Dipraxa wasn't a bad drug, was it? My paper thinks it was a good drug that went too fast. Fast! The word bitterly amuses him. Fast, man! Those boys in KVH wanted trial results so fast they couldn't wait till tomorrow breakfast. A huge explosion stops the world. First, it is Khartoum's Russian-made plane from Juba dropping one of its dumb bombs. Then it is the wild horseman from the north. Then it is the savage battle for the Bentiu oil fields that has arrived at the food station's gates. The tent shakes, sags, and braces itself for a new attack. Guy ropes wince and sob as sheets of water crash onto the canvas roof. Yet Lorbeer seems not to have noticed the attack. He stands at the centre of the tent, with one hand pressed to his brow, as if he has forgotten something. Justin pulls back the tent flap, and through sheets of rain counts 3 tents dead, and 2 more dying before his eyes. Water is spouting from the washing on the lines. It has made a lake of the grass, and is rising in a tide against the wooden walls of the Tukul. It is crashing in freak waves over the rush roof of the air raid shelter. Then, as suddenly as it arrived, it stops. So, Marcus, Justin proposes, as if the thunderstorm has cleared the air inside the tent as well as out. Tell me about the girl Wanza. Was she a turning point in your life? My paper thinks she was. Lorbeer's bulging eyes remain fixed on Justin. He makes to speak, but no words come. Wanza from a village north of Nairobi, Wanza who moved to Kibera slum, and was taken to the Uhuru hospital to have her baby. She died, and her baby lived. My paper believes she shared a ward with Tessa Quayle. Is that possible? Or Tessa Abbott, as she sometimes called herself. And still Justin's voice is even and dispassionate, as becomes your objective reporter. And this dispassion is in many ways unfeigned, for he does not take easily to having a man at his mercy. The responsibility is more than he wishes. His instincts for vengeance are too weak. A plane zooms low overhead on its way to the drop zone. Lorbeer's eyes lift to it in feeble hope. They have come to save me. They haven't. They have come to save Sudan. Who are you, man? It has taken him a lot of courage to get the question out, but Justin ignores it. Wanza died, so did Tessa, so did Arnold Bloom, a Belgian aid worker and doctor, and her good friend.
My paper believes that Tessa and Arnold came up here to speak to you just a couple of days before they were killed. My paper also believed that you confessed yourself to Tessa and Arnold on the matter of Dipraxa, and, this is only supposition, of course, as soon as they had gone, betrayed them to your former employers in order to reinsure yourself. Perhaps by means of a radio message to your friend, Mr. Crick. Does that ring any bells at all?
Jesus, God, man! God Christ!
Marcus Lorbeer is burning at the stake. He has seized the central tent pole in both arms, and with his head pressed to it, is hugging it to himself as if to shelter from the onslaught of Justin's remorseless questioning. His head is raised to heaven in agony. His mouth whispers and implores inaudibly. Rising, Justin carries his chair across the tent and sets it at Lorbeer's heels, then takes him by the arm and lowers him into it. "What were Tessa and Arnold looking for when they came here?" he inquires. His questions are still formulated with a deliberate casualness. He wishes for no more sobbing confessions, and no more appeals to God.
"They were looking for my guilt, man. My shameful history, my sin of pride,"
Lorbeer whispers in reply, dabbing his face with a sopping piece of rag hauled from the pocket of his shorts. "And they got it?"
"Everything, man. Every last bit, I swear."
"With a tape recorder?"
"With two, man. That woman had no faith in one alone."
With an inward smile, Justin acknowledges Tessa's legal acumen.
"I abased myself totally before them. I gave them the naked truth before the Lord. There was no way out. I was the last link in the chain of their investigations."
"Did they say what they intended to do with the information you had given them?" Lorbeer's eyes opened very wide, but his lips remained closed, and his body so motionless that for a second Justin wondered whether he had died a merciful death, but it seemed he was only remembering. Suddenly he was speaking very loudly, his words mounting to a scream as he fought to get them out.
"They would present it to the one man in Kenya they trusted. They would take the whole story to Leakey. Everything they had collected. Kenya should solve Kenya's problem, she said. Leakey was the man to do it. That was their conviction. They warned me. She did. Marcus, you better hide yourself, man. This place is not safe for you anymore. You've got to find yourself a deeper hole, or they will kill you to pieces for betraying them to us." It is hard for Justin to recreate Tessa's actual words from Lorbeer's strangled voice, but he does his best. And certainly he has no problem with the general drift of what she must have said, since Tessa's first concern would always have been for Lorbeer rather than herself, and "kill you to pieces" was undoubtedly one of her expressions. "What did Bloom have to say to you?" "He was right down to earth, man. Told me I was a charlatan and a traitor to my trust."
"And that, of course, helped you to betray him," Justin suggests, kindly. But his kindness is in vain, for Lorbeer's weeping is even worse than Woodrow's, howling, alienating, infuriating tears as he pleads for himself in mitigation. He loves that drug, man. It does not deserve to be publicly condemned. A few more years, and it will take its place among the great medical discoveries of the age. All we've got to do, we've got to check the peak levels of toxicity, control the rate at which we admit it to the body. They're already working on that, man. By the time they hit the United States market, all those bugs will have disappeared. No problem. Lorbeer loves Africa, man. He loves all mankind. He is a good man, not born to bear such guilt. Yet even while he pleads and moans and rages, he contrives to raise himself mysteriously from defeat. He sits up straight. He draws back his shoulders, and a smirk of superiority replaces his penitent's grief.
"Plus, look at their relationship, man,"
he protests, with ponderous insinuation.
"Look at their ethical behavior. Whose sins are we speaking of here precisely, I ask myself?"
"I don't think I quite follow you," says Justin mildly, as a mental safety screen between himself and Lorbeer begins to form inside his head.
Read the newspapers, man. Listen to the radio. Make up your own mind independently and tell me, please. What is this pretty married white woman doing, traveling about with this handsome black doctor as her constant companion? Why does she call herself by her maiden name, and not by the name of her rightful husband? Why does she parade herself at her lover's side in this very tent, man, brazenly, an adulteress and hypocrite, interrogating Marcus Lorbeer about his personal morality? But the safety screen must have slipped somehow, for Lorbeer is staring at Jayston as if he has seen death's very angel come to summon him to the judgment he so dreads. God Christ, man! You're him! Her husband! Quayle! The last food drop of the day has emptied the stockade of its workers. Leaving Lorbeer to weep alone in his tent, Jayston sits himself on the hummock beside the air raid shelter to enjoy the evening show. First the pitch-black herons, swooping and circling as they announce the sunset. Then the lightning, driving away the dusk in long, trembling salvos. Then the day's moisture rising in a white veil. And finally the stars, close enough to touch. Chapter 25. Out of the finely steered gossip of Whitehall and Westminster, out of parroted television soundbites and misleading images, out of the otiose minds of journalists whose duty to inquire extended no further than the nearest deadline and the nearest free lunch, a chapter of events was added to the sum of minor human history. The formal elevation en poste, contrary to established practice, of Mr. Alexander Woodrow to the estate of British High Commissioner, Nairobi, sent ripples of quiet satisfaction through white Nairobi, and was welcomed by the indigenous African press. A quiet force for understanding, ran the sub-headline on page 3 of the Nairobi Standard, and Gloria was a breath of fresh air who would blow away the last cobwebs of British colonialism. Of Porter Coleridge's abrupt disappearance into the catacombs of official Whitehall, little was said, but much implied. Woodrow's predecessor had been out of touch with modern Kenya. He had antagonized hard-working ministers with his sermons on corruption. There was even a suggestion, cleverly not enlarged upon, that he might have fallen foul of the vice he so condemned. Rumours that Coleridge had been hauled before a Whitehall disciplinary committee and invited to explain certain embarrassing matters that had arisen during his stewardship were dismissed as idle speculation, but not denied by the High Commission spokesman who had initiated them. Porter was a fine scholar and a man of the highest principle. It would be unjust to deny his many virtues, Mildren informed reliable journalists in an off-the-record obituary, and they duly read between the lines. F.O. Africa Czar Sir Bernard Pellegrin, an uninterested public learned, had sought early retirement in order to take up a senior managerial post with the multinational pharmaceutical giant Carroll Vita Hudson of Basel, Vancouver, Seattle, and now of London, where, thanks to Pellegrin's fabled skills at networking, he would be at his most effective. A farewell banquet in the Pellegrin's honour was attended by a glittering assembly of Africa's High Commissioners to the Court of St. James and their wives. A witty speech by the South African delegate observed that Sir Bernard and his lady might not have won Wimbledon, but they had surely won the hearts of many Africans. A spectacular rise from the ashes by that latter-day Houdini of the city, Sir Kenneth Curtis, was welcomed by friend and foe alike. Only a minority of Cassandras insisted that Kenny's rise was purely optical, and the break-up of House of 3Bs nothing less than an act of daylight sandbagging. These carping voices did not impede the great populist's elevation to the House of Lords, where he insisted upon the title of Lord Curtis of Nairobi and Spennymoor, the latter being his humble place of birth. Even his many critics in Fleet Street had to concede, if wryly, that Ermine became the old devil. The Evening Standard's Londoner's Diary made amusing weather of the long-awaited retirement of that incorruptible old crime-stopper, Superintendent Frank Gridley of Scotland Yard, known affectionately to the London underworld as Old Gridiron. In reality, retirement was the last thing that lay in store for him. One of Britain's leading security companies was poised to snap him up just as soon as he had taken his wife on a long-promised holiday on the island of Mallorca. The departure of Rob and Leslie from the police service received, by contrast, no publicity at all, though insiders noted that one of Gridley's last acts before leaving the yard had been to press for the removal of what he termed a new breed of unscrupulous careerists who were giving the force a bad name. Gita Pearson, another would-be careerist, was not successful in her application for acceptance as an established British foreign servant. Although her examination results were good to excellent, confidential reports from the Nairobi High Commission gave cause for concern. Ruling that she was too easily swayed by her personal feelings, Personnel Department advised her to wait a couple of years and reapply. Her mixed race, it was emphasized, was not a factor. No question mark at all, however, hung over the unhappy passing of Jayston Quayle. Deranged by despair and grief, he had taken his own life at the very spot where his wife Tessa had been murdered only weeks before. His swift loss of mental balance had been an open secret among those entrusted with his welfare. His employers in London had gone to every length short of locking him up in an effort to save him from himself. The news that his trusted friend, Arnold Bloom, was also his wife's murderer, had dealt the final blow. Traces of systematic beating around his abdomen and lower body told their own sad story to the tightly knit group of insiders who were privy to the secret. In the days leading up to his death, Quayle had resorted to self-flagellation. How he had come by the fatal weapon, an assassin's short-barreled .38 pistol in excellent condition with 5 soft-nosed bullets remaining in the chamber, was a mystery unlikely to be resolved. A rich and desperate man bent upon his own destruction is sure to find a way. His final resting place in Langata Cemetery, the press noted with approval, had reunited him with his wife and child. The permanent government of England, on which her transient politicians spin and posture like so many table dancers, had once more done its duty, except, that is, in one small but irritating respect. Jayston, it seemed, had spent the last weeks of his life composing a black dossier, purporting to prove that Tessa and Bloom had been murdered for knowing too much about the evil dealings of one of the world's most prestigious pharmaceutical companies, which so far had contrived to remain anonymous. Some upstart solicitor of Italian origin, a relation of the dead woman to boot, had come forward, and, making free use of his late client's money, retained the services of a professional troublemaker, who hid behind the mask of public relations agent. The same hapless solicitor had allied himself with a firm of supercharged city lawyers, famous for their pugnacity. The house of Oakey, and Farmerlow, representing the unnamed company, challenged the use of clients' funds for this purpose, but without success. They had to content themselves with serving writs on any newspaper that dared take up the story. Yet some did, and the rumours persisted. Scotland Yard, called in to examine the material, publicly declared it baseless and a bit sad, and declined to forward it to the Crown Prosecution Service. But the lawyers for the dead couple, far from throwing in the sponge, resorted to Parliament. A Scottish MP, also a lawyer, was suborned, and tabled an innocuous parliamentary question of the Foreign Secretary concerning the health of the African continent at large. The Foreign Secretary batted it away with his customary grace, only to find himself grappling with a supplementary that went for the jugular. Question: has the Foreign Secretary knowledge of any written representations made to his department during the last 12 months by the late, tragically murdered Mrs. Tessa Quayle? Answer: I require notice of that question. Question: is that a no I'm hearing? Answer: I have no knowledge of such representations made during her lifetime. Question: then she wrote to you posthumously, perhaps? Laughter. In the written and verbal exchanges that followed, the Foreign Secretary first denied all knowledge of the documents, then protested that in view of pending legal actions they were sub judice. After further extensive and costly research, he finally admitted to having discovered the documents, only to conclude that they had received all the attention they merited, then or now, having regard for the disturbed mental condition of the writer. Imprudently, he added that the documents were classified. Question. Does the Foreign Office regularly classify writings of people of disturbed mental condition? Laughter. Answer. In cases where such writings could cause embarrassment to innocent third parties, yes. Question. Or to the Foreign Office, perhaps? Answer. I am thinking of the needless pain that could be inflicted on the deceased's close relatives. Question. Then be at peace. Mrs. Quayle had no close relatives. Answer. These are not, however, the only interests I am obliged to consider. Question. Thank you. I think I have heard the answer I was waiting for. Next day, a formal request for the release of the Quayle papers was presented to the Foreign Office, and backed by an application to the High Court. Simultaneously, and surely not by coincidence, a parallel initiative was mounted in Brussels by lawyers for friends and family of the late Dr. Arnold Bloom. During the preliminary hearing, a racially varied crowd of mischief-makers, dressed in symbolic white coats, paraded for television cameras outside the Brussels Palace of Justice, and brandished placards bearing the slogan, Nous accusons. The nuisance was quickly dealt with. A string of cross-petitions by the Belgian lawyers ensured that the case would run for years. However, it was now common knowledge that the company in question was none other than Carroll Vita Hudson.
Up there, that's the Loco Morinyang Range, Captain Mackenzie informs Jayston over the intercom. Gold and oil. Kenya and Sudan have been fighting about it for well on 100 years. Old maps give it to the Sudan. New ones give it to Kenya. I reckon somebody slipped a cartographer a backhander.
Captain Mackenzie is one of those tactful men who knows exactly when to be irrelevant. His chosen plane this time is a Beach Baron with twin engines. Jayston sits beside him in the co-pilot seat, listening without hearing, now to Captain Mackenzie, now to the banter of other pilots in the vicinity.
How are we doing today, Mac? Are we above the cloud level or below? Where the hell are you, man? A mile to your right and 1,000 feet below you. What's happened to your eyesight?
They are flying over flat brown slabs of rock, darkening into blue. The clouds are thick above them. Vivid red patches appear where the sun breaks through to strike the rock. The foothills ahead of them are tousled and untidy. A road appears like a vein among the muscles of the rock.
Cape Town to Cairo, Mackenzie says laconically. Don't try it.
I won't, Jayston promises, dutifully. Mackenzie banks the plane and descends, following its path. The road becomes a valley road, weaving along a ridge of snaking hills.
Road to the right there. That's the road Arnold and Tessa took. Locky to Lodwar. Great, if you don't mind bandits.
Coming awake, Jayston peers deeply into the pale mist ahead of him, and sees Arnold and Tessa in their jeep, with dust on their faces, and a box of discs bobbing between them on the bench seat. A river has joined the Cairo road. It is called the Tagwa, Mackenzie says, and its source is high up in the Tagwa Mountains. The Tagwas are 11,000 feet high. Jayston politely acknowledges this information. The sun goes in. The hills turn blue-black, menacing and separate. Tessa and Arnold vanish. The landscape is again godless, not a man or beast in any direction.
Sudanese tribesmen come down from the Magila Range, Mackenzie says. In their jungle they wear nothing. Coming south they get all shy, wear these little bits of cloth, and boy, can they run.
Jayston gives a polite smile, as brown, treeless mountains rise crooked and half-buried from the khaki earth. Behind them, he makes out the blue haze of a lake. Is that Turkana? Don't swim in it. Not unless you're very fast. Fresh water. Great amethysts. Friendly crocodiles. Flocks of goat and sheep appear below them. Then a village and a compound. Turkana tribesmen, Mackenzie says. Big shootout last year over livestock thefts. Best to steer clear of them. I shall, Jayston promises. Mackenzie looks squarely at him, a prolonged, interrogative stare. Not the only people to steer clear of, they tell me. No, indeed, Jayston agrees. Couple of hours we could be in Nairobi. Jayston shakes his head. Want me to stretch a point and take you over the border to Kampala? We've got fuel. You're very kind. The road reappears, sandy and deserted. The plane reacts violently, nosing left and right like a plunging horse, as if nature is telling it to go back. Worst winds for miles around, Mackenzie says. Region's famous for 'em. The town of Lodwar lies below them, set small among cone-shaped black hills, none more than a couple of 100 feet high. It looks neat and purposeful, with tin roofs, a tarmac airstrip, and a school. No industry, Mackenzie says. Great market for cows, donkeys, and camels, if you're interested in buying. I'm not, says Jayston, with a smile. One hospital, one school, lot of army. Lodwar's the security centre for the whole area. Soldiers spend most of their time in the Apoy Hills, chasing bandits to no effect. Bandits from Sudan, bandits from Uganda, bandits from Somalia. A real nice catchment area for bandits. Cattle thieving is the local sport, Mackenzie recites, back in his role of tour guide. The Mandangos steal cattle, dance for 2 weeks till another tribe steals them back. How far from Lodwar to the lake? Asks Jayston. Give or take 50 kilometres. Go to Calico. There's a fishing lodge there. Ask for a boatman called Mickey. His boy's Abraham. Abraham's all right so long as he's with Mickey. Poison on his own. Thanks. Conversation ends. Mackenzie overflies the airstrip, waving his wingtips to signal his intent to land. He climbs again and returns. Suddenly they are on the ground. There is nothing more to say, except, once more, thanks. If you need me, find someone who can call me on the radio, Mackenzie says, as they stand sweltering on the airstrip. If I can't help you, there's a guy called Martin, runs the Nairobi School of Flying. Flying for 30 years. Trained in Perth and Oxford. Mention my name. Thanks, says Jayston again, and, in his anxiety to be courteous, writes it down. Want to borrow my flight bag? Mackenzie asks, making a gesture with the black briefcase in his right hand. Long-barreled target pistol, if you're interested. Gives you a chance at 40 yards. Oh, I'd be no good at 10, Jayston exclaims, with the kind of self-effacing laugh that dates from his days before Tessa. And this is Justice, Mackenzie says, introducing a grizzled philosopher in a tattered T-shirt and green sandals, who has appeared from nowhere. Justice is your driver. Jayston, meet Justice. Justice, meet Jayston. Justice has a gentleman called Ezra, who will be riding point with him. Anything more I can do for you? Jayston draws a thick envelope from the pocket of his bush jacket. I'd like you please to post this for me when you're next in Nairobi. Just the ordinary mail will do fine. She's not a girlfriend. She's my lawyer's aunt. Tonight, soon enough. Tonight would be splendid. Take care, then, says Mackenzie, slipping the envelope into his flight bag. Indeed I will, says Jayston, and this time manages not to tell Mackenzie he's been very kind. The lake was white and grey and silver, and the overhead sun made black and white stripes of Mickey's fishing boat, black in the shadow of the canopy, white and pitiless where the sun shone freely on the woodwork, white on the skin of the fresh water that popped and bubbled with the rising fish, white on the misted grey mountains that arched their backs under the sun's heat, white where it struck the black faces of old Mickey and his young companion, the poisonous Abraham, a sneering, secretly angry child, Mackenzie was quite right, who for some unfathomable reason spoke German and not English, so that the conversation, what there was of it, was three-cornered, German to Abraham, English to old Mickey, and their own version of Kiswahili when they spoke between themselves. White also whenever Jayston looked at Tessa, which was often, perched tomboy style on the ship's prow, where she was determined to sit, despite the crocodiles, with one hand for the boat, the way her father had taught her, and Arnold never far away in case she slipped. On the boat's radio, an English-language cookery program was extolling the virtues of sun-dried tomatoes. At first, it had been difficult for Jayston to explain his destination in any language. They might never have heard of Aliyah Bay. Aliyah Bay didn't interest them in the least. Old Mickey wanted to take him due southeast to Wolfgang's oasis, where he belonged, and the poisonous Abraham had hotly seconded the motion. The oasis was where Wazungu stayed. It was the first hotel in the region, famous for its film stars and rock stars and millionaires. The oasis, without a doubt, was where Jayston was heading, whether he knew it or not. It was only when Jayston drew a small photograph of Tessa from his wallet, a passport photograph, nothing that had been defiled by the newspapers, that the purpose of his mission became clear to them, and they became quiet and uneasy. So Jayston wished to visit the place where Noah and the Mzungu woman were murdered, Abraham demanded. Yes, please. Was Jayston then aware that many police and journalists had visited this place, that everything that could be found there had been found? Also that Lodwar police and the Nairobi flying squad had separately and together decreed the place to be a forbidden area to tourists, sightseers, trophy hunters, and anybody else who had no business there, Abraham persisted. Jayston was not, but his intention remained the same, and he was prepared to pay generously to see it fulfilled. Or that the place was well known to be haunted, and had been even before Noah and the Mzungu were murdered, but with much less conviction, now that the financial side was settled. Jayston vowed he had no fear of ghosts. At first, in deference to the gloomy nature of their errand, the old man and his helper had adopted a melancholy pose, and it took all Tessa's determined good spirits to bounce them out of it. But as usual, with the help of a string of witty comments from the prow, she succeeded. The presence of other fishing boats further up the sky was also a help. She called out to them, "What have you caught?" And they called back to her, "This many redfish, this many blue, this many rainbow." And so infectious was her enthusiasm that Jayston soon persuaded Mickey and Abraham to put a line out themselves, which also had the effect of diverting their curiosity into more productive paths. "You all right, sir?" Mickey asked him from quite close, peering like an old doctor into his eyes. "I'm fine. Fine, just fine." "I think you have a fever, sir. Why don't you relax under the canopy, and let me bring you some cold drink?" "Fine. We both will." "Thank you, sir. I have to attend to the boat." Jayston sits under the canopy, using the ice from his glass to cool his neck and forehead, while he rides with the motion of the boat. It is an odd company they have brought with them, he has to admit. But then Tessa is absolutely wanton when it comes to extending invitations, and really one just has to bite one's lip and double the number one first thought of. "Good to see Porter here. And you too, Veronica. And your baby Rosie, always a pleasure. No objections there." And Tessa always seems to get that bit more out of Rosie than anybody else can. But Bernard and Sally Pellegrin are total mistake, darling. And how absolutely typical of Bernard to include 3 rackets, not just one, in his beastly tennis kit. As for the Woodrows, honestly, it's time you overcame your laudable but misplaced conviction that even the most unpromising among us have hearts of gold, and you're the one to prove it to them. And for God's sake, stop peeking at me as if you're about to make love to me at any moment. Sandy's going half crazy from looking down your shirt front as it is. What is it? Jayston asked sharply. At first he thought it was Mustafa. Gradually he realized that Mickey had taken a fistful of his shirt above his right shoulder blade and was shaking it to wake him.
We've arrived, sir, on the eastern shore. We are close to the place where the tragedy happened.
How far?
To walk? 10 minutes, sir. We will accompany you.
That's not necessary.
It is most necessary, sir.
Was fehlt dir? Abraham asked, over Mickey's shoulder. Nichts, nothing, I'm fine. You've both been very kind.
Drink some more water, sir,
Mickey said, holding a fresh glass to him. They make quite a column, clambering over the slabs of lava rock, here at the cradle of civilization, Jayston has to admit. Never realized there were so many civilized chaps around, he tells Tessa, doing his English bloody fool act, and Tessa laughs for him, that silent laugh she does when she smiles delightedly, and shakes and generally does all the right things, but no sound issues. Gloria leads the way.
Well, she would.
With that royal British stride of hers and those elbows, she can outmarch the lot of us. Peregrine bitching, which is also normal. His wife Sally saying she can't take the heat. What's new? Rosie Coleridge on her dad's back, having a good sing in Tessa's honour. How on earth did we all fit into the boat? Mickey had stopped, one hand held lightly on Jayston's arm. Abraham was standing close behind him.
This is the place where your wife passed away, sir,
said Mickey softly. But he need not have bothered, because Jayston knew exactly. Even if he didn't know how Mickey had deduced that he was Tessa's husband, but perhaps Jayston had informed him of this fact in his sleep. He had seen the place in photographs, in the gloom of the lower ground, and in his dreams. Here ran what looked like a dried riverbed. Over there stood the sad little heap of stones erected by Gita and her friends. Around it, but spreading in all directions, alas, lay the junk that was these days inseparable from any well-publicized event. Discarded film cassettes and boxes, cigarette packets, plastic bottles and paper plates. Higher up, maybe 30 or so yards up the white rock slope, ran the dust road, where the long wheelbase safari truck had pulled alongside Tessa's jeep and shot its wheel off, sending the jeep careering down this same slope, with Tessa's murderers in hot pursuit, with their pangas and guns, and whatever else they were carrying. And over there, Mickey was silently pointing them out with his gnarled old finger, were the blue smears of the Oasis 4 Tracks paintwork left on the rock face as it slid into the gully. And the rock face, unlike the black volcanic rock surrounding it, was white as a gravestone, and perhaps the brown stains on it were indeed blood, as Mickey was suggesting. But when Jayston examined them, he concluded they might as well be lichen. Otherwise he observed little of interest to the observant gardener, beyond yellow speargrass and a row of doom palms that, as usual, looked as though they had been planted by the municipality. A few euphorbia shrubs, well, naturally, making themselves a precarious living among chunks of black basalt, and a spectral white commiphora tree. When were they ever in leaf? Its spindly branches stretched to either side of it like the wings of a moth. He selected a basalt boulder and sat on it. He felt light-headed, but lucid. Mickey handed him a water bottle, and Jayston took a pull from it, screwed the top back on, and set it at his feet.
"I'd like to be alone for a little while, Mickey," he said.
"Why don't you and Abraham go and catch a fish, and I'll call to you from the shore when I'm done."
"We would prefer to wait for you with the boat, sir."
"Why not fish?"
"We would prefer to remain here with you. You have a fever."
"It's going now. Just a couple of hours." He looked at his watch. It was 4 in the afternoon. "When's dusk?"
"At 7 o'clock, sir."
"Fine. Well, you can have me at dusk. If I need anything, I'll call." and more firmly, "I want to be alone, Mickey. That's what I came here for." "Yes, sir." He didn't hear them leave. For a while he heard no sounds at all, except for the odd popping of the lake and the putter of an occasional fishing boat. He heard a jackal howl and a lot of back-chat from a family of vultures that had commandeered a doom palm down on the lakeside. And he heard Tessa telling him that if she had to do it all again, this was still where she would want to do her dying, in Africa, on her way to heading off a great injustice. He drank some water, stood up, stretched, and wandered over to the paint marks, because that was where he knew, for a surety, that he was close to her. It didn't take much working out. If he put his hands on the marks, he was about 18 inches from her, if you discounted the width of the car door, or maybe twice that much, if you imagined Arnold in between. He even managed to have a bit of a laugh with her, because he'd always had the devil's own job persuading her to wear her seatbelt. On potholed African roads, she had argued, with her usual stubbornness, you were better off hanging loose. At least you could weave and dodge around inside the car, instead of being plonked like a sack of potatoes into every bloody crater. And from the paint marks, he made his way to the bottom of the gully, and, hands in pockets, stood beside the dried-up riverbed, staring back at the spot where the jeep had come to rest, and imagining poor Arnold being hauled senseless from it, to be taken to his place of prolonged and terrible execution. Then, as a methodical man, he returned to the boulder he had chosen as his sitting place when he first came here, and sat down on it again, and devoted himself to the study of a small blue flower, not unlike the phlox that he had planted in the front garden of their house in Nairobi. But the problem was, he was not absolutely sure the flower belonged to the place where he was seeing it, or whether in his mind he had transplanted it from Nairobi, or, come to think of it, from the meadows surrounding his hotel in the Engadine. Also, his interest in flora generally was at a low ebb. He no longer wished to cultivate the image of a sweet chap, passionately interested in nothing except phlox, asters, freesias, and gardenias. And he was still reflecting on this transition in his nature when he heard the sound of an engine from the direction of the shore. First the little explosion of it as it sprang to life, then its steady chugging as it faded into the distance. Mickey's decided to have a go after all, he thought. For your true fishermen, rising fish at dusk are an irresistible temptation. And after that, he remembered his attempts to persuade Tessa to go fishing with him, which invariably ended with no fish, but a lot of undisciplined love-making, which was perhaps why he was so keen on persuading her. And he was still humorously contemplating the logistics of making love in the bottom of a small boat, when he had a different idea about Mickey's fishing expedition, namely, that it wasn't happening. Mickey didn't mess about, change his mind, give in to whims. That wasn't Mickey at all. The thing about Mickey that you knew the moment you set eyes on him, and Tessa had said the same, was that this fellow was your born family retainer, which was why, to be honest, it was easy to confuse him with Mustafa. So Mickey hadn't gone fishing. But he'd gone. Whether he'd taken the poisonous Abraham with him was a moot point, but Mickey had gone, and the boat had gone, back across the lake. That boat's engine had faded, and faded. So why had he gone? Who had told him to go, paid him to go, ordered him to go, threatened him if he didn't go? What message had Mickey received, over his boat's radio, or man-to-man from another boat, or somebody on the shore, that had persuaded him, against all the natural lines of his good face, to walk out on a job when he hadn't been paid for it? Or had Marcus Lorbeer, the compulsive Judas, taken out some more insurance with his friends in the industry? He was still mulling over this possibility when he heard another engine, this time from the direction of the road. The dusk was falling quickly by now, and the light already fickle, so he might have expected a passing car at this hour to put on its sidelights at the very least, but this one, car or whatever, hadn't done so, which was a puzzle to him. One thought he had, probably because the car was moving at a snail's pace, was that it was Ham, driving at his habitual 5 miles an hour below the speed limit, come to announce that Justin's letters to the ferocious aunt in Milan had been safely received, and that Tessa's great injustice would shortly be righted, on the lines of her oft-stated conviction that the system must be forced to mend its own ways from within. Then he thought, "It's not a car at all. I've got it wrong. It's a small plane." Then the sound stopped altogether, which almost succeeded in convincing him it had been an illusion in the first place, that he was hearing Tessa's jeep, for instance, and any second it was going to pull up just above him on the road there, and she was going to hop out, wearing both Mephisto boots, and come skipping down the slope to congratulate him on taking over where she'd left off. But it wasn't Tessa's jeep. It didn't belong to anyone he knew. What he was looking at was the elusive shape of a long wheelbase jeep, or 4-track. No, safari truck, either dark blue or dark green. In the fast-vanishing light it was hard to tell, and it had stopped in exactly the spot where he'd just been watching Tessa. And although he had been expecting something of the kind ever since he had returned to Nairobi, even in a remote way wishing for it, and had therefore regarded Donohue's warning to him as superfluous, he greeted the sight with an extraordinary sense of exultation, not to say completion. He had met her betrayers, of course, Pellegrin, Woodrow, Lorbeer. He had rewritten her scandalously discarded memorandum for her, if in a piecemeal form, but that couldn't be avoided. And now it seemed he was about to share with her the last of all her secrets. A second truck had pulled up behind the first. He heard light footsteps, and made out the fast-moving shapes of fit men in bulky clothes, crouching at the run. He heard a man or woman whistle, and an answering whistle from behind him. He imagined, and perhaps it was true, that he caught a whiff of sportsman's cigarette smoke. The darkness grew suddenly deeper, as lights came on around him, and the brightest of them picked him out, and held him in its beam. He heard a sound of feet, sliding down white rock.
That was The Constant Gardener by John le Carre, read by Michael Jayston.